ClubWPT.com. You can have fun playing poker with your friends and even win real cash and prizes. Experience the excitement of the World Poker Tour. Play fun, exciting poker at ClubWPT.com today.
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Mike, there must be somewhere to get clear answers to poker questions that we all have.
Well, Vince, there is, and it's easy. Just go to learnwpt.com.
Do you wonder how some players in the World Poker Tour win so often?
He did it!
At learnwpt.com, we'll teach you to win more whether you're new to the game or you've been playing for years. Never be left wondering if you should raise, call, or fold again.
There's a right way and a wrong way to play poker. Go to learnwpt.com. Think like a pro.
In every hand, there's a split second where Lady Luck shows up for a quick dance. Will she play coy or be a charmer in spades? No, I think I'd rather get the royal treatment.
To become our next WPT champion, go to WPT.com for information on how you can claim your seat.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour online live stream. We are coming to you from Rolling Thunder here in Sacramento, down to our final 6 players. I'm Tony Dunst, joined by Tyler Patterson, Scott Ball. Guys, thanks for joining me in the booth today.
No problem. Thanks for having us, buddy.
Yeah, man, it'll be fun. Happy to be here.
Well, we've got a pretty familiar final table here, and we're missing one of our players for the time being.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Just show up late for final tables, no problem, right?
Who are we missing right now? Right, okay. Is it Sorrel?
No, it's Sorrel.
Right, that's what I would think. Just to give you guys a sense of what we are playing for here.
Dude, this guy's definitely going to win. He's got a Batman hat.
John Hadley.
I met him on day one, actually. We exchanged numbers over some basketball bets, but he's a good guy, and he was dressed pretty eccentric on day one too. He had like the I don't know what's the show, The Big Bang Theory, that like Bazinga thing going on. He was wearing all matching gear. Interesting character.
John is 57. He's been playing for 35 years. Only played 4 WPTs, so made a final table on attempt number 4, and his largest tournament cash prior to today, 17,000. So regardless of what happens here, he's going to surpass
I'm jealous.
his largest score.
I think I played 16 or 17 events before I cashed in a WPT. So
yeah, I had a similar evolution. It was really, really slow. Guys, how did this tournament go for the two of you?
1 bullet each day for me. I made day 2 and had a stack on day 2, so I was excited, but just blasted it off.
I wish I fired 1 bullet each day.
That's a little more heavy.
I fired at will.
How about you?
I got in for 1 bullet, which I was like, anytime you get into one of these for 1 bullet, you're very pleased. Like yourself, I had chips briefly on day 2.
Hey, there we are. Look at those faces.
Here we go. I'm sneaking in there on the side. Hi. I had chips briefly on day 2, but unfortunately I just went through a series where I lost pretty much every pot I entered. So eventually they got me without anything all that interesting happening. But it was a really good turnout here. Well over 400 players. We surpassed last year's number. Here in Sacramento, it's kind of a self-contained little poker sphere that we have going on here. We've got the tournament. There's a whole bunch of side events going on. You guys were telling me about some of the cash games last night, and you were playing a 5, 10, 20, 40, 80 game or something.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Oh,
you put me in the game, and things escalate very quickly.
Yeah, Thunder Valley's strong. It's a nice property, a really nice hotel.
It is.
It does have that local vibe where the players know each other. There's a lot of regular locals, and being not too far from the Bay 101, we get a lot of carryover coming up from the previous stop. So So it ends up being a pretty cool event.
Yeah, we drove a bunch of people up here right after the Bay, and this started the day after the final table finished there. So.
And one thing to note, too, is they added a bunch of prelims that they didn't have last year. I think that was really great for this event. They had like the 1100 250K.
They did this like $500 tournament last night that had a guarantee on it, and then I want to say that there was that the bounty one, or there was a separate bounty tournament?
There's a separate bounty. There's 1100 bounty, a 550 8-handed tournament, 1100 250K.
All right, here we go. We got the setup.
There are our current chip stacks. Mike Del Vecchio out in front, followed by John Hadley. The only non-American, Sorel Mizzi at the table in third place. Connor Grinnan in fourth. Steve Tabb fifth. And Olivier Bousquet, our short stack, still with just under 30 blinds. By no means desperate. I wouldn't expect this to be the fastest moving final table at the start. My understanding is we have a little bit of 12:24 left before we go up to 15:30. That seemed to be the impression Sorel had when I spoke to him this morning. As far as playing style is concerned, I've played with Sorel over the years and a little bit in this tournament. But, you know, he's not as regular on the tour as he used to be. Mike is a guy who we were discussing him before we started the stream, and we were a little bit surprised that his largest tournament score to date was about 55,000 or so.
I was pretty shocked with that. I played with him a decent amount of Borgata, and he definitely knows what he's doing. He seems comfortable. He's friends with all the regs. So
exactly.
I'm assuming he's probably more of a cash guy. That's probably why.
Yeah. He plays fairly high stakes cash on the regular.
Makes sense to me.
Connor, meanwhile, a guy with enormous Hendon mob of tournament results. I looked it up the other night, and it was about 5 or 6 million in earnings, something like that. And Olivier's around 7, so a couple of guys on this table. Sorel, I would think, would be really up there, actually. I'm kind of curious what his lifetime Hendon mob is, so I'll check that quick.
That is some star power for a 3,500 in a semi-remote location. We're 40 minutes out from Sacramento, which is kind of out there on its own anyway.
Right. Sorel has over 11 million in career tournament earnings. So there is some, like you said, major firepower around this final table when it comes to tournament players. Sorel here with the cutoff. He's going to open up ace-3. Mike is right behind him. And he's going to do something with king-10.
Just trying to get comfortable with the card placement and all that. You know, if it's your first time, I don't know if having only a 55K score, this might be his first televised or live stream type situation. So getting comfortable with that big rail, the cameras, all that stuff is something to be said for that. It doesn't come natural for everyone.
You're right.
Toughest part for me the first few times, it was actually the lights. The lighting made it more difficult for me for some reason. Distracted me a lot.
It's certainly something you're unaccustomed to when you're playing poker. Like, normally it's this very, relaxed, nobody's watching type atmosphere. And then all cards, you're literally under lights. And, of course, the stakes are practice during the course of the years when the tournament feels smallish stakes, even if we're buying in for 3,500 or 5 or 10 or whatever it is. You know, day 1, midway through day 2, a lot of players, of course, don't feel fully comfortable in those moments. So John here with pocket 6s under the gun.
I love the way it peels his cards.
The double peel.
2 hands.
The double peel, yeah.
There might be a little bit less stress than usual just because everyone is so deep right now. Usually everybody at a final table like this is going to be, 20 to 50 big blinds. Maybe one guy's around 100, but they're so deep that they might feel a little bit more comfortable than every decision being super important.
And so our viewers on Twitch know we do have the stream and the chat box open. So if you want to communicate with us during the stream, I'll sort of keep an eye on that while I bounce with Jack-9 suited. As we mentioned, has a little under 30 blinds. Guys, I kind of think he might flat here because he trusts that he can make better decisions post-flop than John. Ooh,
I'm not shocked by a fold at all.
I think a fold's fine.
I think I usually
game changer.
When Olivier just knows Connor has aces, it's like, easy game, let it go.
Yep.
It's just a little bit shorter than you want to play a hand out of position like Jack-9 suited.
I think you would definitely call Jack-10 suited, and Jack-9 was probably right on the borderline. And I think against a pro, he would usually fold Jack-9 suited there. But I thought against more recreational player, he might go to the flop and anticipate that he's not going to get bluffed too much post.
I think it's tough when you have Connor behind you, too.
Yeah, that too.
He probably doesn't want to play big pots with Connor out of position, I'd imagine. Connor's a pretty beast.
Also, John is a barreler.
Is he?
So, yeah, he is.
Then that makes calling Jack-9 suited less appealing.
Yeah.
So Connor 3-bet pocket sixes, and this King-9 deuce to a quick hand, but we'll see. He's always going to bet King-9 too.
Yeah, I could see him peeling one, but I think it'll probably just be bet fold.
I usually fold in this spot when I'm John. Interesting.
Especially if he knows he's a barrel. Let him blast off.
So Connor checks his aces.
I want to clarify that when calling him a barreler, I'm not saying he's a bad player or that's a bad thing. He
He's just a guy
likes
who's
to
willing
bet
to
when
barrel
check
down.
when check two, he's going to bet a lot of the time.
If anything, you're implying that he's a good player because it's the really weak and scared ones who just never bet without being sure of their hand.
Exactly.
Yeah. Connor looks like he's going to make the call, and we'll go to a turn. You guys think that Connor would likely bet this flop without the ace of clubs, right?
Yeah.
I think so as well. Yeah.
I think when he has the ace of clubs and the ace of diamonds from backdoor draws like this come through, it makes it just an even easier call. It's super easy.
So back over to John. He checks on the turn. And a 7 of spades on the river.
Either one is kind of okay now. I wouldn't be surprised if he checked or bet.
If he bets, what sizing would you like to see?
I don't think I get too creative with my sizing. I probably just bet 4. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's that's fine. I wouldn't expect John to check a king, so you're not going to get a ton of value.
Yeah, you're not going to get a ton. You can't go too much bigger than that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think there's a tiny, tiny chance Connor checks, but I think he's going to bet.
I wouldn't mind seeing a really small size in either just to get a hand like sixes to call potentially, right? Because I don't think he's kept checking a king on the turn. I love seeing something really small.
Yeah,
so I was gonna say 280, but
it's kind of landed in between our
right
two guesses.
Yeah.
Two.
John might get stubborn here. He is indeed, so he will
Look
pay
it up.
off.
Well, that's why Connor's there and we're not, Tyler.
Yeah.
Because you say 400, I say 280, he bets 350 and just gets called.
So nicely played hand by Connor Drennan.
Yeah, that was really well played.
Takes the first substantial pot of this final table. And greatly improves his standing. I am not a fan of John's call on the end there. I just don't really see how he can ever have a better hand. If Connor is going to check call that flop and then lead the river, obviously if he has one of the draws or backdoor draws in the flop, he's just going to bet that texture and probably barrel down. So I just don't know how he would ever get to the river with a hand worse than sixes in that manner.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree too. I think it might look like a missed flush draw or ace high or queen jack to John. It might look like that.
Right, but if you play with professionals regularly, you know that they are usually aggressive with their draws, particularly when they're taking the lead pre-flop. So I think that most professionals would find a fold on that river. John, meanwhile, showing one of those spots where experience really counts at a final table, and being able to hand read people's playing patterns is so pertinent. Connor out in the small blind. Back to John. And he's got 9-8 suited in the big blind.
Be interesting to see how many hands John just plays too in general.
Mm-hmm.
I'd imagine he's probably one of the more recreational table players at the table, right?
Right.
So ICM understanding and all that stuff might not be quite as good as someone like Sorrell or Connor, right?
Definitely.
On day one, his pre-flop hand selection seemed pretty on point. Like, it wasn't he wasn't playing way too many hands, but he was very aggressive if he decided to play a hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my feeling about his style on day one as well.
The sizing was a little bigger than normal.
Mm-hmm.
That's good because no one folds, so.
Yeah. So Mike there flops a set, but does not get any action.
How good is he feeling? Just comes in with a chip lead, gets a 3-bet through right away with a king 10 off, then flops a set. Things are rolling well for Mike.
Guys, what do you have on the horizon following our time here at Rolling Thunder? Scott, start with you.
I'm going to Vegas for a few days and then run it up Reno.
Okay. Tyler,
What did you say? What was the second part?
Run it up Reno.
Oh, Run It Up Reno.
Jason's event, yeah.
Got it.
So much fun.
I'm going home to Scottsdale. I have a bunch of friends coming in for spring training, golf, and poker. And then I'm going to the Tournament of Champions in South Florida.
Yes, that's right. We've got our season-ending 3,500, 10K, and 15K events down at Seminole Hard Rock, starting March 31st. There's also a bunch of prelims leading to that as well.
Yeah, I'd love to play those, and I'd love to play the 3,500 and 10K, but just other obligations. People coming in, I can't make it.
Sure.
Got to make the TOC.
Okay.
I've actually never been to Seminole. I wish I had, actually. I have to go next year.
You got a plan for that.
I just have to.
We have a three-way pot developing. No, just two. Yeah. Connor raised ace-3. Looks like John called out of the small blind, or Sorrel. We might just having a little computer glitch there. I think it was Sorrel that called out of the big blind, and John folded his small blind.
Yep.
There we go.
Nobody with much hand here. Connor going to take a shot at what I assume is bluffing out smaller pairs and also blocking any of Sorrel's draw equity. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, just trying to scoop up the equity he has in the hand if he happens to be ahead. I mean, the smaller pairs, sure, they could also fold. I don't think that's a big part of
what he's doing. You know, but like every now and then Sorrel has a 5 or something and maybe doesn't go to the river, but I don't know. But people defend their big blind so wide these days, it's often worth it to just like jab at the pot for the times they just have no real draw but are probably live to like 6 pair outs.
Yeah. And if he might, I don't know why, what would make him feel comfortable about this, but a lot of times your opponent, if it is a guy like Sorrel, might be check raising so often there that you don't want to get out of line. You want to just see the showdown with ace high, but he's feeling like Sorrel's not going to get too creative on that board.
Over to Olivier. He's out with King 9. And I believe Mike got a walk. That's what happened there, right? Yeah.
Look how comfortable these guys are. Just having casual conversation in the middle of, and they all look. I think going back to the deepness of the stacks, they're just really comfortable.
Yeah, there's no urgency right now.
Going into a final table with over 100 big blinds. The dream?
But even the short stack is 28. Like, he's not grinding every.
Exactly.
I don't know too much about Steven Tabb. I played with him day 2, I want to say, and he didn't give us much on his bio, just that he's a poker player, has been for about 8 years.
I know I've ran into him at the tables here a few times, but I don't know much about him either.
Local guy?
Yeah. I think
he's from Boston.
Folsom? No, that's a birthplace. It says,
okay.
His address or whatever on there, too. I think it's Folsom or somewhere else around here. Connor with another premium. Eights open it up. John calls with 6s again. Now Sorrel's got aces.
Jeez.
Wow, this is like the dream.
And Steven's definitely a pretty experienced tournament player. It looks like he plays a lot in the like sort of 500 to 2K range, and occasionally mixes in events bigger than that. But that seems to be where the bulk of his cash has come from, mostly in the U.S., a little bit in Australia. So this guy's definitely an experienced tournament player. And when I played with him, I was like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing for sure. I'm just not sure.
Same.
You know,
Yeah,
how often he plays events like this, but it looks pretty regular.
So we got Sorrell 3-betting to 250,000.
You guys expect Connor to call here, and I guess John would probably come along. I don't know. It's close, isn't it?
So Sorrell has like 90 bigs. Do you know how
Yeah.
deep Connor is?
I think he has like 85 now.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, yeah, I don't expect to fold then.
Yeah.
And once Connor calls, I don't see John going away.
Yeah.
John has more than everyone, right?
John
in this pot, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this pot.
Although I'm not
No
sure
Mike's
exactly.
leading.
He lost a decent amount in that Connor hand, but he might still cover them.
I mean, Connor considering a 4-bet here,
That must be it, right?
It's an awkward stack size
Yeah.
for it.
It seems. Yeah, I agree. It seems very awkward. Wow, is he just gonna fold?
Sick.
That's I don't know what I think of that.
Well, he's out of position, and he thinks that Sorrell's. It's not. He doesn't have such a strong range that he
Yeah.
can just set mine.
Right.
And he also has a strong enough range where eights isn't killing it. So
He's also got
it's a
John
tough
behind
spot.
him too.
Yeah, that's not
It's sick
ideal.
when he
But
just
also,
calls
like,
and John just rips occasionally, right?
but I don't know if
know
John's
if that's
ever
huge.
doing that,
Yeah.
right?
Ever?
I don't-
Close to ever.
Yeah.
I think John, again, I don't know very much about him, but I feel like he's a guy where when he has a hand that can play for a lot of chips pre-flop, it goes Connor opens, John 3-bets.
Okay.
Like close to 100% of the time, if not maybe just stone 100.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big enough percentage
Yeah.
to worry about that.
Okay.
That he would flat back raise.
It seemed close. I'd like to...
Yeah, I want to pick
I don't
Connor's
know.
brain there.
All right.
250,000 just set mining when Sorrell doesn't even have it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, that
that's
is
the
awful.
problem. But I mean, we're never folding nines, right?
Trying to get in his
Yeah.
head.
And here, folding ace-10 to John's raise. Where plenty of tournament players would 3-bet pre. I don't think it's like a mandatory 3-bet or anything. And especially John seems to have sized up a little here. I think before he made it 55, now he made it 67. So it's possible that Steven read into that a little bit. Olivier calls King 5 suited. And outflops John. Check, check. 10 on the turn. I think Olivier will probably bet small. Right, maybe like 75K or something.
Yeah, the 10 and the 8, the presence of those
Maybe he's
makes a
betting
lot
big
of gut
here.
shots. And
He might be just betting big, which actually is probably better against somebody.
yeah,
Yeah. Either way, John didn't have anything to go with. He quickly folds. Olivier will take that pot.
yeah, you don't want to encourage the queen jacks
No.
and things like that to call there. I think the little bigger's better.
Yeah, definitely. 284K up top.
Yeah,
That's a good day
Oh,
for
yeah, here we
somebody.
go.
not bad.
So 6th place would be, well, 5th place would be Delvecchio's biggest score, which is the one that's the most surprising to us. And with 50,000 for 6th, man, these guys have already locked up some dough.
Depends how many bullets they're in for.
Well, the maximum in
Yeah.
this tournament was 5, so he scored some at least. The format here is you get 1 re-entry per day, so 1A you could have 2, 1B you could have 2, and then you could also just direct buy into day 2. Did anybody do that? Scott, sounded like you were.
I didn't direct buy into day 2, but when I busted day 2.
Or you can also so if you buy day 1A and day 1B and then you bust during during registration, you can still rebuy day 2 also. Wow. Okay.
It was if you had played a stack through, got to day 2, busted, you could re-enter those first 2 levels. But if you're the buy-in that morning, that was the only buy-in you got.
Yep. So you get a total of 5.
Yeah. You really went out of your way.
I tried so hard to fire 5.
You almost got there?
Wasn't the dream. Well, I mean, I guess it was a nightmare.
Action with Sorrel here.
I really haven't seen Sorrel play much. I haven't played with Sorrel much either. But he's been around forever, right?
He's been around forever.
He's won a lot of stuff.
I've never got to do a stream with Sorrel before. Like, I don't think I've ever watched him play and got to see the whole card. We used to play a lot when he was very regular on the tour, and of course in the days of online poker. He's less regular now, but still around. Oh man, everybody gets aces on this table.
Jeez, this is amazing.
It's pretty sick. If that keeps happening, this fountain might not take very long.
I would assume that Liv's just going to 3-bet here and hope that Steven actually has something. Yeah. Going to 150, 175, 175.
This is, I mean, it's easy for Steven since he only has Jack-8 off, but it's kind of a tough spot when you have a decent hand because a lot of pros will leverage their own stack at this point. So he has, 25 big blinds?
No, right? He's probably more around like 30. He won a couple of small pots and he started at 28, so.
Okay, so that's not in play here. Looks like Steven's taking it seriously. Maybe he's considering a bluff 4-bet.
I would not like that at all. I mean, I know I'm looking at Olivier's aces, and I think that doing that now and then is fine, but Jack-8 offsuit's not the hand that I think you want to click that button with.
I agree. And stack sizes too, Olivier just,
He does have enough chips where he can 4-bet and fold to a shove, I think.
Barely. I don't know. Olivier went almost full 3x here on what was a 2.5x to begin with, so they don't have that much room. There we go. So Steven gets away. Thus far, aces are 3 for 3.
Yeah.
And we've played probably like 10 hands here and seen aces 3 times.
It's worth noting Connor won the most with them and lost the least against them.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he missed an opportunity to win the most on the 8-3 deuce flop.
Yeah. How about 8-6 deuce? You could have got John in there too.
Yeah. So there you go. Live up to 34 blinds now. Started that hand around like 750K. So yeah, I don't think there was really room to 4-bet fold. Like you would have had to make it like 350 or something, and then you put like half the stack in. Yeah, super gross. I think that was an all-winner fold spot. Sometimes Steven just has like, 6s there and rips and it sucks for him, but oh my god, what is going on at this table?
Back to back.
Keep it together, Liv. Keep it together.
Come play at Thunder Valley, guys. You get aces all the time.
Yeah.
All right. So over to John. He has ace-5, and I think he called out of the small blind, so this is one of those spots where we're seeing some of John's inexperience get the better of him. Sorrel has ace-4 suited in the big blind.
I think we're going to see a call there.
Yeah, I would assume he's going to call. Sometimes people squeeze the spots. I don't think ace-4 suited is the one I go with, but it wouldn't be crazy. And not much on this flop for Sorrel's opponents.
Maybe on a super tough table, you might want to 3-bet with the ace-4 suited there, but in here...
Yeah, when it's this soft, you don't need to bother.
No, it is tough. This is definitely tough, but keeping John involved here is not a bad thing either.
Definitely.
And Sorrel will drop 125 in the pot. Sorry, not Sorrel, Olivier. And over to Sorrel.
Thinking about getting creative with the backdoor steel wheel draw.
That seems very creative to me. Like, I am going to bluff this texture against people like Olivier and their stack size sometimes, but I'm going to do it with like a 9-7 with a backdoor or Queen 10 with a backdoor or something like that, as opposed to just the ace high with a couple of hopeful backdoors.
Yeah, and you have no idea if an ace is good.
Yeah. This time, no.
40 big blinds now.
Okay, so we can make aces 4 for 4 at this table.
We've had, what, 10 hands dealt?
Who's going to have them next?
I guess you'd hope it would be somebody who hasn't had them yet, right? We want to see how everybody plays aces.
Yeah.
I want to know how every person. Yeah.
I'm going to go with Mike. I think Mike's going to have them next.
Yeah, it looks like he's due.
Steven halfway there, but folds.
Not 3 for 3, Olivier.
Yeah. Over to John. He's out, and Sorrel with Jack-10 suited in the small blind. So here's something I like to see, which is how do good players play against each other blind versus blind with deepest stacks? Some people adopt the just like limp 100% in the small blind strategy in these kind of situations. Sorrel clearly is willing to raise and try and get more money in the pot with his good hands. Mike also has a pretty sweet hand here.
Yeah, these ones aren't too difficult to play. I'd rather see how they deal with ace deuce off and king 5 off.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm a little surprised that Sorrel didn't go the full 3x. Like, they're quite deep, and for the most part, when pros raise out of the small blind, they go kind of big.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is a very interesting flop for these two hands. It's queen 9-9, 2 diamonds, and a heart. So both these guys flop really big, but still don't have anything. That could be like the #1 most interesting flop we could have got here.
That's really good.
Yeah. So Sorrel will lead off by betting. And Mike will have his options open to him. I guess I expect him to call, but you can do all kinds of stuff when you have Jack-8 suited on this board, but I expect him to call.
I agree.
So 70,000 from Sorrel and a call from Mike. We go to the turn. Oh, that is like the least interesting
Action
card.
killer.
Yeah, I mean this still is kind of interesting because, well, not really. I just kind of expect Sorrel to check and give up a lot. Yep. And then I think Mike is going to take that cue and go for it, knowing that the actual value of his draw is greatly diminished now.
Yeah, he's got to put in a little bit here, I would think.
And he also just needs to fold out cards higher than a jack. Oh, he checked back.
Well, perhaps he doesn't think that his opponent's going to be folding any ace-high, king-high hands at that point, so...
That is an interesting river, though.
Yeah, it definitely is.
This has been a very strange hand. Now I kind of think Sorrel will value bet. I could be wrong. He might check and... Well, I don't know why he would expect to be bluffed if he checks, though, so I think he's just going to value bet. Yeah. So 155 from Sorrel. Now over to Mike. And he just folds.
Yeah, that's a... turn card was interesting.
What do you guys think about Mike's check on that turn?
I personally don't love it.
Yeah.
But he has a huge chip lead, and he might just be sitting there trying to control the size of the pot, right? Regardless. I do think, though, when Sorrel checks the turn, he's just giving up so often that it's like worth stabbing at because your jack high is just not going to be good there, like really very often. And honestly, like if it's not like that was pretty much like the nut worst river for him to barrel too. He could have just double barreled even if Sorrel did decide to float the turn, which I don't think he would have.
I just think you get called at least on the turn by ace high and king high hands, so you're kind of committing to betting twice, and that's kind of a lot of chips for that spot. So I don't know if
I'm not sure. I do think that if we bet really big on the turn, in Mike's spot. Like, even if Sorrel is king or ace high, it's pretty gross. And he may end up folding the turn with those hands is because he's like, well, I expect to face 2 bets here against a pro. I can't call down 2 bets, and especially when I'm like 3rd in chips and he's 1st in chips. I kind of think it's one of those spots where the value of our stack also makes it easier to barrel.
Yeah. He's also got 180 big blinds, right?
Yeah, like he can't get crippled.
Yeah, that's true. So even if it is a lot of chips, it's not that bad.
If you would have had like 75 big blinds, I would have been much more okay with the check. With 180, I think like barreling off there is.
I think it's a pretty good go for it spot. Also, like, if Sorrel has a king or an ace and you bomb turn and he calls, you're going to riv him a whole bunch.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
that's true.
There's some good results there. And when you do get there on the river, then you just get to check back and hope that your opponent doesn't have a 9 or queen.
Exactly.
Okay. Stretch of big pairs in almost every hand continues. Connor with kings now.
They're playing with a pinnacle deck.
John already reaching for chips.
Here's John's 6s.
Yeah. John calling ace 5. John definitely playing a lot of hands free.
Yeah, he's not afraid to peel with the ace.
The ace rag.
Ace rag now.
Which is interesting, because even if he flops his ace here, does he just want to play big pot? Probably not.
Probably not.
That's why I think the peel's so interesting.
Wow. That's a flop that ace 5 could lose some money on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jack 5-3, so second pair. And a backdoor straight draw. Is Connor going to get tricky again?
How often do you think Connor just checks here and lets John barrel?
After what we saw with the aces hand, it's more than I would expect
Especially
in a usual
with his board
circumstance.
Texture, though, he's crushing his range so hard.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
John's
he just
thinking
did that,
too.
so
exactly.
you got to mix it up a little bit.
I agree.
Well, I guess with this board texture too, nothing's really folding either. So
Right. Yeah, a bunch of the pairs and ace highs are peeling here, so you may as well just go for a little value. John, oh no, is that a raise?
Whoa.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is a see where I'm at.
Oh
find out if
no.
he beat situation.
I
don't think he's going to get reliable information here.
This is not good. This is maybe the #1 hand I would never raise with.
Yeah.
This is like the ultimate just call hand. Maybe if you have like ace 5 of hearts, I guess, or something. But even then, I don't know. Even then, when you raise, you can barrel hearts sometimes and win and get like 7s to fold or something. This is just not what I would ever do.
I mean, this is kind of interesting for Connor. He's out of position, right? So
yeah. I mean,
probably just calls and lets him barrel off. But
yeah, I think he's going to call and just call down.
Sometimes if you know your opponent,
right, you can 3-bet flop and
you can 3-bet get it in right here.
Yeah, if you really know your guy.
Yeah.
I think they're also a little deep for that kind of thing.
Yeah, they are.
Wow. So 2 of spades will give John some additional outs in this hand. Now looking for a 5, 4, or ace.
Curious to see what John does here. Blast away.
No.
Is he trying to get 10s to fold here? I mean,
I don't mean to be mean. I'm not sure that John really knows why he's betting. Like, if you think about what's going to happen
that's a
facing
small
this bet.
bet.
Yeah, like
so it's not. He wants. Yeah.
I guess he's trying to get value and also get the showdown cheaply.
Showdown cheaply, I think, is the biggest point of this bet.
Yeah.
Which he might get, actually.
Yeah, it might work out.
And that's not big enough for 6s to 10s to fold if they call them a flop. I don't think.
Connor's certainly not going to fold. He's just thinking about this long and hard enough that makes me wonder if he's considering putting more money in the pot, but even that seems pretty crazy. I mean, you really have to know your guy to want to like check raise this turn with kings and then just get tons and tons of money in.
Yeah, I think he doesn't like the fact that he's going to just get to show him for only.
Yeah, for so cheap. I think maybe he was considering raising. Like, this sounds absurd. He was probably considering raising small, and if he gets 3-bet, like, folding.
Yeah.
You know, he's like value raising and bluffing.
You think Connor ever leads here? With how small he bet on the turn? Because he bet so small on the turn, I would love to see Connor lead, and I'd love to see him actually lead small, to be honest.
I think leading small is great, and
like 350 to 450.
Just because the one-liner,
I might even go just like 3. You know, yeah.
The one-liner is gonna make John not bet his jacks anymore, so you don't want to see that happen. I think he's gonna bet.
It sucks so bad when it goes check.
Oh, he's going like right in that small zone. He's gonna go like 250 or something. $230, 1/4 pot.
Small.
Yeah, Connor came to the same conclusion that we did. It's 140,000 is not enough money to get to the showdown.
Now, if John just goes crazy here and just makes it like 800,
he wins.
He wins, but unfortunately, I don't think he's going to do that very much.
Wow,
nice fold.
Fold.
Nice fold. Well played hand by Connor there. Pretty much got the maximum that he could. I don't think that John was going to bet that river for him. Connor showing that he really knew where he was at in that hand as well.
Absolutely.
It's not easy to know where you're at when you get raised on that board, Jack 5-3 rainbow. I mean, just don't see it very often.
All right, back with John. Now Sorrel with King 7 suited. He's on the hijack here. And is going to open it up. Even this seems a little close to me, guys, when you're raising into 4 good players. I think the open is fine, especially when there's nobody on like a shoving stack right behind you. But there are also times where I just look at suited kings on the hijack, and if there are 4 good guys behind me, I'm just like, nah. I mean, not like King 9 suited plus ever, but
yeah.
Well,
those are really easy hands to get yourself in big trouble with, actually. I think that's like some of the most common mistakes you see in tournaments in general is people just like overvaluing hands like King 5 and stuff.
Those are 4 guys behind you that are really good and tough, but none of them are blasters either.
None of them are blasters,
might make you feel a little more comfortable to open.
Yeah, sometimes you have guys behind you where you just don't ever get to open light. Like, that's just the rules of the game that day.
Yeah.
That day's so much less fun.
It really is. Sorrel with ace king.
Everyone's acting pretty fast, actually. I love it.
Yeah.
Connor's taking a bit of time. But
up to 60.
He's had some tough spots, though.
Yes, yeah.
Steven
No,
here.
not trying to knock him at all by any means.
Oh, yeah.
Connor's a boss.
He is slow sometimes, for sure. This is an interesting spot for Steven. How deep is he?
Not that deep. Like, it wasn't a very natural choice. Wow, John has ace king too, and he just calls.
What? Did Steven just fold the 7?
He folded the 7s,
Oh, wow.
which seemed awful close. Both players with ace king sharing suits here. Check on the flop.
John just called from the big one of these. He
Yeah.
didn't really consider 3-betting.
No.
That was like the fastest call ever, actually.
I think if you're Sorrel, there's some value in betting really small on the turn. Seeing
Just
you
like
can-
the spot that Connor had earlier.
Yeah.
Just pick up the equity that's out there. So
Yeah,
you let more
exactly.
cards come.
I also think there's a certain earnestness to John's body language. When he checked the turn, it was like, I'm checking this, and I never considered betting for a second.
Yeah.
You know, and you do have to be careful with that kind of stuff, especially when you're playing against other pros, because it seems like a minor thing, but you're saying a lot about your intention and strength in the hand through a fairly minor gesture.
That gives people clues about later hands, too.
Mm-hmm, exactly right. If they see you snap check when you never have to think about it, and then later on you think for 5 to 10 seconds and then check, they're like, okay, he's got some part of this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We should have ran in there and placed a bet with Sorrel that his opponent, he's never losing that pot. Like, he would never thought he was dropping up that pot.
Seriously.
Just flat call with ace king. That's so sick.
Yeah.
Man, look at these stacks. This tournament might never end, guys.
Yeah, this could go on a while.
3 a.m.?
It should be.
Well, we started at noon, so probably not. But
I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
You hope you are.
You're right. I do hope. I do hope. I don't just get stuck.
Fortunately, our blinds go down to 30 minutes heads up, so that prevents any truly marathon final tables.
How long was Sexton's in Montreal?
That was long, though. That was like a good 9 hours.
Wow.
9 hours heads up?
No. Final table.
Oh. But the heads up was long, too.
The heads up was very long. It was like the final table went from 6 to 2 in a remarkably fast amount of time, and then heads up lasted hours.
Wow.
How deep were they heads up?
Fairly deep to start and really shallow by the end. Yeah, I can't remember how deep they were at the start. And Mike was short. I know that they played something like over 150 hands of heads up. Let's call it 155 because Mike was the short stack for like 153, doubled up on 154, busted him on 155.
Wow, that's
yeah,
sick.
That's pretty legit.
Was that Mike's first WPT win?
It was, yeah. Yeah.
What a legend.
They weren't allowed to play them until season 9. Okay. So a bunch of those years were lost. And he's had pretty good results over the last 6 or 7 years. I want to say maybe like 4 final tables with a win.
Yeah, he's been killing it.
5 final tables, actually, after LAPC.
Yeah.
It's so fun to see, too.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's just, he's honestly such a legend.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some, a lot of the sort of legends in the game, there's at least some degree of controversy surrounding them, or there are some people out there who had negative things to say about them. Mike, it just doesn't exist. That goes from players to staff at the World Poker Tour to people who've been around the tour for a long time, and
he's such a nice guy. The first time I ever met him, we'd never shaken hands. Mm-hmm. He actually complimented me, and I was shocked. 'Cause it's like we've never even met.
Yeah. So John here about 65,000 with a gut shot. And a couple of backdoors. With a gut shot in the backdoor. Mike calls with second pair and backdoor hearts, and
getting spicy.
There we go. All right, John, that's your card. No, no.
Okay.
Oh man.
Sometimes you turn equity and then shut down.
Poor John. I feel like
I was just going to say the same thing.
I feel like we're gonna have a lot of not super nice stuff to say about his game today, and I don't really like picking on recreational players or anything like that. But oh no,
What?
Oh goodness.
Huh?
Wow.
He called with queen high on the river, facing like a basically 1.5 big blind bet. Oh man. So,
he was plenty. He has plenty of chips, and he wanted to see what he had.
Yeah. I think if you're going to spend money, to spend it on a turn bet when you have all the possibilities in the world and you can fold out pairs. It's just.
I think that's pretty standard for when a player misses a big draw to play the next street poorly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
A lot.
It does.
They bluff way too much, or they
call down way too wide. There's some sort of like, I didn't get what I was supposed to get, therefore fuck them.
Yeah, exactly. You see, really recreational players do that with kings and queens on ace-high boards, too. They just lose their mind because, the ace game. Like, I'm so mad about it.
All right, Sorrel with the button here in Jack 9. And Mike with king queen in the small and a decision to make.
I'd love to see a raise.
Let's see. Seems like Mike has decided that king queen is going to be one of his flat hands. If I had to guess, he would probably 3-bet king jack as a bluff, flat king queen, and then of course 3-bet ace queen and ace king for value. So seems like king queen is one of the hands he's decided to use as a calling hand. Steven here with ace 7 suited is a little above 30 blinds. I would expect him to just call, and he does. And it is all Mike, although Sorrell does have a gut shot here, and I would expect him to check back on this particular flop. I think he's aware that that hits Mike's small blind flatting range pretty well.
For sure.
And that Steven is likely to have something. Plus, he doesn't have a heart. A little surprised to see Sorrell bet. Don't think it's crazy, but often players check.
It's a small enough amount of equity that if you get bluffed off of it, like
it doesn't matter at all.
It doesn't suck.
Yeah. I guess my instinct here would be to bet when I have a heart in my hand and check when I don't. It's because I feel like it's going to be pretty tough to get people to lay down when they have either the jack of 9 and their hearts in their hand, unless they have just like a completely unrelated other card. But, oh man, all Mike. Certainly don't think that's an unreasonable flop bet.
Sorrell likely gives up. Just being in the small blind is just too strong.
Mike here, and make a bet with his full house that will not be paid off. And there we go. So flatting king queen out of the small blind turns out pretty well, especially if you make a full house.
Full house is nice.
Yeah.
It's frustrating when you decide to take a passive line and then don't hit anything. And
end up giving up what's probably the best hand.
Yeah.
I guess also in regards to stack sizes, it's probably a little better to flat there pre, but then again you're a chip leader, so maybe I'm not sure. I really think the pre-flop is one of those spots where you can make an argument either way.
Yeah, definitely in that hand.
That's why it's kind of fun to watch all of these really top-tier pros play against each other, because, you know, as professionals in the commentary booth, we're also trying to work out the hands. Good Lord, what is happening at this table? We're trying to, like, work out the hands as they do it against other thinking players. But I guess if everyone just has really big pairs, there's not that much decision-making going on. Let's see, does Olivier have anything they can play? No. So aces win again. Connor's had, what, aces twice and kings?
Yeah. It's a good start to the day.
It is.
We're seeing a bunch of massive hands and still no blood. I'm telling you guys, we're going to be here till 3 a.m.
Well, I'm already packed, so that's a problem.
Yeah.
We gotta have some kind of Twitch contest. Who could stay in the Twitch chat the longest for the entire day?
But what do they win?
I don't know.
And can't they just leave their computer running with the Twitch box open?
Yeah, I'm not very good at this Twitch thing. That wasn't a good idea.
I like the idea of, I like the contest idea, but we just want one that's not so easily winnable. All right, Sorrell here with ace queen. And Olivier with another one of those hands in the small blind. He's deeper now, but he's also facing Sorrell's raise instead of John's.
Sorrell's opened
Yeah.
a lot of times so far, so we could even see a 3-bet.
Absolutely.
I think we probably see a call here.
Okay, so Olivier decides to call pre. Connor doesn't have aces. What's going on?
Unlucky.
Nobody does. There we go. There's some action.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting board.
Both of these guys were in high-profile fighting bets in the last couple of years. Sorrell fought Brian Rast, right? And Olivier fought JC Alvarado, and both of them were highly publicized.
Yeah.
A lot of people bet on them and stuff.
I didn't see Sorrell's fight, but I saw Olivier's, and it lived up to the billing.
Yeah.
It was a very legitimate fight.
Yeah, that was actually really fun. We were all at the Hard Rock, right? That was during one of the tournaments. I don't remember what tournament it was, but a ton of poker players all gathered around. Everybody had bet action on it, and watching two top-level poker players fight it out in MMA. Pretty amazing.
It was something they trained for like 6 months as well. It wasn't just kind of a haphazard,
right?
Let's get together and throw down kind of thing. So on this turn, following the check back by Sorrell, Olivier fires out, and I imagine Sorrell will call here.
We got check on the flop?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I'll never understand this poker players trying to fight each other thing. I can't get it. As someone that's been in a lot of fights, I don't understand why I would want to fight someone else for like they haven't been around the sport for a long time.
Oh, actually, I always ask this question on our streams, but I'll wait till the end of the hand. So Olivier bets. Sorrell still thinking. Makes the call. And pure brick on the river. I wouldn't be surprised if Olivier just gives up here. Like, everything has missed. And when Sorrell checks back on this flop, it's usually with some showdown value.
Yeah, you can get looked up really light here.
Yeah.
So I don't love it. I mean, if he is gonna bet, I think it should be big enough to make anything that isn't a queen fold.
Yeah. Olivier does give up.
Yeah.
And I would expect Sorrell to go for some value here.
That's like a pro respect check. He doesn't want to have to deal with a check raise. He doesn't think he's getting called by very many hands.
Yeah. That's absolutely what it is.
I mean, against softer players, you're betting, of course.
Always,
you want to get called by, you might get called by a lot of hands. Against Olivier, he thinks he's only being called by king, queen, queen 10, maybe.
Yeah.
And that's it, or better hands than him.
Still seems really hard for Olivier to ever have a better hand there. With that many draws missing, I just think every time you have a jack or better, you're betting the river, right? You're like very, very rarely checking there. So I still feel like Sorrell should probably bet specifically ace-queen. I could be wrong about this, but I feel like that's probably just the weakest hand that he should bet.
I like betting there just to give your opponent a chance to maybe make a call that's bad.
Yeah.
But if you think they're just never going to, if they're only calling with king-queen, then it's not, I mean, if you're going to fold to a check raise, you don't want to bet if you're only getting called by king-queen.
Against someone like Liv, yeah. Kind of an interesting river spot.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
Yeah.
Where were you going? You were saying something about fighting.
Oh, right. Oh, so I like to ask people this. When was your last fight? When was your most recent fight?
Mine was... I was a sophomore in high school.
Sophomore in high school. Yeah. Okay. Scott, what about you?
9 years ago?
9 years ago? Okay.
Maybe close to 10. I was like 20 or 21. I was 21 actually, so 9.
We're all very well removed from our last fight. Mine was like elementary school or something.
I certainly like to wrestle with my friends.
Sure.
I wrestled my whole life, and I actually had quite a few pro MMA fights before I got into poker. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I got diagnosed with epilepsy, and that's when I got into poker. Actually, I couldn't fight anymore.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
How many fights did you have?
11.
11. And in
the last one was not in a cage, though.
No?
No, the last one was bad.
Well, I like that poker players use prop bets as a way to motivate themselves to do something, to get in shape, or to learn a new anything,
I also love that betting on things is a great way to enforce people talking shit. Like when people are just making stuff up, or they're just like talking, they're running their mouths or whatever, you're just like, fine, money on it. And it just shuts people up so fast. Like I remember, I use this example a lot, but there was this presidential debate, not from this election, the previous election, and it was still the Republican primary, and it was Mitt Romney against one of the other contenders. And they were having some debate over something, and Mitt Romney says, "No, I'm sure of it. I'll bet you $10,000." And this ended up being a major snafu for Romney because he looked like this ultra-rich plutocrat who would fire $10,000 on just like settling something. Yeah. And I was like, "No! Finally, we have a politician saying something you know is real. Yeah. He's not lying. He's willing to bet on it, and we're punishing him for it. This is terrible."
I like it.
Yeah, and he just got killed for that.
He's a degenerate just like me.
Yeah. He's telling the truth, I'm sure of it. Or he at least intends to tell the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's just a sick level and he's just the best bullshitter ever.
Yeah. He snap called the truth. He's like, bet you $10,000. He's like, puts his hand out trying to get it. And it was Rick Perry. And Rick Perry was really, who doesn't seem like a very sharp guy, but he was very sharp in that moment. And he just sort of, he knew, he was like, nah, I'm not going to bet you $10,000. Who has that kind of money,
Yeah,
Rick Perry's got to be like crazy millionaire.
Yeah, he was really sharp to make it look like it was
a detached move on Romney's behalf. John here turns the flush draw on ace 5-4-3 jack. Sorrel still with the best hand, but Connor in position is going to make the bet here. This is I'm trying to think. If John continues in this hand, of course, I'd rather see him bet than check call. Yeah.
Honestly, I think that John might be a little bit flustered. I think John is trying to get to the break and just chill a little bit and realize he's okay. He still has chips and he's still alive, It's so easy to like let the game get to you when a few things don't go your way early and you lose half your stack or whatever, and just, oh my gosh, now I have to win. Or
I think Sorrel might do something creative here. Oh, just a call. I thought that it was possible that Sorrel would raise. Like, he has a draw, he has a blocker to the nuts, he knows that Connor's going to bet wide and that John's going to peel a little too wide. So I thought it was very possible that Sorrel was going to put a big check raise. Instead, he just gets to the river with the best hand.
He kind of made a face like he was upset at himself for not raising. Like, he wanted to, but just like decided to just call instead.
And now does Connor, with the air ball facing two players, fire a second barrel?
Do you think he's going to, Tyler?
I don't think he's going to, but I just think that his opponents can just have an ace.
Yeah.
They can have a jack and not fold.
He's definitely considering it.
The thing is, John looks so weak.
Yeah.
And Sorrel is...
Sorrel can kind of have all kinds of stuff,
he's
which
capable.
is, again, easy to say when we're looking at their cards. Instead, Sorrel, with his pair, is going to win this.
Now Connor's frustrated he didn't bet.
Yeah. Now Connor's like,
now he's doing his own way.
Yeah, could have got you guys.
Okay.
So Sorrel up to second in chips now. Things going his way at this final table so far.
That was actually a pretty interesting hand. Just getting to the river with air balls and deciding whether a bet is worth it or not. Against two opponents, it's they both called on the turn. It's tough to fire again.
I wonder if maybe the right way to balance when to bluff those spots and not is when you have a blocker to relevant hands, which I guess means having a 4 or a 5, but I don't know. Why would your opponents ever really have a straight and it gets to the river that way? I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. Olivier here with pocket 9s, going up. And over to Mike, who has something to think about. Mike has a 7 suited, so he's going to make the call. And it's a pretty decent board for Mike. King 10, 6, 2 hearts. I'm guessing he'll get a free turn, too. Yep, check, check. Jack on the turn. Olivier still out in front. Queen would give them both a straight. Seems like a hand that will probably go bet fold. Yeah, before we could even get the camera on Olivier, he was out.
That's a tough one for Olivier. Right?
Yeah. Didn't cost him very much, though.
That's true. A good bet for Mike. I mean, he did have the gut shot and a flush draw, but that board hits Olivier's under the gun opening range and his checking back range on the flop, so it's not that easy to just fire away. I guess when you have 200 big blinds, it is.
Yeah, I'd say geez, almost 200 big blinds. I think you're feeling pretty good at this point.
Olivier down to 22 blinds. So we say he only lost 2 blinds, but it just sucks when it's 10% of your stack, you know?
Yeah.
When every couple blinds are crucial.
That's like the worst feeling. You just have like 30 and you're just losing 2 or 3 at a time or stuff.
And
You
nines
just can't stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nines is just such a premium hand. It's hard to get a hand that good, so it's frustrating when you have to just give up on the turn with it.
Over to John with ace jack. I think he's going for raising chips.
How much does he have total there? Like 1 point.
I think he's 5th in chips.
2?
1.2 seems about right to me.
I think he's 5th. And while Olivier is, you know, a fair bit shorter than him, I mean, I guess if he's just bluffing with ace jack, which is totally fine, a lot of players do, that's sweet. It just kind of sucks when you're 5th in chips. There's a guy who's 6th well behind you, and then you open yourself to getting blown off your hand against one of the chip leaders. Conversely, some people just want to bluff ace jack pre-flop and then get away from it.
Yeah.
I'm just not quite sure what his intention is.
I think it's a little simpler. It's probably just, this is probably the best hand. I'm going to re-raise.
Yeah. I would assume that Connor will call here. Could be wrong, but I don't think he's going to try and like play for stacks pre-flop against John.
He might if he senses that frustration you're talking about. He might want to just play for stacks instead.
John's had 45 blinds though. Like,
that is a lot.
It's a decent amount against a guy you don't really expect to launch it in there pre, like that light on a 5-bet. Conversely, you don't have to go too much higher than 10s before I'm like, yeah, of course we should be 4-betting. So, again, I'm curious to see which route Connor decides to take here.
John looks like a guy who's just ready to put it in right now.
Yeah, from a like sort of emotional state read, you might be right about that. And so maybe the move is just to 4-bet and shrug call if he rips.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot for Connor.
Yeah.
Playing 10s out of position is not easy either.
Especially against Batman. That makes it even harder.
And Connor just shoves. So you see, John started his hand with like 45 blinds.
I like the shove more than a smaller re-raise.
Yeah, I don't think John's like 3-betting 9s and then 5-bet ripping them as much as he is with like, you know, an ace queen or.
Olivier is so happy right now.
Yeah.
You might get him to fold ace jack and ace queen this way, which is good for you.
Yes, it is. Well, I certainly would not call in John's position now. Ace-Jack's just not a strong enough hand here. 45 blinds is a lot, and then there, of course, are ICM considerations to make here. Uh-oh.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah. He could very well end up winning this, though.
Yeah,
this is a
absolutely.
best-case scenario for him.
Absolutely.
And you were right, Tyler, that he was just kind of ready to go for it.
No, for sure.
So here we are. Classic race situation for a whole bunch of chips at a final table. Queen ace-6, so there's an ace on the flop for John.
45 big blinds in pre with ace-jack.
Big spot.
7 diamonds in the turn. Connor needs a 10 on this river. No, and so John scores the crucial double up here. He's going to go up to about 90 blinds.
Big change in the dynamic of this table now.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Connor was cruising. Now John's going to get some confidence back. He's going to start wielding his stack again.
Mm-hmm.
1,245,000.
That was quite a big pot. There you go. Half of Connor's stack on.
Speaking of ace-jack, guys, how about this hand with Pat Lyons yesterday? You guys hear about this
Please, were either of you present for it?
I was not.
No,
I was playing a cash game.
I played from Pat.
I was playing a cash game, and 2 players came running over from the tournament to tell everybody in the cash game what happened. Because I guess is Charlie Carroll local? Is he?
No.
Okay, I don't know him.
No, he's from the UK. He's super, super sick.
Oh, okay. Oh, I knew he was good,
so
but I don't know him. So it seemed like everybody knew him. They were
Right.
telling the hand history. So
He's very talkative on the table, so I'm sure he
Okay.
ingratiated himself quickly.
okay, well,
Charlie's awesome. He's so
Yeah.
good.
Scott, why don't you set up the hand? It sounded like you got the best rundown.
So, the way it was explained to me by, well, let me rephrase, the way it was explained to our table by Pat like 14 times over the course of like 6 hours
Okay.
was that he decided he was going to raise dark.
20 players left?
He had 20 players left in the tournament. And they have like heaps, actually. It's like a huge pot. So he decides he's going to raise dark with 20 players left because that's just standard. You should really do that a lot in your game. Incorporate the dark raising ranges. So anyways, raises dark. Charlie Carroll looks down at ace-jack and is like, hey, I have a good hand. I raise your dark raise. And he folds back to Pat Lyons and he goes, are you really trying to steal from me, kid? I'm all in. And Charlie Carroll thought about it for like 30 seconds and was like, well, this is weird. I think he said some quote about like he feels like the kid from Home Alone, like Macaulay Culkin or whatever. But so he called, and then Pat Lyons just had 7-8 offsuit and just crushed him.
Drilled on the river, right?
Yeah, drilled him on
8
the
on the
river.
river.
Charlie Carroll's eliminated.
I mean,
So
guy.
I text Charlie last night, and I can't actually read my message because it's not appropriate. But I said what in the actual F? And Charlie's such a trooper. His response, hee hee, funny times.
Wow. Poor guy. Unbelievable. I mean, so this was, I don't know, 50, 60 big blinds each they got in. We don't really know exactly.
Which is crazy. I really believe he's one of the best right now. Him and his roommate have both been crushing. His roommate actually just got second in Lousy Millions too, Ben Heath.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's another monster.
So Pat Lyons, man, we almost got to commentate on his play here at the final table.
He calls himself the Lion.
Oh yeah, he's
I
an
didn't get it wrong.
unbelievable character. This guy.
Yeah, he's a legend. I met the legend last night.
We do have a pot going here, but it doesn't look like anything interesting is going to happen. I think Mike's going to just win it.
I'm surprised it took Charlie 30 seconds to call. I think it was maybe even just to sort of like make sure, wait, did that guy
really
look at his
dark?
cards?
Yeah.
Let me consider this. Let me replay what happened pre-flop in my mind. No, he didn't touch his cards. Okay, I guess I call.
Yeah, it's just like, is this real life?
Yeah.
You know, am I in some kind of weird anime poker cartoon?
Right.
Like,
it's a pretty fun spot to let the tension build for a moment.
great.
But normally, if I know some guy's dark and I have ace jack, I'm like, yes, call!
there's 20 people left in the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, it created such a buzz in the room. I mean, Pat Lyons does that everywhere he goes. There's just always a crazy buzz going in the room. Like, it was really awesome.
Well, I don't know why you're playing the Tournament of Champions.
Right. I'm actually I'm going to play just to watch Pat.
He already told me he's winning the tournament.
I believe him.
He told me yesterday if he played as much as those kids like Fedor, he would be the best in the world, hands down.
Awesome.
It was great. He was like, if I didn't have these disc issues and I play as much as that kid like Fedor, I would definitely be the best in the world. I absolutely am. It was pretty sick.
Was he being serious?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's very much so.
He's
serious,
very serious about that.
And then he called him Fedor, which made it even better.
Yeah. I mean, that's the smallest mistake in the quote.
I know, but it's the smallest, but the best.
Yeah.
Flying Lions.
All right. Steven here with Jack 10 suited on the button.
He would definitely be a fun person to play poker with, my goodness.
I think he was a shooting star one year. He's
I think he is most years, actually.
Maybe he is this year. I don't even know. He's just such a character, so they love him down there, and that's like his home place.
All right. So our blinds are up. We're playing 15-30 with 5.
Is this
Steven,
the button open here?
Yeah, opens on 22 blinds. Connor here in the big blind. I assume is going to peel. Yeah, I think. Probably just trying to suss out how much he would potentially risk post-flop if he plays a flop with him.
I think that's probably true. These are really difficult spots.
Yeah.
Playing these marginal hands, especially
30
out of
deep.
big blind,
Yeah.
especially out of position, and then there's a lot on the line.
That is a hand-ending flop right there. Steven will bet 55. Connor eventually folds. Steven takes down one of the few pots he's won at this final table. He's been pretty card dead while everyone's had aces and kings.
Yeah, poor guy. Not fair. It's almost like poker's not a fair game sometimes.
But up to 5th in chips, or sorry, up to nearly 30 blinds. Olivier's still behind him.
You know, though, if there was anyone at the table, it should just be really, really sick off like 15 big blinds. It's probably Olivier.
Yeah, definitely.
Not that all these guys aren't great. I'm sure Connor's amazing with it too. And
yeah.
We know who has the most practice at it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Olivier is going to have played this stack size so many times.
I think those are the two guys that are both, I mean, near the top in the world at playing short stacks for sure.
Absolutely. Olivier is so good.
Okay. I think he has one of those decisions right now. Yeah, I like this. He's around 15-ish blinds, and on the button, Queen 10 is a shove. Ooh,
this
Connor.
This is real interesting.
Connor, and what sucks for Connor here is he doesn't have $2+ million in chips anymore. He would have to call off like half a stack here.
Yeah.
This is why it's such a sick shove with Queen 10.
Yeah. If you just open here, Connor is going to punish you. But when you shove, you push a better hand into a really difficult spot.
Isn't John in the big blind here too?
Yes.
That also makes the shove like super sick from Olivier because he knows Connor has like maximum pressure because John just called off 45 with ace jack.
Right. It's kind of funny.
Mike are just like, oh my god, please.
How is Steven feeling?
Yeah,
oh, there's a queen on the flop. Queen 10-3. Oh my goodness, jacks are in terrible shape now. But John just made that big call with ace jack, and yet I would still anticipate that he's not going to call wide enough facing a button shove.
I think so too.
I agree.
I recently played with Isaac Barron, who used to play. He used to be one of the best in the world online. And this is what.
Whoa.
This is why they're. This is why they're the best in the world.
Oh my goodness!
So hard. Oh my god! They run into John's jacks. Oh my goodness.
Way out in front, but Connor all of a sudden very live, and John essentially drawing dead in this hand.
Unbelievable.
Well, John could still eliminate.
From Connor is really tough to do.
Yeah,
that's really tough to do. With
wow,
King
this
Jack
could be
and
a double.
This is I guess could be the double KO.
Wow,
for John.
People like Sorrel.
If the board bricks out here, it's a queen, and so Olivier will fill up. but John will eliminate Connor. And in a strange twist of fate, our 4th place chip stack ends up being our 6th place finisher, while the 6th place chip stack doubles up. So triples up.
Wow.
Triples up. So Connor Drinnan, who played a really great final table here for his brief duration and had a bunch of chips minutes ago, eliminated in 6th place for 52,000.
And I just want to see him play more hands. That was
He was playing really well.
Yeah.
He was playing really well, and sometimes crappy things happen in poker tournaments, and that's a perfect case of it. You lose the big flip.
Hey, there's Pat Lyons.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
So now you see Mike and Sorrel still way out in front, but Olivier, for the first time at this final table, not short stacked. We're going to get to see him play some real poker now. Steven, loving life, and Connor out in 6th.
That wasn't the best outcome for Steven, but it
John
was a good
also,
one.
John also has more chips now, more big blinds than he started the hand with.
Wow.
Yeah, he did slightly better than break even on that hand.
Oh, what a dream spot for John, though.
Yeah. And that they have queen. Like, if the board just runs out 10 high, you're just smashing them. Get 2 guys and all the chips.
Are either of you guys finding the jam there with King Jack? Because I usually don't. I wish I did.
If I'm gonna jam on somebody, it's Olivier.
Yeah.
Olivier already jammed though.
No. What I'm saying is, if I'm gonna re-jam on somebody, it's Olivier,
Okay.
somebody who I know for sure is shoving really wide in these spots. Like, I'd never fold King Queen, so I'm certainly thinking very hard about King Jack. And
I also would definitely not fold King Queen.
Yeah.
But
I agree with Tony. I think if it was someone like John that shoved the button, it's just
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah,
But when it's Olivier, it's just insta. I think it's pretty,
Okay.
I don't think it's very. I don't actually.
you just run into ace-5 and stuff like that all the time, which is, while your price is okay, it's like putting half your stack on the line in this tournament.
You run into a whole bunch of hands that you're ballpark flipping against, but I also think you run into a lot of hands you just straight up dominate.
Yeah.
So I believe that John... I'm sorry, I missed the pre-flop action here. I'm just going to assume that John... Well, if he bets out, then he raised pre-flop into Sorrel's big blind. Yes. Pretty sure that's what happened. So he raised out of the small blind, Sorrel called in the big, and now it looks like he's going to follow through here, but Sorrel has flopped top and bottom pair, and he will not be going anywhere. Jack on the turn will diminish the value of Sorrel's hand. John will check. Sorrel will check behind. Go to a river 5. Backdoor flush draw comes through. John, his hand's shaking as he makes this bet. And he bets 150 into 400 here.
I think he's just going to get called.
Yeah. I'm not really... Is he trying to fold out a 6? I'm just not sure why.
Yeah, maybe ace high.
I don't think you can really even fold a 6 there, so I'm not quite sure. Wait. What's this? Oh, okay, he mucked. He mucked, so he
didn't have to
Sorrel didn't have to show. So Sorrel continues to stack chips, making some hands here, and generally winning a showdown. I remember there was a poker player named Lee Nelson who was really popular in the mid-2000s around the Australian area, and he wrote a few poker strategy books on tournament poker. And the first one he wrote was this idea of, okay, if you're like an amateur intermediate player at a table surrounded with pros, how should you adjust your strategy? And a lot of what he described was play big pots pre-flop, don't let yourself, get post-flop. And I think that's essentially the strategy that John should adopt here. He's got such a tough final table around him that if he keeps going post-flop, he's going to end up losing gradually. But if he just plays these big pots pre-flop against these guys, like, he's still getting it in with pretty good equity.
Yeah, for sure.
Whereas there you see that, like, you know, he's betting a river where he's almost never getting a better hand to fold. So
yeah, it's important to know when there's better people around you and it's time to ramp up the variance a bit for everybody, right?
He was unlucky to land at such a remarkably tough final table. We get fairly tough final tables at the WPT, but like I can't remember exactly who was where at the California swing, but this might be the toughest one, right?
Yeah, it's very tough.
Folds, Sorrel folds.
Yeah, this is a really stacked final table.
Yeah.
Well, the LAPC, even though it's a 10K, it's only one entry, so the pros don't all get to make it through, you know, halfway through day 2, you know. So I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
85,000 from Mike out of the small blind. And Steven will go away. Yeah, therein lies the trouble with re-entry tournaments, is you're increasing the likelihood of a pro stacked final table very substantially. You know? So if you want numbers for your tournament, they're great. If you want casual players to have a better chance of getting the money, they're less ideal. So it just kind of depends on your priority as a tournament organizer.
Especially when you can enter 5 times.
Right, exactly. So that, yeah, five re-entries pretty much guarantees you're going to get some pros at your final table.
Yeah.
They are going to be farming. You know, just in this room, we've probably comprised 7, 8 bullets or something, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
You fired 2? Yeah.
Tried to be all classy.
7 bullets then.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the idea of all the pros making it halfway through day 2. You know, that's not ideal. But if you're gonna have some goofball blasting off 5 times like Scott, that's good for the prize pool.
This is true.
I mean, hey, people going all in blind still almost made this final table. So
it's
8th
possible. Place, right? That was really close.
Oh my goodness!
I can't believe that happened with 20 people left. That is actually so insane.
It's so insane. Like if that happens on day 1 of a tournament, when it's especially if it's like re-entry or something, fine, whatever. When that happens with 20 people left, it just makes. Sometimes people are like, "Oh, poker's dead," and I'm like, "Nope, look at this." You know?
I had a pretty hilarious hand at the very end of day 1 too, where some guy open ripped 2 of the last 5 hands. And an older gentleman who hasn't played a hand in like an hour just calls him off. And he's like, and the other old guy's like, oh gosh, flips over ace king thinking he's like in big trouble. Other guy just has 6-9. He's like, I just wanted to flip so I didn't go into day 2 with 40,000 chips. Wow. And just the flop 9-9-3. Haven't played a hand in an hour and a half and decides to get it all in with 6-9.
Oh, there's definitely some plus to the re-entry. The tournaments also.
Yeah, for sure. The ace king guy was just speechless.
Olivier called pocket 6s here after Mike raised. Mike flops top pair on ace jack 10, 2 clubs. A little surprised Mike didn't check the flop. I don't think it's a mandatory check or anything, but that's definitely a texture, especially when you have an 8 of clubs, that people like to check back some. But also you can expect to get value from a lot of pair plus straight draw combos.
Yeah. Blinds went up some point recently, by the way.
They did, yeah, I noted it. We are playing 15-30 with a 5. Hour-long blinds here at this final table until we reach heads up, and then they are 30 minutes.
It's such a great structure.
Yeah. And this tournament was 6-handed from 36 and down. So
that's a big part of getting them so deep.
Yeah.
And the 6-handed play really combines stacks quickly.
All right, over to Steven on the button. Currently our short stack.
It was kind of interesting in this tournament. The bubble actually went really long, which is abnormal for a 3,500 in the World Poker Tour.
It is, yes.
And so the stacks were actually pretty small for a little while. The average was like 30 big blinds, and now it's it's like 100 or something. So it really ramps back up.
All right. King 7 makes the call out of the big blind. in dominating
Do you
position.
like Steven's open here?
How many? Yeah, but how many chips does he have? It's awkward.
So he's super short and he's open into John.
Yes, but the likelihood that John bluffs you out post flop is so low. I think that I'm not folding 10-7 suited on the button.
Yeah.
Raising c-bet
Yeah.
wins a little bit more often
Yeah.
against a player like John than it does against most.
Yeah. So the c-bet is called. John has kings and jacks. And that should shut the action down here.
Steven also has an interesting stack size where he's like now bottom stack by a significant margin.
Yeah.
Olivier is 42 above 22.
Check on the turn. And a 10 of clubs on the river. Steven will make a little pair on the end. John, I'm not quite sure. Is he rechecking his hand for a club? Checks. Steven almost certainly will check behind. There we are. And John will take down this pot.
A good shot of his smaller stack now.
It's probably down to around 20 blinds, maybe slightly less even.
Which feels even smaller when everybody else has a zillion chips all around you.
Yeah.
Yes. And he's really having one of those days where he just doesn't get to win pots. And those days suck, especially at final table.
Yeah.
My first final table on the WPT was very much like that, and the only time I did win a pot is because Will Fiella mucked the best hand when I tabled mine.
Wow.
And that cost him Player of the Year. He was like right in the running with Joe Sirac, and when it was all tallied up at the end of the year, he needed like a 5th place in that tournament, but he ended up finishing 6th, and he mucked like a 20-something big blind pot at the final table with the best hand.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a cool story.
Yeah.
Not for Will, poor guy.
Not for Will, but
he's a fun guy.
yeah.
Yeah, I like Will.
Olivier with King 9 on the button.
Raise to 95,000.
Olivier going really big here. I don't know why Olivier is going big all of a sudden here. It's not really like him. I almost wonder if he made a mistake.
Split, yeah.
Yeah.
He definitely thinks outside the box.
Yeah.
There could be a legitimate reason for this.
So we've seen John get in some trouble pre-flop calling these weak offsuit aces, and for the record, ace-6 offsuit is the worst one. It's actually worse than ace-deuce through ace-5 because he'll make some wheel draws that can continue, but ace-6 is the worst one, and not one we really want to be going out of our way to play pre-flop. So John will check on 4-3-3.
I think Olivier is probably going to check too. Oh, incorrect.
Yeah, one of those spots that seems close between betting and checking.
I just don't think you're getting a call. You're getting a fold from ace high. Well, maybe he is. So
Yeah.
So this is the right player to go ahead and c-bet that board.
So Olivier there has a successful continuation bet. Continues to build his stack after that crucial triple up with Queen 10 against Pocket Jacks and King Jack. Everyone kind of waiting on Steven right now to see if he doubles up or gets eliminated.
Wondering, so the bigger sizing there could be to discourage Sorrel from playing while John is going to
Call
play the
fairly
same
often.
hands he was going to play anyway.
Yeah, it certainly worked out for him. He got John to put in a bunch of money in the small blind and then just check fold. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so Olivier on the cutoff now with 5-4 suited. Let's see what he chooses for a sizing. Now he sizes down.
It was 95, right?
It was 95. He went over 3x and then he went min.
Pretty hard to misclick 95.
I agree.
That was definitely intentional.
Yeah.
I like to mix my sizing up based on who's in the blinds for a number of reasons. But
Yeah.
I don't know why he would go with the minimum raise there with Sorrell and Mike. Maybe he thinks Mike doesn't defend the big super wide, or maybe, I mean, who knows?
I'll have to ask him about it later. All right. Back with Olivier.
So you just get a little screenshot, said we're in Lincoln, California. We are about 35 minutes outside of Sacramento, so the airport is it's an easy, quick in and out from here.
It's actually a beautiful area too.
Yeah, it's really nice. There's nearby wine country. There's played golf the other day on a really nice course. This hotel actually has a course that they own, or the tribe owns both, called Whitney Oaks, and it's really nice.
Nice.
Steven here with a decision to make. I think in his position I would probably shove. I think I'm not thrilled about it, but I just think that John might not call off wide enough.
He's in the big blind.
Oh, he's in the big blind. He can just call too. Actually, I think I might just call. I don't know. You can go either way, really.
I don't think John's opening hand that he's folding to 20 big blind shove.
Yeah, I think I still shove King Queen suited just because like it's just too damn good not to at 20 blinds. But King Jack's right on that borderline where we can elect to take a lower variance route against somebody we don't expect to put us in too many tough spots post.
85. That's 85,000.
85,000.
85 and a snap call from John.
John calls 85.
John's definitely feeling it. He's back on top of the world.
Yeah.
Like,
Now Steven doesn't have that much more than pot. Yep, there we go. I was going to say, I thought he might just go for the shove. And, yeah, you know, if ever you were going to shove against somebody and try and get max value, when you only have a little more than pot, and when you're basically saying I have a king or nothing, it seems like a pretty good spot to go for it. And John here, considering calling with just ace high, there's really not that many misdraws out. So I would not be a fan. Again, I'm staring at a king in the face, but I don't really know what you're hoping for Steven to show up with as a busted draw.
Pretty big punt.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
So he's thinking he has maybe 10 jack, queen jack type of hand, I guess?
I mean, you have one of the 10s, too.
Yeah.
This is just not a good way to spend chips.
Honestly, though, having John at this table makes the action, or makes the final table so much more interesting.
For sure it does.
When someone at the table is playing just blasting like this, it changes the dynamic so much.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's like, when Olivia, go back to Olivia's 95,000 sizing, I think he's just trying to like just get Sorrell to just fold, knowing that he's going to be overcalling in a small blind, and you can just play pots in position versus John.
Tony,
so
say hi.
likely.
Tony's in here somewhere, too.
We got to get the lean on. Yeah, all three of us in here hanging out. And there you see our Twitter handles in case you guys want to follow us. And as I've said, we also have the Twitch chat open right now.
Yeah, what's going on over there? I haven't heard much from the Twitch guys.
They're sort of rehashing how Connor was eliminated, and then a bunch of people are insulting each other because it's the internet.
No.
See that?
No. There's no
there
trolls.
are threats, and there are challenges to play heads up, and all that good stuff.
Oh, that's great.
Shoot.
Keep it up, guys. Keep it coming.
I want to play heads up.
I would just...
65.
My case is 65,000. Steve, the small one.
All right, so Mike goes up to 65,000. Steven here with his newly acquired chips in the small blind, holding ace-8.
When is
He's
the
out.
first break? Is it 2:30?
It'll be after 2 levels, so pretty soon. We're on a delay here, so it's a little later for us. Olivier, king 9 in the big blind.
Yeah, should be about 240. Probably.
So, all right. Let's see. Yay. Makes the call. Queen 7-4, 2 diamonds.
Queen of Hearts, 7 diamonds.
Check.
Olivier checks.
Check.
And Mike checks. Turn card.
3 diamonds on the turn, so Olivier will turn a flush draw while Mike will turn 2 pair.
Pretty good card.
Yeah. I like Mike's check behind with his weak queen on this board. I especially like it if you have the backdoor flush draw, but I think it's fine either way.
Well, we all know now that players check back with some showdown value.
Yeah.
Almost when they check back, they almost always have some showdown value. So it gives a little bit away.
You have to delayed c-bet against regs sometimes, just because you can't let them always crush you in the turn.
You can also keep your hand more ambiguous by just betting the flop when you flop top pair with a weak kicker.
That's something I get asked a lot by, actually. So, coming from a gaming background too, prior to poker, or while I was playing poker, I guess, I get asked a lot by poker players how often like the meta of poker changes at a high level, like often the game's just adjusting, and I think it changes a lot more and a lot faster than people can possibly realize.
I think it's pretty fast too.
So Olivier makes a 9 on the river.
Mike just called the turn bet, yeah?
Yeah. Olivier
now,
checks, and now Mike will bet. Olivier had a decision on that river.
Yeah, he could bet for value.
He could bet for value,
that's
absolutely.
a good card. It's interesting, actually. I'm surprised that he went with a check.
Might be a final table type thing where he's like, okay, I'm fairly short. I don't want to, like...
Yeah. I wouldn't expect Mike to be bluffing the river, so he might even check fold.
How much do you think Mike's going to bet here?
4 into 620 or something?
That's what I thought too, 4.
Yeah. 475.
I think that's right, because I think that Olivier does have a queen a decent amount. In the moment, I would have a very hard time finding a fold, but I could see Olivier folding here, because it's just, there's this actually not a... I don't think Mike's bluffing here very often. So he would be checking back the flop, so he had some showdown value, and then turning whatever showdown value it was into a bluff. Like I said, it's so much easier when you're looking at the cards. In the moment, it's really hard to fold when you just hit such a great card on the end.
Interesting decision for Olivier.
Mike could have checked back the ace of diamonds and then called the bet on the turn with the ace of diamonds and now be bluffing with it.
Yes, absolutely. Someone in the chat said announcers haven't even mentioned check raise. I think Olivier is a little too high up in his range to be check raising here. It wouldn't be totally absurd.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, he has the king of diamonds.
He has the king of diamonds, which is like, you know, makes you consider it. But I think his decision really there is between call and fold. I think if he has a weaker pair with the king somehow, he could consider going for the check raise. But he's a little high up.
That's it'd be risking a lot of your tournament life.
That as well.
A lot of your stack there with, and we know John's still on the table, so you don't need to take those high variance lines. But
John's still on the table.
Hey,
no, it's true. It's true. It's true.
So Olivier does find a fold there, despite making second pair in the river.
Yeah, I hate to be ripping on John, but we did see him call incorrectly with ace high and queen high, so it means something that he's around.
You're not ripping on him, man.
Someone in the chat got real mad at me before, and I'm like, I don't think I've said anything mean about John. I'm just saying that he's playing his hands wrong, and that just happens sometimes. Like, sometimes people play their hands wrong. That's how poker is.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
No, I do.
Me too. You know?
Of course, yeah.
John, with ace 6 suited here, is going to call out of the big blind.
Now, so far, he's played this hand right.
Oh, wow. Now, this flop, pretty sweet for John here. Gut shot with the diamond flush draw. Mike just bottom pair. We'll check back. 2 of hearts on the turn.
Is that a card do you guys check back in this spot very often?
On Queen 10-7?
Yep.
I think I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I also just think for John, he's not going to bluff too frequently, so I'll just get the showdown a lot. I might even, if the turn is like a 2 of hearts and John checks the turn, I might bet real small again to protect my equity. Instead, John bets. Bet it. Yeah, and Mike, wow. I would like to see John give up again. I know I'm staring Mike 7 in the face, but like there are so many missed draws on this river. 8-9, Jack-9, King-Jack, hearts, diamonds, like everything is missed. I just think you get looked up a ton. And like we talked about, usually if somebody checks back the flop, it's with showdown value. So yeah. I think, I mean, we know Mike has a 7, and he's going to raise, actually. But I think even if he didn't, he would end up calling here really wide, and that this is not a good spot for John to be bluffing. So, I'll open this up to you guys. What should Mike's sizing be on the river?
I'd probably go pretty hefty, especially after seeing him calling off with like ace high and
queen
high
high
correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But Mike can't really see that either.
Right.
So, I'd love to see a hefty sizing.
He might be just calling, which I'm not a... Oh, there we go. I was going to say, I'm not a fan of that. There we go.
So these guys, they may have friends who will tell them about the hands from the stream or whatever 30 minutes late, but they have to wait till break to do that. So they haven't seen any of the things that we've seen unless they've been tabled.
I was going to say around 6.
Yeah, and if you guys are wondering about chip denominations, pinks are 100, greens are 25Ks, and I believe orange is a 5K, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I never had many orange chips.
Didn't make it to the green chip level.
Okay, so...
All right, there's the chip counts again. Nobody really short. Mike's keeping his big lead. Sorrell's plenty comfortable.
188 big blinds. Holy moly.
When we say nobody's short, but the 35 to 45 situation, every pot means a lot when you have 30 to 40 big blinds.
All right, Stephen with Queen 9 here.
Olivier shows some restraint, gives up the 10-4 suited on the button, and Sorrell has ace-king in the big blind. What a player Olivier is, huh?
Yeah. Sometimes you just know.
Yep. It's a good time for like a game flow decision to fold the 10-4 suited on the button too. You open the last one and probably one before that, so let's give one up just to keep some credibility.
Yeah, game flow is an interesting thing because there's no real like proof. I feel like a lot of people doesn't even exist.
Yeah, not a tangible thing, but just in your opponent's minds, if you raise 3 hands in a row, the fourth one is less credible, and fourth one out of the last 1,000. But it's still a big part of poker.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at John smiling. He's having a great time.
Yeah, absolutely.
This final table has actually been much chattier. I can't hear them, but it seems from just the looks and everyone, it's been much chattier than a normal final table, I feel like. Which is cool.
Yeah, the relaxed atmosphere is always cool. It makes things go faster.
Yeah. That whole having fun thing is pretty awesome, huh?
Poker is fun.
It's tough when there's real money on the
I
line,
know,
you know?
right?
All right, Liv here with eights. Going up. And I don't think you'll get any takers.
So Steven and John are both from here, right? I think.
I think so.
And Mike and Olivia, I think, are both from New Jersey.
I think Mike doesn't live in Vegas now?
Oh, maybe he does. That makes sense.
I think he might live in Vegas now. I think he just plays cash in Vegas.
I think I just play with him in New Jersey every time, Borgata. Sorrell's a Vegas guy too, right?
Yeah, originally from Toronto. Probably in Vegas now. Mike originally from New York. And currently in Vegas.
I haven't played with Mike very much, but I've heard he's very, very good.
He's playing well at this final table, too. John, up to 80,000. Mike, probably thinking about a 3-bet here. Yes, he is. Looks like he wants to go to 220.
The pain of having to fold 7-8 suited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hate it.
That does not feel good.
I'm pretty sure we're not going to see a fold here. I don't know what we are going to see. Whoa. Oh, too pretty. Looked back at it. Going to be a call.
This is kind of exactly what we talked about before, where, you know, if you're snap doing things before and then you need time to think about them later, you're really helping your opponents define your range. And I know it's, you know, not a very fair expectation to have of someone at their first major final table, but it's just tough. You know, you're facing a bunch of professionals. You really give away a lot when you wear the strength of your hand on your face. Okay, and it is 9, 5, 3, 2 hearts and a spade on the flop. So pretty good texture here for Mike's 5-4.
Do these guys get 15 or 20-minute breaks on FT?
Probably 15.
Okay.
Mike checks back the flop.
I feel like in Mike's shoes, I'd probably just bet small and anticipate winning a lot. And if if John comes over the top, I would just fold. Like, I don't really.
Yeah.
Your pair is pretty vulnerable, and we do see him get turned here. Well, I feel like I would check back second pair more when I'm less likely to get turned and less likely to get bluffed out on the flop. So check on the turn.
Now, how is that different than when he had the 5-7 and it came Queen 10-7 and he checked back? You guys both liked it at that point.
That was a single raised pot. I think that John's range was a lot wider at that point, and I don't know. I think 5's a really vulnerable pair, and that there's just more out there to win, and that I don't know.
Okay,
I think it's a little different.
Lot different. Yeah.
Queen of spades, jack of spades, gives him a pair of queens. Pair of queens, the queens on the top.
So,
I personally like betting in both spots just because there's a lot of money out there. Just protect the equity that's out there, you know.
I'll say this: I like betting in both spots more than I like checking in both spots. So had he bet the 7 there, I think that would be fine. Against most players, I wouldn't do it, but against John, I think there's plenty of reason to do it.
Yeah.
Do you think John's kind of guy still going to float Queen Jack high there too?
No, I think he's just going to full flop at 9-5-3. And that's actually not a terrible flop for him to float because he's got a backdoor spade draw. He's got backdoor straight draw. If he calls that flop, I don't think that Mike can barrel him very successfully.
Yeah.
But I just don't think that John is the guy who only partially connects with the flop and then starts thinking, okay, what am I going to do turn, river, and I'm going to get this guy on these runouts. Like, that's not really his game plan here today. So Sorrell raising it up with King 10. Mike.
Deuce King 10. There will be blood.
Call. Yeah.
Who are you rooting for, Scott?
Well, I want to turn 10 and a river deuce. Does that answer your question? Just kidding.
John comes along with King 7. And nobody really finds anything on Jack 8-3, 2 diamonds.
Deciding when to bet into 2 opponents is always kind of
very
interesting
difficult.
Too.
Yeah.
This board is pretty uncoordinated, but the 2 diamonds plus that brings in some gut shots and stuff, so you might get a lot of people going to the turn if you do. You might have somebody going to the turn too often to bet that flop, but in this case,
Sorrell goes for it.
Goes for it and wins.
I think that's a pretty reasonable spot to go for it, though, because Mike can't get too creative with you, with John still behind.
Yep.
But John's going to have a really wide range, and Jack 8-3 with Diamond, you're going to be able to bluff him out on some runouts. Like, you have some relevant blockers there. So
yeah, you have good backdoors.
Yeah.
Too. I like that.
Wasn't there 2 diamonds and he had the king of diamonds too?
He had the 10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
There's also just a lot of good turn cards too.
Exactly.
I just realized we have more equity on the turn. I get to barrel more.
Yeah, I like it. So deep.
Everyone's so happy. I wonder if there's someone like on the rail just in all Robin stuff. Batman and Robin, dude. There's like just a guy just like in all Robin stuff. Like if he's married, if his wife's on the road in a Robin shirt, that'd be sick. My head's in the game, trust me.
Steven opens the ace-8 off.
Over to Sorrell with an ace-deuce. Sorrell makes the call. And 8-9-8, so all Steven.
It's a pretty acceptable flop for ace-8. Like, pretty okay, yeah?
Pretty good.
Checks it back. 4 of clubs on the turn.
Do you like the check back there?
I think it's very close because it's a somewhat coordinated board, and it kind of hits your opponent's big blind defend range.
Yep.
But I don't know.
I also think it's the kind of board that someone like Sorrell is going to expect you to
bet very frequently, right?
At an extremely high frequency.
That's
so I
just
think
it.
when you check and bet turn,
Right.
you actually look so
Stronger.
much stronger than if you just barrel.
Yeah.
A line that I've seen a bit lately and just in general is like betting these connected boards on the flop and you just have it like half pot sizing, check and turn, and then betting river again. I haven't seen it happen a lot lately, actually.
Somebody like Sorrell can check raise bluff this flop somewhat often as well.
for sure.
He's going to defend some hands that play better as a check raise than they do as a check call.
Looks like he's going for a check raise here.
I think he check called. I'd be very surprised if he check raised his turn. 10 on the river.
For a little deeper, I'll want to make sure I bet this flop just in case you did cooler someone. If they do have a really good hand, you can get all of the chips in. If you let a street go, you only get 2 streets against whatever hand that was, whatever other big hand, like ace 9 or something.
Steven's body language is actually very interesting too.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, on that hand, he did a few different things. Like on the river when he bet, he was actually bobbing his knees so like violently, he was actually shaking his shoulders a little bit.
Oh wow!
Yeah. He's doing this thing.
That's a good one. Happy feet.
Yeah.
I think that's an old tell from Mike Caro's book.
You're right, yeah. I know a few people who believe that the feet are very honest because they're generally not exposed at the table, and so a little more of your tension comes out.
Yeah.
I don't know how much validity that theory has, but I know some people, some pros who believe that to be true.
Interesting.
Gonna give the bouncing knee fake tell from now on.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Next time we're gonna have to like this. Shaking both knees at the same time.
Olivier raises Jack 10, now with Mike, holding 10-3 suited in the big. It's a pretty bad hand, but Mike doesn't quite want to fold it, and Olivier is 5th in chips. I think there's at least a small chance that Mike 3-bets him here. Yep. And it should work this time.
That's pretty sick.
Just leveraging the stack size.
Also, he has like one of those pretty good hands that doesn't really like calling. Sometimes he can flop a draw and gives him an opportunity to barrel. Like I probably am more likely to do this with maybe like 10-6 suited or like 9-5 suited, but I think 10-3 suited is a totally fine hand to do this with. And there's also just like some game flow going on.
Do you think that the hand actually even matters?
A little bit, yes, because you are going to be flatted some percent of the time and want to be able to flop equity that can barrel on multiple streets. But I think it doesn't matter as much in this particular spot as the meta, the history, the stack sizes. It's just one piece of the puzzle. So the big blind 3-bet light does work for Mike. It's also something that if you haven't been 3-betting out of the big blind, it looks so credible. Like people really just don't 3-bet light very much out of the big.
Yep, if you haven't done it much, you can definitely get away with it a little more.
I remember when people started to really size down their raises and we all shifted towards calling out of the big, I just had this moment where I was like, wow, I almost never, ever 3 out of the big without a big hand anymore. And I asked some pros about this. I was like, hey, I've realized that I've probably got this exploitable pattern in my play. Like, which type of hand should I be 3-betting out of the big blind and what kind of scenarios? And I was like, get me a little sharper here. Sorrel here with 10-7 suited, raises it up.
Did the people you were talking about have a quick answer? Or were they like, oh yeah, I don't either?
No, they were like, here are the type of hands that you should probably be 3-betting in these kind of scenarios. And yeah, it was a lot of like suited gapping hands or like small suited connectors. The kind of things you do see people 3-bet bluff out of the big blind with, but they helped elaborate on what kind of scenarios I should be looking for as well. I like this 3-bet too. You know, A6 suited, again, right on the cusp of hands that aren't quite good enough to flat, but still play really well. Unfortunately for Mike here, Steven has woken up behind him and has a pretty natural 4-bet. I think he'll probably just go all in.
Yeah, it's kind of a big stack to just put all in, but
I don't know what else.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't really like 4-bet and induce anybody to rip worse than ace-queen. But your hand is just too good, so. You also kind of want to fold out pairs. Like, you don't want to flip to see if you finish in 5th. There we go. Nice hand.
Steve has declared himself all in.
Oh, I think everybody played that hand well.
Yeah, he just picked up a good chunk of his stack, too.
So things settling down for the moment here, as our chips have kind of evened out. We don't have a really clear short stack anymore like we did when Steven was down to about 20 blinds.
Yeah,
Olivier's chipped up. John had that big double up with ace-jack against 10s. And Mike and Sorrel continue to cruise.
You just put the graphic up there. There's 5 left of 421 players that started this thing. It's 409 last year, so it's getting a little bigger. A little more commitment to satellites, which is cool.
I feel like from a visual perspective, when you're watching poker, like live poker purely, one of the things that used to make it so exciting was just seeing heaps of chips on the table. Like guys just had massive stacks. And now I feel like so many tournaments you see like guys have like we color up chips so fast and so well now. There's so much. It looks like there's so much less on the table than there actually is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right that they used to be just mountains in front of people. Yeah.
I mean, mountains are a little too much sometimes, but I feel like right now with how it's not as visually appealing as it could be, right?
That sounds
not
especially
as
to the recreational players.
Not as visually appealing, but certainly more convenient for us pros.
Way better for the players.
Yeah,
and that's
it
what
goes faster.
Yeah, it's just a random thing I was thinking about.
Are you guys shocked that Sorrel raised 6-2 suited on the cutoff, but then didn't c-bet this flop? Like, is this one of those cases where and Olivier really, he's really with it with Sorrel. He's just like, oh, you want to check this back? I check again. I'm just surprised. That's normally a board that people just kind of auto c-bet. Perhaps Sorrel, sensing that some of these boards are such obvious c-bets against another pro, wants to do the delayed c-bet as we discussed, and that's what he's attempting here. And Olivier anticipated the delayed c-bet and checked him twice with trips.
That was really sharp. Because if it was a check back with showdown value, Olivier could bet expecting to get called a lot on the turn. So. I mean, this is probably call and check again, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Now, do you think Sorrel barrels rivers he doesn't river a pair with?
I think maybe a hand, maybe a card like an ace or a queen, but I doubt we're gonna get a bet here.
Without trying to look at the cards, I would actually hope to see one, to be honest.
Yeah.
You just have no showdown value at all whatsoever. You just know you're always losing.
Yeah.
So I feel like you should be betting here if you're betting turn.
You have to try to get Olivier off of something that he called on the turn with. It's not as easy though.
Yeah.
And Sorrel feels good about that check, but Olivier should feel very good about his turn check.
It doesn't ever really feel good to check with no showdown value. You're just giving someone a pot. Exactly. This is yours.
Yeah.
Well, there were no draws for him to call with or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to get him off of a 3 or an 8 or ace high, I guess.
Yeah. I think we're trying to bet to get like a 3 to fold, right? Probably doesn't have too many 3s in his range anyways, though, because he did just defend, right?
Yeah.
Sorrel right back in action with a7 suited. Over to Mike with a6 suited. So we saw him 3-bet this hand a couple of hands ago when he was in the small blind. And now on the cutoff, just going to call. Steven out. Olivier will also be out. And John is out as well. So has the flop with almost identical hands.
All black.
But it is Sorrel who connects.
kind of be surprised if Mike just gives this up.
Yeah, he would never do so if there was a club out there. It's kind of close here, but I think you're right that he'll peel one. Yes, he will.
Mike calls the 125,000 when we go to the turn. That turn card is the deuce of hearts.
I wouldn't be surprised if Searle just bets again. Like, there's quite a few draws that he could have. Then again, he's going to c-bet that board pretty wide and then also check fold the turn. He wants to have some hands in his range that can go check call instead. You can see Searle thinking about this because it is kind of close. Guys, what do you prefer?
Really don't know. I think if you think Mike is going to float enough, then check call is probably better.
255,000.
Well, that's 255,000.
It seems like the way Mike's been pretty active, and you know he is a chip leader. They've been playing together for a long time, so he's probably got a pretty good feel of Mike's game now.
I think I like Searle's bet just because I have so many hands in my range that want to bet this turn. Hearts and diamonds and 8-6 and sometimes like 8-9. So I just kind of think we need to find a few hands in our value betting range. You don't have a ton of fives, and it's just kind of like, well, pairs and a 7. Anyway, our players are on break. We're still 5-handed. We'll be coming back in about 15 minutes. See you all then.
At ClubWPT.com, you can have fun playing poker with your friends and even win real cash and prizes. Experience the excitement of the World Poker Tour. Play fun, exciting poker at ClubWPT.com today.
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Mike, there must be somewhere to get clear answers to poker questions that we all have.
Well, Vince, there is, and it's easy. Just go to learnwpt.com.
Do you wonder how some players on the World Poker Tour win so often?
He did it!
At LearnWPT.com, we'll teach you to win more whether you're new to the game or you've been playing for years. Never be left wondering if you should raise, call, or fold again.
There's a right way and a wrong way to play poker. Go to learnwpt.com. Think like a pro.
I think he's going for raising chips.
How much does he have total there? Like 1 point?
I think he's 5th in chips.
2?
1.2 seems about right to me.
I think he's 5th. And while Olivier is, a fair bit shorter than him, I guess if he's just bluffing with ace-jack, which is totally fine, a lot of players do, that's sweet. It just kind of sucks when you're 5th in chips, there's a guy who's 6th well behind you, and then you open yourself to getting blown off your hand against one of the chip leaders. Conversely, some people just want to bluff ace-jack pre-flop and then get away from it.
Yeah.
I'm just not quite sure what his intention is.
I think it's a little simpler. It's probably just, this is probably the best hand. I'm going to re-raise.
Yeah. I would assume that Connor will call here. could be wrong, but I don't think he's going to try and like play for stacks pre-flop against John.
He might if he senses that frustration you're talking about. He might want to just play for stacks instead.
John's had 45 blinds though. Like,
that is a lot.
It's a decent amount against a guy you don't really expect to launch it in there pre, like that light on a 5-bet. Conversely, you don't have to go too much higher than 10s before I'm like, yeah, of course we should be 4-betting. So, again, I'm curious to see which route Connor decides to take here.
John looks like a guy who's just ready to put it in right now.
Yeah, from a like sort of emotional state read, you might be right about that. And so maybe the move is just to 4-bet and shrug call if he rips.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot for Connor. Playing 10s out of position is not easy either.
Especially against Batman. That makes it even harder.
And Connor just shoves. There you see, John started his hand with like 45 blinds.
I like the shove more than a smaller re-raise.
Yeah, I don't think John's like 3-betting 9s and then 5-bet ripping them as much as he is with like an ace queen or.
Olivier is so happy right now.
Yeah,
you might get him to fold ace jack and ace queen this way, which is good for you.
Yes, it is. Well, I certainly would not call in John's position now. Ace jack's just not a strong enough hand here. 45 blinds is a lot, and then there of course are ICM considerations to make here. Uh-oh.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah. He could very well end up winning this, though.
Yeah,
this is a best-case scenario for him. And you were right, Tyler, that he was just kind of ready to go for it.
No, for sure.
So here we are. Classic race situation for a whole bunch of chips at a final table. Queen ace-6, so there's an ace on the flop for John.
45 big blinds in pre with ace-jack. Holy moly.
Spot.
7 of diamonds on the turn. Connor needs a 10 on this river. No, and so John scores the crucial double up here. He's going to go up to about 90 blinds.
Big change in the dynamic of this table now.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Connor was cruising. Now John's going to get some confidence back. He's going to start wielding his stack again.
Mm-hmm.
1,245,000.
That was quite a big pot. There you go. Half of Connor's stack on.
Speaking of ace-jack, guys, how about this hand with Pat Lyons yesterday? You guys hear about this
Please,
hand?
were either of you present for it?
I was top in the world at playing short stacks for sure.
Absolutely. Olivier's so good.
Okay. I think he has one of those decisions right now. Yeah, I like this. Sees around 15-ish blinds, and on the button, Queen 10 is a shove. Ooh,
this
Connor.
This is real interesting.
Connor, and what sucks for Connor here is he doesn't have 2+ million in chips anymore. He would have to call off like half a stack here.
Yeah.
This is why it's such a sick shove with Queen 10.
Yeah. If you just open here, Connor is going to punish you. But when you shove, you push a better hand into a really difficult spot.
Isn't John in the big blind here too?
Yes.
That also makes the shove like super sick from Olivier because he knows Connor has like maximum pressure because John just called off 45 with ace jack.
Right. It's kind of funny, but John just made that big call with ace jack, and yet I would still anticipate that he's not going to call wide enough facing a button shove.
I think so too.
I agree.
I recently played with Isaac Barron, who used to play. He used to be one of the best in the world online, and this is what.
Whoa!
This is why they're. This is why they're the best in the world.
Oh my goodness!
So hard. Oh my God! They run into John's jacks. Oh my goodness! But putting it in there from Connor is really tough to do.
Yeah,
that's really tough to do. With
wow,
King
this
Jack
could be
and
a double.
Spot.
This is I guess could be the double KO.
Wow.
For John.
People like Sorrel right now and Mike are just like, oh my God, please.
How is Steven feeling?
Yeah,
oh, there's a queen on the flop. Queen 10-3. Oh my goodness, jacks are in terrible shape now. So Olivier way out in front, but Connor all of a sudden very live, and John essentially drawing dead in this hand. John could still eliminate Connor if the board bricks out here. It's a queen, and so Olivier will fill up, but John will eliminate Connor. And in a strange twist of fate, our 4th place chip stack ends up being our 6th place finisher, while the 6th place chip stack doubles up. So triples up.
Wow.
Triples up. So Connor Drinnan, who played a really great final table here for his brief duration and had a bunch of chips minutes ago, eliminated in 6th place for 52,000.
Man, I just want to see him play more hands. That was
He was playing really well.
Yeah.
He was playing really well, and sometimes crappy things happen in poker tournaments, and that's a perfect case of it. You lose the big flip.
Hey, there's Pat Lino, so the airport is it's an easy, quick in and out from here.
It's actually a beautiful area too.
Yeah, it's really nice. There's nearby wine country. There's played golf the other day on a really nice course. This hotel actually has a course that they own, or the tribe owns both, called Whitney Oaks, and it's really nice.
Steven here with a decision to make. I think in his position I would probably shove. I'm not thrilled about it, but I just think that John might not call off wide enough.
He's in the big blind.
Oh, he's in the big blind. He can just call too. Actually, I think I might just call. I don't know. You can go either way, really.
I don't think John's opening hand that he's folding to 20 big blind shove.
Yeah, I think I still shove King Queen suited just because it's just too damn good not to at 20 blinds. But King Jack's right on that borderline where we can elect to take a lower variance route against somebody we don't expect to put us in too many tough spots post.
85. That's 85,000.
85,000.
85 and a snap call from John.
John calls 85.
John's definitely feeling it. He's back on top of the world.
Yeah. Now Steven doesn't have that much more than pot. Yep, there we go. I was going to say, I thought he might just go for the shove. And, yeah, if ever you were going to shove against somebody and try and get max value, when you only have a little more than pot, and when you're basically saying, I have a king or nothing, it seems like a pretty good spot to go for it. And John here, considering calling with just ace high, there's really not that many misdraws out. So I would not be a fan. Again, I'm staring at a king in the face, but I don't really know what you're hoping for Steven to show up with as a busted draw.
Pretty big punt.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
So he's thinking he has maybe 10-jack, queen-jack type of hand, I guess?
I mean, you have one of the 10s, too.
Yeah.
This is just not a good way to spend chips.
Honestly, though, having John at this table makes the action, or makes the final table so much more interesting.
For sure it does.
When someone at the table is playing just blasting like this, it changes the dynamic.
In every hand, there's a split second where Lady Luck shows up for a quick dance. Will she play coy or be a charmer in spades? No, I think I'd rather get the royal treatment. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
When you put on a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses, the world begins to look different. Colors are more vivid. Contrast is clearer. Details are crisper. Wherever your vision leads you, beauty follows. With polarized lenses that eliminate glare and enhance color, Maui Jim sunglasses won't change the world. They'll change the way you see it. Color, clarity, detail. Maui Jim.
Do you want to flip coins or play cards?
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to playwpt.com. Stop playing nonsense and start playing poker. At playwpt.com, the chips don't come easy, so every hand matters. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up against 3 or 4 opponents. That's not poker.
That's right. Play anytime, day or night. There's always a seat open. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
Whatever the whim, you'll find it. A sign of utter enjoyment. The mark of a truly rewarding experience. Discover all the benefits of Thunder Rewards, including 5% back on everything, only at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Everyone starts with the same number of chips. Everyone has the same chance to win. The cars don't care if you're a pro or an amateur. Sean Jazzy has done it. It's how you play that matters. Put your game to the test at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown and see if you have what it takes to become our next WPT champion. Go to WPT.com for information on how you can claim your seat.
First time? Yeah. First time what? Playing in
final table, this type of tournament. I free rolled all the way into this thing. I actually didn't pay anything to win my seat.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So how did you
I play at Livermore Casino, and so they have a points thing. So I did well enough one of the 3 months to where I got to play in the tournament. 40 players, top 4 get a seat, and in this, and so I can play this, and here I'm at the final. So I'm in. I'm on a zero. I'm on a free roll.
That's hey, that's
a good way to be in.
Right.
And then it's my first final at this type of this kind of money. I mean,
maybe it won't be the last.
I hope not. Yes.
Let's turn up the night. Let's turn up the night.
I wanted one hand. I got. Yeah.
All right, welcome back to our Rolling Thunder WPT Final table. Coming to you from Thunder Valley Casino Resort, just outside of Sacramento, technically in Lincoln, California. 5 players remain. We are about to play 20,000, 40,000 with a 5K ante. And I'm guessing that it's a little cold in there because we're seeing some sweaters around the table.
Yeah, they changed.
Yeah.
We got a jacket. We got
no more Batman. Well, we got the Batman hat.
Little bat.
But let's cover that up. Olivier got a sweater on as well.
I wonder, the jacket that John is wearing has a little logo, a little card room logo. I wonder if that's from the sister property. So Thunder Valley has a sister property that he won a satellite in for free to get into this tournament, or maybe to get into a single table satellite or a super satellite, and then he won that to get into this tournament.
And then final table.
And then final table. So Mike's in on $0.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Or not Mike.
I feel like that's like a WPT thing.
John, sorry.
What, getting in for $0?
No, like I feel like I've heard like several WPT stories over the years of someone like winning a satellite for $10.
Yeah.
And then just binking.
Well, you can also do it on Club WPT.
Yeah,
Let's give them a plug.
Yep, you absolutely can. All right, Steven here with Jack 10.
Didn't that happen at Aussie Millions this year too? The kid that won.
Yep.
Won a free roll.
Yes, that's If it wasn't like a free roll, it was something really small.
Yeah,
it was just kind of like a guy who never expected to be there. All right, John has a sweet hand here. He's got King Queen suited. He will make the call.
Didn't put much thought into 3-betting there. Just decided I'm going to call and play this hand.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think that's fine.
Those sunglasses are the most reflective sunglasses I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you better be careful with those.
Yeah.
You know, he's peeking at, especially because he does the two-handed pure eye. Like he could really end up showing his opponents.
Yeah,
that's true.
I could see the flop through his glasses from the TV. I can't read it, but.
Okay, and a snap call.
Whoa!
So we've talked before
Emphatic
a little bit about
call.
his timing tells. 4 clubs in the turn. Be a pretty bad beat for Steven if it was like turn 10. You know, he's just going to end up losing a bunch.
That's an interesting emphatic snap call because usually when players do that, it's like a hey, don't bluff me, kid. I have something.
Yeah.
So they usually do have a small piece of the board, some kind of middle pair, bottom pair kind of a thing. It's not usually a draw like this.
Oh, I would not like it if John called this turn now. Yeah. He just doesn't quite have enough of a hand here out of position. And I don't think he gets paid that well on a king or a queen. A 5 is the result instead. And I'm really hoping he doesn't bet. Oh, no! Oh, man. Oh, John. And Steven's going to think for a little bit and then call.
Yeah, I think so.
He's going to be down to about 500K after this hand.
Yeah. There we are. Well, that's a shame. There were definitely some options available for John if he wanted to try and win that pot. I think check raising the flop is a perfectly fine play. You're going to be able to barrel so many turns. If you really want to get creative, you could check raise the turn. I don't like it as much as the flop, but you could do it. But I certainly do not like the decision to call turn, lead river after every draw misses. That's twice now we've seen John bet rivers when many draws out there, all of them missed and the board paired. And this is kind of an education in why you don't bet those spots.
Yeah.
You're going to get called, you know. If your opponent has any showdown value, you're going to get called. And that's what we've seen happened for John twice so far at the small table, and those pots have been very crucial in costing him an opportunity to run up a stack here. So he now finds himself in 5th place.
It's so much nicer to make a bluff when you still have more cards to come.
Yeah.
Also.
Live here with pocket 3s.
Raise 85,000.
John with a snap call on 9-8 suited. Sorrel out with king 9, and Mike with king 6 going with flop.
Calls 85,000.
Okay.
These hands like king 6 for Mike here, like a hand that doesn't play very well multi-way, but you're just getting a great price. So you guys always flicking it in when the spots?
It's close, and I think a lot of it has to do with John being on the button.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Pretty good turn for John here. He now has a pair, a straight draw, and a flush draw, and he's just going to rip it. He ripped like 2x pot there. Well, he's going to win. He has the best hand. He's going to win. That's one way to do it, and actually that might, I don't know, that'll probably fold out some jacks, right?
I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable play to make there.
Yeah.
So John will take that one down.
A little shot of the cup in the background there.
Lives out. John with king queen suited again.
I don't think he wants to lose with this hand again. I think he's going to try really hard to win this spot.
Well, Steven's going to go to a flop with him here. All right. So John in the dominating position here.
Hey, the blinds went up. I forgot about that. So the stacks are all a little smaller than they were.
Something for everyone on queen 10-9.
I think
120,000.
I think Steven will call once and then shut down if he doesn't improve. Eight on the turn. Puts forward to a straight out. Check, check. And a 5 of clubs on the river.
One thing John has going for him is after showing the queen 10 call, the queen high call, and the ace high call, he's probably not going to have to face too many bluffs and spots like this anymore.
Yeah.
Do you think these guys have people talking to him about the stream?
I think some of them do. Actually, I've encountered before, it can be tricky to find somebody who's willing to watch the stream and feed you hands all day. You're basically asking somebody to work for free for hours.
Yeah.
So it can be a little bit tough at times. You know, people have their lives going on. You know, certainly if you have a backer or somebody who bought a percentage of you, it's pretty easy to get that person to sit down and do this. But, you know, many times you would think, okay, these guys are pros. They definitely have somebody lined up to watch the stream. Well, you might only know, like, half a dozen people that are, like, responsible and on the ball enough that you would actually assign that job to. And many of them might be playing a tournament themselves. They might be busy that day. They might not want to work for free. Fill in the blank. So they probably have somebody feeding them info, but I also wouldn't shock me if the case was no.
That sounds right. Yeah, I mean, I'm always thinking that their pros are going to know somebody, but that totally makes sense.
Yeah.
I feel like when it's on a live stream, though, it's actually much easier just because you can call someone from Vegas, for example, with your mic and have them
Yep.
in your hands. So.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be somebody on hand.
Yeah. And I actually feel like if that was me, I would prefer that to just have a bunch of texts to just read through on the break rather than
trying to get it bit by bit.
Yeah, easier to retain the information that way. But that's different for everyone. Some people need to hear things rather than read things, right?
No, I'm saying like even if you had somebody texting you the hands, it's not always easy to find somebody who will actually hunker down, watch the stream for hours, and then text you all of these hands. That's actually the tricky part, really.
Yeah.
Oddly, especially if you have 100% of yourself.
Yeah.
Because then there's nobody out there who's incentivized to do that for you. I think most pros still find somebody, but
I feel like not often do people actually have 100% of themselves.
Correct. That's
swaps.
Yeah, between swaps and selling and satellites, it's definitely a misconception that people have big pieces or 100% of themselves in these events when they often don't. And the higher in stakes a tournament you're watching, the less likely it is that people have 100% of themselves, or even like over 80.
Yeah.
Like here with Ace Queen.
Steven's contemplating a 3-bet there.
What do you have?
Jack 9 off. Or he was at least...
Here comes John.
Maybe he was setting it up for a future 3-bet for value. Looks like John just called from the... Oh, he did 3-bet.
No, this could be a get it in.
Yeah, he did 3-bet, and I'm sure he's going with it.
Yeah, this could just be a get it in here for John. I don't know, though. If you're Mike, do you just want to get it in here?
If you're Mike, you're probably kind of confused because John hasn't done very much 3-betting, right?
Exactly.
It's a tough spot.
That's why I feel like it's actually a really tough spot for Mike. But
you saw him 3-bet call off Ace Jack, but that was like an emotional play. Yep, and Mike just... Wow. Huh. This is,
Another big spot for John.
Another huge flip for him.
This is a great spot for John.
Yeah, this is
what he talked about. This is essentially, this is essentially what he wanted to be doing. Is getting a bunch of money in pre-flop. All right, and 10-8 deuce on the flop. Safe so far, but some backdoor draws for Mike to the spades and the straight.
A big swing in the tournament.
Yeah. 3 of spades, and it's going to be interesting going to the river. It's just about a 2-1 favorite now. Will he hold up? He will.
Wow.
Pocket sixes for John will double up, back around 2.5 million.
Another big flip.
Though, I think he did that actually pretty much perfectly. Like when you're when you're 5-handed, everyone's just good. Just rip the variance for yourself.
Just go for it. Yeah, when you're especially if you're in John's position and you can tell, okay, I'm the least experienced player at this table. Get the money in pre-flop.
Yeah.
That is your best strategy.
Yeah, well, I dodged a bunch of bullets there. He's got this.
Yeah, it's great when people can't outplay you.
This is a good shot of those reflective glasses. You
Yeah.
got stacking up the chips and shipping the. You can see the dealer working in it. It was pretty great.
Usually, if somebody wears sunglasses to a final table, there's the old pro in me is come on, brah. But when somebody like John wears it to the final table, I actually think it's very practical. Like we've already seen him give off some fairly clear tells, and I think it's somewhat likely that concealing his face and his being is going to be helpful to him. So I think he was very smart to wear the sunglasses today.
Back in third.
Back in third. There you go.
Bringing the heat.
While I don't like sunglasses, I also don't like playing against people who are wearing sunglasses as often. So I hate to say it, but I think they are a little bit practical.
I know some people that I have a friend that's very, very good that has told me a few times like I'm an idiot for not wearing sunglasses because I have blue eyes too. I've been told specifically like I'm just dumb for not.
Because you have blue eyes?
I don't know that your eye color has anything to do with it.
They're a little bit more see-through. You can see your soul a little better.
For sure.
You think that lighter colored eyes are more
It's
expressive?
It's easier to see pupils and stuff.
Okay.
Lighter color eyes.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
And if you're playing with a bunch of really, really, really sick bosses.
Your pupils are just going to be dilated the whole time. They're going to be jazzed up. The opposite. I don't know how it works.
Raise 100K.
Whoa. Now he's really feeling it. Opening the 8-3 suited, huh?
He's the kind of guy that'll ride his heater.
Yeah.
I like it.
This makes the final table so much fun, though, man.
So much more interesting.
Where's Pat Lyons?
So much. Oh, yeah, that's the flop right there. He snap checks it.
He snap checks it.
Beautiful.
Open it 3-8 suited. Flop it. 8 of diamonds.
Red 8. Oh, man. We both wanted it so bad. People in the chat are like, you're being mean to John. Meanwhile, I'm rooting for him so hard, you have no idea.
It's true.
Anytime a recreational player who's not a total asshole makes one of our final tables, that's who I want to win. Seriously.
Yeah.
That's who I want to win. It's a much better story. And, like, when a pro wins money in a poker tournament, that's money that's removed from tournament poker circulation. That's not coming back, you know? We're not getting more money out of Olivier. Whereas if a casual player wins one of these, even though they might know, okay, I'm probably not winning in these if I play them all the time, like, they had such a good experience and they all have a bunch of money, they're going to go and fire it in there. It's a better story. It's more exciting for them.
Look, he's laughing to himself about that one.
He's like, yeah, got him. I love the way he's positioned his chips, too. So he's got, like, this, like, square little fortress. Like, guards go in the middle. Don't mess with me. And you can just tell he's had the time of his life, which is awesome. You're supposed to.
That,
like,
too.
How many WPT final tables have you made, Tony?
5.
5? Tyler?
3, I think.
How many WPTs do you think you've played?
Lots. Dozens.
Yeah,
I don't know.
At least for me.
I'm going to put an over-under at 75.
So 75 final tables. That's just like, this might be John's first major WPT. I don't know if he put that on a sheet or whatever.
I think he said he had played 4.
Okay, 4, you said 4. So he's played 4, made a final table. Like, you're supposed to be having the time of your life right now.
Yeah.
Like, most people never make a WPT final table ever.
Of course,
right?
Yeah, he's been playing poker for 35 years, and he's played 4 WPTs.
And I feel like people get in these spots, and they let the pressure, like, kind of overwhelm them sometimes. In reality, it's like, just have fun. Like, this is why you play the tournament, was to get here and have this experience. Like, money is great and amazing, but if you're a recreational player, the experience is what makes it, right?
Yes, exactly. And the recreational players are the only ones who can really justify it that way. Because, look, I know as a professional, we want to be, like, relaxed at the table. But my feeling is, okay, if this is what you're doing for a living, and a ton of your yearly results comes down to 1 or 2 final tables, you'd better be on your game. Like, you better not be just joking and laughing around and not paying attention and stuff. Like, you should. I'm all for having a positive demeanor, having, enjoying yourself at the table, but it shouldn't be the priority.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
But for someone like John, it should probably
100%. 100%.
This is like an experience that you take for the next 30, 40 years, right? And just tell everyone. About that time I crushed everyone's souls.
Made a WPT final table and outflipped them all!
That guy Sorrel Mizzi thought he was good, and I opened 3-8 and flopped the flush.
Yeah.
All the fun and none of the responsibility. Yeah, oh man, you go there and spoil them. Like, well, we don't take them to those movies. This is what we're going to.
I turned the table sounds up so I can hear them now, and John is just talking about his grandkids and his kids and stuff.
Really?
It's really
Yeah, it's awesome.
This is great. Everybody's interested too.
Yeah.
Good table.
Look, he's got Olivier laughing. I didn't know that was possible. I didn't know Olivier knew how to smile. Look, he's still smiling. Oh my God, something weird happening right now.
He is pretty intense at the table.
He is. played c-bet by Steven here?
No, he called a bet on the flop. I didn't see what happened pre-flop. But Mike bet the flop, and Steven called.
Do you like this bet on the turn? I don't know what we're getting to fold here.
You're not getting better to fold, but you just don't let cards come. You just win.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, then just, victory. So you did like it then?
Yeah, I mean, I like it just because there's a pot out there and you can scoop it up. You don't have to let the opponent let your opponent realize its equity, and you can do that with a really small bet, which is what that was. So
yeah.
This 185,000.
Might actually pay off now too. I think betting the turn makes him more likely to get called here.
yeah, that makes sense. I don't know what he called the bet on the flop with that is betting now that's worse than a 7.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have just been floating.
Yeah, exactly. Any new heads-up matches in Twitch chat, Tony?
No, actually, but there's a good question in there I'll pose after this hand finishes up.
Cool.
Yep, Mike will make the call.
Got 2 pairs.
So, the question in our Twitch chat was, who do you like this weekend between Kate Hall and Mike Dentale?
Oh, that's
For
fun.
those unfamiliar, they're going to play a best-of-3 heads-up sit-and-go match where the blinds double every hour, I want to say.
And they're 200 big blinds deep.
200 big blinds deep to start. And the current line is Kate is a 135 favorite.
I think Kate wins.
You think? Do you like her at that line? Let's discuss it as the line, because I think we all think that Kate is the better player.
Well, we don't. I mean, us three think that, but that's definitely not universally given. Like,
No,
there's plenty of people out there that think Mike Dentale is just a better player.
For sure. That said,
I'm dead serious
when
about
odds
that.
makers
There are
weigh,
plenty
no,
of
I believe
people
you, but I'm
who
saying
do
when
that.
odds makers weigh in, I'm generally going to believe them.
Yeah.
And say that is a fairish price for the match.
I think it is too. Yeah.
So let's say you were forced to bet $500 on it at 135. Which side would you take?
Kate.
I think it
Kate,
kind of.
snap call Kate.
I'm not sure about that structure. You said it doubles every hour. Are you sure about that?
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm fairly confident.
Okay, so doubling to 100, then 50 big blinds in 2 hours of heads up. I don't know. 135 is kind of a big price if it has to be over in 2.5 hours, basically 3 hours.
But it's best of 3.
They're playing best of 3, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd take Kate.
Take Kate?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's much edge in that at 135, but I would think if it was an unlimited structure or a great structure or something, she'd be a much bigger favorite.
I was inclined to go Dentale at 135. I do believe that Kate is the favorite. 135 seems like a lot, but conversely, I don't know. That's a lot of heads-up play, and I don't know. I think it's pretty tough at that price to choose a side. I was leaning Mike at that price.
So when this thing was proposed, do you think either of them have worked on heads-up games since?
I don't know.
The other thing is, too, is the people that Kate is surrounded by.
Yeah.
I think makes a big difference, because if Kate was to go work on heads-up, if she thought that was a thing she should do.
Yeah. She would be getting
Not
good
that Mike
advice.
doesn't know great poker players. I think that she has some friends that are extraordinarily good, right?
Yeah.
So I think she's more likely to get better input.
She seems more likely to take advice or coaching seriously.
That as well,
I
for
don't
sure.
I don't know if Mike thinks that would help his game very much.
I assume if Mike is putting his own money into this, he seems to think he's the favorite already.
He does.
You know,
yeah,
so
he does.
He might be one of those guys who just thinks he doesn't even need to practice for this.
That definitely seems like he is that kind of a guy based off experiences.
Yes, mine as well.
I think he's also looking forward to just sitting across the table and being confrontational with her.
Yeah. Actually, you posed an interesting question on Twitter last night, which is there anyone out there who, forget about the idea of being friends with both of them, but gets along pretty well with both of them? And I almost replied, but I'm just not very active on Twitter now. I do, actually. I get along with both.
Yeah.
You know, and part of it is it's my job to get along with almost everybody in poker. But I recognize why they are both such polarizing figures in poker.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense to me.
The funniest hand I've ever played in my life was against Dentali and Henry Tran in a PCA 2K event.
Those are two characters.
They were both to my direct right. It was those guys are hilarious. I sucked out on both of them, and they wanted to fight each other still. I won, and they were trying to fight each other. It was great.
That's pretty good. Hey, we
Did
got
you say Dentali and JC Tran?
No, Henry Tran.
Henry Tran.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll watch this.
We got a 3-bet.
And then I want to hear your story.
We got a 3-bet with a suited gapper from Steven here. He hasn't had enough chips to make plays like this for much of the final table, so now he finally does.
No, I like it a lot, actually.
Okay.
It's a great hand to do it.
Someone in the chat says that Kate got some coaching from Doug Polk, but I remember Doug Polk tweeting, just like today or yesterday, that he thought at that price that you should take Dentali. So I don't really know, and never sure how credible anything in a
I would be
chat
surprised
is.
if she got
coaching
from
from
Doug.
Exactly. So
I think it would be other people. Not that
I
Doug
agree.
wouldn't coach her, and Doug's great at heads up poker for sure.
Yeah. I don't see those two people as the ones really connecting over this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like Mike Dentali is. Mike Del Vecchio.
Going with the 4-ball.
Going with the 4-ball.
That's pretty sick.
That's pretty sick, and you know what? It's pretty nicely done here.
Is this Steven's first 3-bet too?
One of his first, but it's again one of those spots where now that Steven has chipped up, he's leveraging a lot of chips against him.
You can
with
see
this.
Mike's neck pulsating from here.
That's exactly what Steven's looking for too.
Yeah, look at Mike's neck right now. You can see his pulse just beating out of his body.
He's gone real small here.
If
Steven has 60 big blinds, and how much was the raise? It was from 310 to 585. Man.
No, 310 more to call.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say he might just
exactly.
He might just peel town it. I like Mike's idea. I think I just go a little bigger out of position.
Yeah.
I know. Again, I'm watching this guy clad him in position. But
I think I go a little bit bigger, and I think that I don't know if Mike realizes that he his pulse there, like if that's a thing, and if it is, I feel like not coming with like a scarf or a bigger collar or something is almost a mistake.
Don't you think you can also have the rapid pulse when you have a big hand, though? Like, doesn't excitement work both ways?
Definitely, but I think that once you figure out if someone was strong or light, I don't necessarily think it works both ways for every person.
Sure.
Props for Steven for going with it, too. This is pretty sick.
Wow, that's an interesting card.
Yes, it is.
Changes a lot of things.
Yeah, it is. What do you guys think of his decision to check back flop? I think it's close. I'm not sure what I do.
I think I prefer a bet, to be
I don't
honest.
like the check by Mike there at all.
Yeah, I don't like the check. Yeah, this is...
Checks.
This is one of those spots that's illuminating about why we choose certain hands to 4-bet light. Like, yeah, the spot was pretty good, and Queen 3 suited is not a very unreasonable hand to choose, but you also like to choose hands where if your opponent decides to flat you, it's easier for you to make draws that can barrel profitably, and like Queen 3 suited can't really do that. So I don't think it's like a totally ridiculous 4-bet, and I think the conditions were right for a pre-flop, but I do like to choose a slightly better hand.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting hand. Mike just decided to give up. He didn't like it. Didn't think the bets were going to work, so he just gave up.
I'm also a little surprised that Mike just checked flop. Right?
Yeah.
There's a diamond on the flop too. Like he can just turn a diamond and rip.
Yeah.
You know. And anytime that Steven has a really good pair pre-flop, he's not getting super tricky and flatting you. He can rip it.
With Steven's holding too. Like if he turns a diamond and rips, like Steven's not going to be excited about having that 10. He's honestly probably going to lay it down because of ICM, right? So especially with John at the table, like he really can't just call off there very easily.
I also think that on that particular run out, if it goes 10-6-6 with a diamond, Mike bets, Steven calls, turn ace of spades. Now Mike bets again. Yeah. Steven's life sucks, and he should almost never have an ace.
Exactly.
You know?
Raise to 100,000. Folds.
The good thing for Mike is even if that wasn't misstep, he has so many chips where he can afford to make a little misstep here and there in this table and reflect on it and learn. He's a really smart guy, so he will, right? He's gonna see that situation, think about the hand, and he won't make the same mistake twice if it was a mistake, right?
Yeah, and that's just it. You know, we're a few hours into play before we see Mike do something where we're debating if it was a mistake or not.
Exactly.
You know, so he's playing really well today.
Absolutely.
Check on this 10-9-8 flop. 5 on the turn. And a 7 on the river is going to make pocket sixes a straight.
What did he say?
So they don't feel like bluffing.
I don't feel like bluffing?
I think that's what he said.
Huh.
I mean, yeah, you don't. Bluffing's probably not a that good.
I don't feel like
thing to
bluffing
do
with
there.
ace queen high. Okay, that makes sense.
There was a way to win that thought.
$2 million in one cash.
What was that?
I don't know. That's pretty big cash.
Yeah.
For Sorrel?
Yeah.
What do you win $2 million in one?
I'll have a look for you guys.
Can't even come up with very many tournaments.
To have a $2 million first, right?
It's possible it wasn't first. It might have been like a one drop or something.
Yeah, that's my guess. Is something very high roller. I'm also guessing it was a little while ago.
I don't think he was second on the one drop. Arthur, I don't think he's got that high on the one drop, has he?
Here it is. He won the Guangdong Millions in 2013, which was a million Hong Kong buy-in, which is like 120K-ish US or something.
Okay.
He got third for $2 million.
Okay.
Wow.
Who won that?
Whoa! Mike just flopped a straight.
Wow.
It's a pretty acceptable flop.
But Olivier does not have much.
Heinecker.
Huh?
Olivier does have a backdoor flush draw.
Bets 160,000.
That's 160.
All in has been announced.
And that'll end that hand.
It's an interesting decision.
Yeah.
I don't know how much Olivier has. Like, I like it because it, it looks draw heavy. A board is draw heavy. He only has 17 big blinds. So
Still
yeah,
super relaxed.
Yeah.
Talk about a grizzled veteran.
Yeah, 7.3 million.
It's a guy that's been on top for a long time.
Now he's on top of this world. He does the commentary. What does he do? He just got a gig with the ESPN too, doesn't he? Olivier?
I don't believe so. I think he's kind of moved out of doing commentary.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he
Okay.
was for a while, and he was doing Alpha 8 for WPT.
Alpha 8, that's
He was
right.
doing some World Series stuff, but I think he stepped away from that.
He was good at it.
He was.
Just do me again.
Commentating is actually so hard, and I'm so bad at it. It's definitely like something you have to do a ton of to get really good at.
People don't realize. They definitely have the impression that it's very easy.
No, it's
I
really
like
hard,
it. I
man.
think it's fun.
Have you ever like sat with like an NBA or an NFL announcer to see how hard they prepare for games?
No, but I've spent time with Joe Stapleton, and he works his ass off
Yeah, he
on
does.
these
Joe's
things.
great. I've been around some fight announcers from back in the day, right? And the amount of homework those guys would do and show up with just notes on notes and notes on each individual was like really impressive. And it's even harder in poker because you can't really do that.
It's true, yeah.
You don't know who's going to final table this, right?
You also don't know how long they're going to be at the final table for. So you could work for hours and hours, and then a guy gets eliminated in 15 minutes, and you're like,
Exactly.
You know?
Checks. Both checks.
So John opened. Is that what happened here?
Mm-hmm.
Steven just called and just went check, 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 check. Is that what happened here, Tyler?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I wish we had another monitor so you could position and stuff. That'd be sweet.
Pair of 9, pair of 8.
Nines are good there. I wonder who did the commentary for Olivier's fight. I feel like there were commentators set up, right?
I don't know who did it.
I think we ended up watching it on Periscope. I don't think it was.
Yeah.
I don't think we had
I
comments.
know the other day we went to dinner and we nerded out over Fight Talk for a while.
The idea of fighting being nerdy is interesting to me.
The Fight Talk is very nerdy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when you get like really analytical stuff, it is. There's a lot to the sport. for
Yeah,
sure.
it looks like there's a lot of strategy and stuff like that involved, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, if you prepare for a fight properly, you spend like 12 weeks with like a very specific strategy when you're like flying people in from across the world that match your opponent's style and all that stuff.
Wow.
So there's a lot of.
John opened this, and
Yeah.
Mike called, and Olivier.
Yay, with kind of a decision here. He's down to low 20 blinds.
This used to be like always a fold or all in situation. Now a lot of times people are peeling on these stacks just
Yeah.
because they know they're getting a good price and there's not really any reverse implied odds.
Well, I
because-
think it's not as good for Olivier to necessarily peel there too because John's still in, right? So like, John's not going to call him, or John's going to call him light, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's a lot tougher to just rip it there. It's always scary when you're like taking marginal shoving spots when like someone that you know is not afraid to just blast off at you. Yeah. Just saw him call 45 bigs with ace jack. What do you think he's calling off for 17 bigs?
Yeah.
Depends what he feels like.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's just it.
Which is what makes it so scary.
Mm-hmm.
Checks.
I wouldn't have been considering jamming the queen 7 suited in his spot, but a lot of guys are calling in that spot now.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Ace high is going to win. Ace queen high.
That's another spot where maybe he's benefiting from showing those
Yeah.
hero calls down. He's just not getting someone firing at him.
Yeah.
So he can just check it down and win.
I watched the World Poker Tour when I was 16, season 1, before Chris Moneymaker won the World Series of Poker. I was like, this is awesome.
If John wins this too, he just becomes like a local hero at his casino, right? Because he like just won the free roll. And 50 W.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
You're just
man.
the guy now.
You're just the guy. Like
Yeah.
that's the guy. You're just the best.
I was like, can we just
Action with Sorrel. Been quiet for a little while here. And he's going to pass on ace deuce.
When I was 16, man, oh my god, World Poker Tour on the Travel Channel. Episode every Sunday at 2 o'clock.
I did exactly what Steven is talking about. I don't know if you guys can hear him. But,
watching WPT at 16.
Yeah, well, I wasn't 16. I was a little bit older than that, but it was season 1. It was every, I don't remember, Sunday night or Wednesday night on Travel Channel,
yes,
I think.
It was, yeah.
Wednesday on the Travel Channel, watching every night. Every week. I'd have friends over. We'd make a thing out of it.
Same.
It was awesome.
How many seasons of WPT did you watch before you worked for WPT, Tony?
Well, I was a big fan of the show for the first couple of seasons. Like, when you start off in poker, you're more fan than, like, serious player.
Absolutely.
And then as you become a really serious player, you stop consuming the recreational content because you're like, this is my job, this isn't what I do for fun. So I watched, like, the first couple of seasons really intently. Maybe up until about season 3, I started to fade off. And then I hadn't watched for like 5 years when I got the job in season 9. And I remember during the interview, they were like, "Oh, what do you think of Mike and Vince as commentators?" And I was like, "I don't know. I haven't watched in like 5 years, guys. I don't have a clue." I didn't try and bluff them at all. I was like, I don't watch your show. You're all right. Okay. Well, when it comes to doing a segment on straight talking, you're going to be our guy. I think my comment was that Mike has a very distinctive voice, which is true.
He does.
Yep.
Can't miss it. All right, 100K to go for Mike Del Vecchio.
Steven was when he was talking about the World Poker Tour just now, he was complaining that when he watched season 1, there were always stands filled with people all the time. So they would always come, and he's like, now he finally makes one, and it's only a live stream. Nobody's in the stand. Nobody's watching.
Yeah.
There's 20 people in the room, but people are all watching on the internet instead.
15 years will do a lot to shave off the novelty.
Yeah. There still are some pretty crazy rails at some of these final tables, but mostly people just take up the TV and online content now.
Oh, wow. This is an interesting flop. So, open-ended straight and flush draw for John. Sorrel with a gut shot. Mike with second pair that's still out in front. Yeah, I guess second pair is not quite right. You know what I mean.
An over-under pair?
Yeah. So, Sorrel now with the best hand.
Imagine we're going to see a bet from John now.
I wish he would bet a little bigger in these spots. He often ends up betting really small when he's on a draw.
Yeah.
Or when he's bluffing even, and it just doesn't give him very much fold equity.
John has 130,000.
It'd be sick though if you just bet small on the turn and just overbets every river. Now, will he do it? Would it be cool? Yeah.
Sorrel makes the call. Mike gets out of the way with his jacks, and River King. So John misses.
Interesting.
700.
You take one good-sized bet here to win it. It actually might not take that big a bet.
No, it doesn't.
That's not.
Oh no, a little deeper.
More. Yeah.
Maybe.
That might work. Maybe.
One more would have worked.
One more, we'd feel confident. Now it's.
I think it might still work.
It might still work. And it also might not.
It also just might not work.
This is right on that borderline. I think this is a very tough spot for Sorrel.
Yeah.
I don't think he expects John to bet like ace rag. So he's like, okay, has this guy got 2 pair or better? And Sorrel does not have any clubs or diamonds.
I think that John would bet ace rag.
Oh, got
that
him.
might have been the last straw.
Yeah.
He would value bet ace rag.
John gets away with that one. Nice
All
bet on
right.
the river.
The last chip, he
was
almost
about to bet like 150, and we're like, don't do it. And then he grabbed the pinks, and we're like, yeah.
I wonder how much that helped him too when Sorrel's watching him grab 150, chunkier.
That's a nice hand, though.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
hand.
That was a good one.
Yeah. Most people forget that season 1 of the World Poker Tour.
It's only going to help his confidence even more too. Now it seems like I own Sorrel.
Yeah.
He can't play with me.
Because of that. Season 1 2002. I remember I would look on.
And what'd you have in the hand? 7 high? Like a boss?
Cable.
Reminds me, I played with William Kassouf right after the World Series stuff aired. over in Nottingham, which is like pretty close to kind of his home casino there. And he actually turned out to be a pretty nice guy on the table. Like, say what you will about what his conduct at the World Series, but like Will the man turned out to be a nice guy at the table. The man, he was relentless with the 9 high like a boss line. Like he had his catchphrase, and he was going to make sure everybody in the room heard his catchphrase. Like,
wow,
he was making sure of it.
That would drive me insane.
Yeah. Speaking of polarizing figures in the poker world.
Sort of like, I could be these guys.
Yeah.
When you see everything, it looks a lot easier.
My day one table here had Sorrel and a couple other guys at my table, and it was the first time I put on headphones at a table in like 2 years.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, okay, everyone off.
The quantity of talk?
Yeah, exactly. I need sanity, please.
I had some good characters in the tables this week. I like it when there's annoying goofballs on the table. It's just, I think it makes the whole dynamic more fun.
Only John listens to Big Blind there.
Olivier gets 2 jams through in a row. It's queen and 8.
Really made like the world of difference. Yeah, how the game sort of evolved.
In 2 jams, he probably scooped up a decent amount there.
Yeah, we went from like 13 big blinds to 19.
Yeah.
That's heaps.
It's definitely a slightly different like area of the tournament.
Oh, very much so.
You
You play those stacks very differently, yeah.
So people would just like click it and then they would press raise, and they wouldn't really understand why they were raising. Right. Oh yeah. They were raising.
So the first site I ever played on was Party Poker, for play money, of course, and I hated it because every time you were all in, like 2 hands were all in, they would go flop turn river like immediately. And I was like, oh come on, like let me enjoy the flop from the head.
And the money would like already be in the stack as a winner.
It was instant. It was instant, and I changed
more
sites
smile and
because of that
laughter.
one reason. I was like, they're greedy. They want to get as many.
Now though, you love Party Poker.
I really don't play Party Poker.
Party Poker used to be the best. It used to be the best. It was number 1. You got like 7. Even right before they shut it down, they had that huge jackpot.
That's 6 right there, so 6 plus 40 plus, yeah, a little over 7.
Trying to find out exactly how much Olivier has before making a decision. Comes to limp. When I'm in the big blind, I like when the small blind limps. So I don't want to discourage it by raising too often. So when they do it for the first time, if I don't have it, I'm just going to check because I want to reinforce that that's a good behavior for them.
This is like such a common spot these days where it goes like limp check, small blind just leads.
Yeah. I like that play when small blind a lot.
Yeah, for sure. It's actually really hard to combat unless you're just like checking like almost your entire range in the big blind.
Yeah.
And even then, it still like puts you in a lot of spots. Forcing your opponents to make decisions is a great thing in poker.
Totally agree with that.
And a lot of times people just skip that for some reason, I feel like.
Small one, please.
Like to give people the opportunity to make bad decisions.
Yeah. Especially when they're both 4 or 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Raise. 100,000.
Okay, 100 to go from Mike. Steven behind with ace-9.
By the way, Steven went from like 4th or 5th to chip lead.
Yeah, he's chilling right now.
Yeah.
Now, we saw him kind of think about 3-betting this exact situation earlier, but the positions are won earlier, so he might go for it this time.
There's an interesting dynamic here with Mike 4-betting the queen 3 suited before.
Makes him think that he probably won't attempt something like that too quickly. like, too immediately, I guess you would say, after having to show one down.
Do you like 3-betting the button here with ace-9?
I don't mind it. I think it's a reasonable spot to pick. Especially with like Olivier in the small as a short stack and John in the big.
Yeah, I like it.
I do think that Mike's going to open a little wider than usual.
Hey, look, Mike got a scarf.
Yeah.
This is a weird spot for Mike now because of the 4-bet history. 4-betting ace-queen suited.
But look, he
when
actually
they're
did get a
that
scarf,
deep.
too.
I think I do 4-bet if I'm Mike, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised that he's just feeling like... I don't think it's like mandatory you must 4-bet, but I think I do with the history.
Yeah.
It's possible that Olivier is so short that he just doesn't want to have to play a big pot against Steven now that he can bust him. And there's a real credence to that.
It's suited, so it plays a little better.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of an interesting flop. Queen 8 deuce, 2 diamonds. I think Steven will bet and then continue on a diamond.
How much do you think he bets? Like 350?
Yeah.
So it looks like he's blowing out, but
like 3-ish.
265,000.
I like the sizing a lot.
If you're Mike, are you just calling and letting cards roll off? Or are you trying to check raise now and get it in?
Let's see.
It's a little deep for that.
I think you're calling.
Yeah.
Then reevaluate, right?
Yeah, I think that's.
It's kind of like if you check
You're also
raise.
just so far ahead, too.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the card.
What a card.
That's the card.
Now, he can pot control and check back here, but if he was bluffing, it's a great card to barrel, so
Yeah.
I would probably bet for value in this spot. Because I would probably bet if I was bluffing.
You also think when you have the ace of diamonds and 9 of hearts, you're blocking your opponent's draws. You think it's you have to weight his range a little more towards showdown value.
Yeah. Which would be mostly
queens,
king, queen,
Yeah.
and queen, jack suited, and maybe 9 tens.
465,000.
9 of spades. Blood.
How much more do we have now behind?
And now there's a question of whether Mike should shove, because he could anticipate that Steven would be double barreling here as a bluff somewhat often. So the times that Mike does have like a draw, if you were to check shove, you get away with it more often than on many turns. Conversely, you risk elimination when Liv is real short, and that's not ideal. I mean, well, assuming you were semi-bluffing. This time Mike would just want to get called.
Thing is, if you call here,
Yeah.
do you think that Steven bets river if the river's a blank?
Yeah, and that's just it. He might not do that, so the best way for you to get paid is to rip turn.
I would almost like to see a call here and then lead on like blank rivers.
That's not a blank.
Not exactly.
Check, check. Mike's going to win this pot.
2 pair.
Okay. I wonder if it's possible that someone texted Mike about the
Oh, yeah, the scarf with the
Yeah.
neck thing. That's what you
That's
were
why I
talking
was pointing out
about.
the scarf, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
I would actually go as far as I could wager on who texted him that.
Wow.
Not you.
Yeah.
No, I actually do. I bet I could tell you who texted that.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I don't think.
There you go. Mike Del Vecchio back out in front after that pot. Really, our top 4 guys are very even here. Only a million separates them. Olivier, meanwhile, our short stack still.
I'm loving that the live stream got Mike to change his outfit for practical reasons. Like that's kind of extreme. He's wearing a goofy scarf over a t-shirt. Like it looks really bad.
Wow. Wait a little bit, you look like crap now, man.
Well, it's
but
funny.
good job.
It's,
It's better.
It's just funny that
I'm gonna text the person I think texted him. I'm gonna see if I'm right.
I think this goes back to.
That makes me think. Should I have not said that when I pointed it out?
No, I think you're fine.
No, for sure, it's fine to say it.
Yeah.
Of course, we're supposed to say everything we see.
Yeah.
That teaches them something. It's fine.
Ah, here's an interesting flop. Okay, so open-ended with a backdoor for Mike. John with top pair. I'm not feeling that check back at all. Or is he out of position? That's what it is. Sorry, he defended, Mike raised. Our action got a little screwed up in the computer there. Right? I thought that John had opened pre into Mike's big blind. All right.
It's a good flop for both. This is action flop.
Yeah, interesting flop. Turn 5 of spades. Less interesting.
Supposed to be the jack of clubs.
Yeah. Check from Mike. Excuse me, from John.
It's always funny when you're commentating because I'm like, you just want like as much madness as possible. The jack of clubs, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, Mike did
okay,
say.
a little bit of madness here because John's gonna bet.
Yeah.
Mike's gonna raise, and then John is gonna make a decision.
This could actually be like a really big pot now.
Yeah.
Like, this could be hefty.
If I'm Mike, I just go big. Like, since John has shown that he is willing to make some pretty ridiculous river calls, if I'm Mike, I'm just hoping he has something he refuses to
And he
fold.
looks
or
so
somehow
strong
five.
right there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does
How
look
big do
very
you go?
strong.
It's like 800,000 or
So
something.
I was thinking like,
yeah.
if he goes like 800K, there's a chance he gets all of it.
You think that John might rip over him?
I hope not.
Nah.
John's been.
Looks like Mike has gone to 700,000.
And he looks so strong. Look at you, gonna insta call.
Yeah, he's gonna get called pretty quick here.
Wow. Maybe it's not enough. Yeah. So sick.
Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate for John, but I do think he should find a fold on that river. I just don't feel like
You're
there's a
beating
lot.
much.
Yeah, you're not really beating much, and you've proven to the table that you're a difficult man to bluff. So if somebody's raising you on the river, they probably got it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and it's just I'm not sure what hand Mike turns into a bluff there. Maybe like I just don't know. I can't find one. So, good swing from Mike Del Vecchio. There was a brief moment where he wasn't our chip leader, and he rectified that.
Yeah, those two hands were big, back to back.
Steven's gonna fold ace-9. Reluctantly.
Five-handed, you okay with the folding ace-9?
I don't. Not in that spot.
I think I would have either.
Yeah. Not with short stacked, but not like really short stacked Olivier behind me and then John on the button. I'm pretty happy to open ace-9 on. Mike wants to play for more against Sorrel.
Raise. 140,000.
And I would expect Sorrel to call here. Yep. Ten, 7-3 on the flop, so a pair for Mike, and some backdoor draws for Sorrel.
Check.
Check, check. So Sorrel, now with a gut shot to the 5.
Checks.
You guys think Mike will bet now for value?
think so. But
Check. And an ace for Sorrel on the river. Check again. Sorrel looking to check call on the river. Instead, Mike checks back.
I did.
yeah, I mean, checking back with that much value, I understand there are a lot of factors. They're trying to keep the pot small and not trying to get check raised off of their value also, but just letting so many cards come,
Yeah,
it
I think
gets
he
you
needs to bet the turn.
sometimes,
Ante, please. Thank you.
All right, action with our short stack, Olivier.
It does give you a little balance for when you completely miss and you want to check.
Johnny with a pair of threes going up.
Raise 115.
Nearly 3x's it. Steven. I think if I'm Steven, even though I'm facing a 3x, I'm still defending. I'm not loving it. But John has shown that he will make some very serious mistakes post-flop, and so if I have a reasonable-ish hand in the big blind, I'm pretty much never folding.
It's really borderline right there. I think that's right on the edge.
I would fold to you, but not to John. So there you go. You know to 3x my big. Get me to fold some marginal hands.
Got it. We got to play together a little bit in Australia recently.
Was it in the main event or one of the prelims?
I think the main event.
Main event, was it?
I think so. It might have been the big one, the
You with him?
25K. I mean, Tony.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I don't remember
I had no
us playing
results.
any relevant hands. Yeah.
No.
So king for Steven on the river. He was open-ended on the flop, but it is the king that comes through. Those are great tournaments down there.
Yeah.
It's another place I've never been. I've gone to PC every year instead, and I think next year I want to do the opposite.
You definitely should.
Yeah.
I like it a lot more.
I think
it was definitely
obviously
expensive.
the flight kind of sucks, but
Yeah.
everything else is infinitely better.
Yeah.
And it's one of the best travel vacations, really in the world. And the fact that there's such a good poker tournament going on top of that is ideal.
All right, sold.
Yeah.
Did you pay? It's coming. Okay.
All right, so Steven bets the river. John calls. John just very sticky on the river, really. He just gets to show down a ton. But yeah, I think Aussie Millions, for a destination, I think is probably the best tournament of the year if you want off the felt type value.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
Montreal's up there.
I like Montreal.
Montreal's way up there as well.
Yes.
We have a big event coming up there in the first week of May.
25.
Sort of a WPT party poker mix. Party poker.
The South Florida.
Yeah, South
the
Florida's
South Florida
gonna be
stuff
good.
is really
That's
good.
a really good one too.
Yeah,
Awesome
it's a good
property.
Yeah. So much stuff going on there.
Yeah. 40 minutes from Miami. About 10-15 minutes from Fort Lauderdale.
Dude, the windows here are like blinded, so you can't see anything on this side.
We're talking about the Aussie Millions, guys. Aussie Millions in January.
Looking out the window.
That'd be a terrible idea.
Yeah, actually.
I've always wanted to go and never went just because it's too expensive and
Yeah.
too much time commitment and all that. But I saved up some saved air miles for like a long time
Yep.
when we went. So we flew business class on the way over there, and it was really long.
Yes.
13 hours or whatever. But I would have been fine with it being longer. It was so comfortable.
Yeah, that's right. If you're flying business, you can make almost anything tolerable. Okay, Mike up to 110 with 5. Steven about the 3-bet pocket jacks.
These guys definitely have some dynamic building.
Yeah, they do. And blinds are up, guys. We're playing 25-50.
Oh, that makes...
So this makes it more interesting because Steven could 3-bet, And Mike has one of those hands that you don't like flatting, but it's one of the best hands that you're telling yourself you might fold. And if it gets all in and called, it could win. Plus, Olivier is really short, and you cover this guy now. So I think Mike will fold or call, but I think probably fold. But sometimes people just rip it here and are like, yeah, call me. And, you want to commit ICM suicide, you go ahead. Steven's still pretty deep. I don't think he has a stack where Mike can just be like, yeah, I'm all in, F you.
Yeah, it was an interesting spot. I mean...
There we go. Yeah. It's a very reluctant fold on Mike's behalf. And one that Steven's not happy to see.
I mean, it's kind of similar to when Connor folded the eights. It's just another one of those spots where if your opponent did only have aces and kings, you can just call and try to flop a set. But since their range is a little wider, you're going to end up calling, trying to flop a set, not flopping a set, and then folding the best hand, which is a nightmare.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Steven had like 3 million there, so it was not a stack where, I mean, it's just a ton of blinds to just rip it in, so I would not have liked that on Mike's behalf. It would have been too much. If Steven had like 40 blinds and you wanted to just rip fives there, I think that's fine.
It puts them in a really tough spot, even with jacks.
Yeah, even with jacks.
They're going to call with jacks, but...
They wouldn't like it that much.
Yeah, because Olivier is so short
Yeah.
and the pay jumps are significant.
So 110 from Sorrel with ace-3 suited. Olivier very handcuffed lately on his short stack, forced to just kind of wait around.
Said in my younger days, he wanted to just jam it there with the 4 or 5 suited.
Suited or connected, and you had both.
I had both, baby. It's like 23% against aces.
Sorrel definitely.
Under the gun. You don't see the position over there?
Anything suited or connected.
25-50. Olivier has under 10 big blinds now?
I think so.
I can't tell. It's 500,000 or 400,000.
Yes. Don't block this.
I don't see anything, but there's something there. Yeah.
There's a sensor underneath the table that can read the...
Well, I didn't know, so I've been flipping them up there.
Yeah, no worries.
Discussing how the RFID cards work. There are no hole cams on this table. Basically has sensors. Tell us what the cards are.
I feel like there has to be. There's got to be something on the card. RFI.
What does that mean?
We are 4 levels into this final table and still with 5 players.
Wow.
Yeah.
That has made all the stacks get smaller. According to blinds.
If you hold it up to the light, you'll see a chip. Really? Okay.
Olivier is still too card dead to get it in.
Whoever wants
Give him a walk. I really want to see it.
Well, so much for your walk.
Sorry.
John, I think raised Queen 10.
30,000.
You did? Sorrel with pocket 6s.
This is an interesting spot here.
It is an interesting spot. Sorrel just going to 3-bet here. He's going big.
410,000.
Yeah, 410.
It's a walk. has to put the card
I think he's basically saying to John, you're going to be committed here. I don't know. It was really close because I didn't see exactly how much John had. It looked like 1.5-ish million. So, if somebody like John rips there, you're not very happy to call off with sixes.
You're also not that happy if he peels.
Yeah, you're not that happy if he peels, but you also don't want to shove in case Mike's right behind you with something. Yeah, there you see it, like right around 1.5. I mean, I'm sure Sorrell would have liked to just shove on his open, but he can't do that with Mike behind him. So he sized it really big in hopes that John would not peel. I guess he was trying to force him to a
To an
shove
honor
fold
Yeah.
situation. I don't know how he would have reacted to a shove.
I don't either.
It's 30 bigs, right?
Yeah.
I think he mucks pretty quick, right?
I think so.
I'll do it next time when I get
All right.
I like the size of that 3-bet with the sixes. But
Mhm.
I would have been surprised. I'm kind of surprised that John folded the queen 10. I actually thought he would just peel with it after raising with it.
The offsuit queen 10?
I don't like calling.
Yeah.
I just expected him to do that. And if I was Sorrell, I wouldn't expect him to be folding very, very many hands.
Okay, so Mike has limped the small blind with ace deuce. Steven wakes up with tens and raises, and Mike will call. We're almost 4x here.
Yeah.
Not much of a flop there. 3-3-6.
I love the fact that because everyone's acting pretty fast.
Mhm.
There hasn't been like any really nice
Yeah, no
this
posturing.
thinking. Yeah, it's been really nice. Do you like this call here by Mike?
I think it's very close.
I think it's actually super close. I think I lean towards folding more, just because even though you're just floating with worse ace high so often here. I feel like, or you're just crushed. Like obviously we can see the cards, but
And you're also going to get barreled off it. Even if you
that's what I mean. So it's just I think it's I lean much more towards a fold there, even with the great price.
You're going to be up against hands like Queen Jack and King Queen and King Jack and stuff like that, but they're going to barrel you off on the turn a decent amount.
I think Mike actually, yeah.
Now, when you have a final table experience like Olivier's, like minus the queen 10, he basically hasn't gotten to play poker.
Yeah.
So he moved up one position in the payout ladder, came in 6th. I'm sure he's pleased about that, but sometimes final tables like this are just torturous. You're like, come on, something happened.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me at least win a little.
It's also sick how so often it feels like you'll just lose every pot or not play anything,
Mhm.
and then all of a sudden just win everything for a while.
Yeah.
I won hand in 3 hours. I win like 15 out of 20 hands
Right.
now. It's harder to do in a
Steven's
tournament,
gonna
of course.
shove
You have
here
15
for
big blinds, but
All right, Steven going to shove on Olivier. And Olivier snap calls, and he will be in front here with ace 8 suited. But definitely
looking for the RFID chip. So.
Okay, King 4 suited live to eliminate Olivier. He's going for that double up.
You got a pink chip in your 5 now.
go both ways.
Yeah.
Oh, good start.
Oh, 2 diamonds.
Yeah,
we got an 8.
but a
We
pair
got all
for
kinds of stuff.
Olivier. This is drawn into a coin flip. 10 on the turn. Now, the possibility of a 7 for a chop. But a queen would give this to Steven, so diamond, queen, king.
We're back to where we started at
Yeah.
60-40, pretty much.
Diamond it is, and Olivier Bousquet is going to be eliminated in 5th place. Not a lot he could have done at this final table, but he'll take home $63,000 for his efforts.
That's pretty solid.
Did move up the pay ladder by 1 jump. Came in real short.
One big, right? Yes, one big.
That's almost as much as he won for winning the 25K a pay.
3-man tournament.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah.
I think they played a 4-person tournament.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it actually happened.
It did happen. I think it might have been 3 people.
So in that case, it's more than he won for winning the 25K a pay.
Yeah.
That's great. All right, 82,000 is the next one. So a pay jump now at this point would be worth 40? 41?
Can you see your chips?
Like, half the deck is out and he chops butt.
Oh, I gotta show these things. Now I'm not showing them at all because I found out it's a new way, so I can put them in place.
Raise 115,000.
Steven will take that one down.
You guys all got to be feeling pretty good that Connor and Olivier are gone.
Right.
Pretty
Yeah.
tough. Pretty tough one, too.
They're settling in now that nobody is a clear and definitive short stack. Although John, about 30 blinds is as close as it comes. Steven gonna raise up ace 8.
Raise to 130,000.
Yeah, the shorter it gets, the more you want Olivier out.
Yeah.
Because it's immediate.
Sorrel will just call king queen suited.
Call.
Oh, interesting flop. Ace, ace 4. Clubs connect for Sorrel and trips
Wow.
for Steven.
It's a really good one.
That's 115,000.
Sorrel will make this call.
Calls.
Eight of clubs.
It very well could be. Ooh, 8 of spades. Halfway there.
Checks.
I would assume that Steven's just going to bet again because they're pretty deep in terms of blinds and he just wants to go for 3 streets.
Yeah.
You know, there's just no reason to not. Your opponent can definitely have the ace.
35,000.
There was 535 in the pot.
Kind of a big bet.
Pretty big, yeah.
I'm inclined to go a little smaller in case he does have a draw and you want to let him get to that river.
Definitely. Thing is, Sorrel could be thinking this king or queen would be good too.
Yeah, absolutely. He might think that king high is the best hand right now, and that's not a very unreasonable
Yeah,
belief.
exactly.
It's wrong this time, but it's not unreasonable.
So maybe his sizing's perfect.
And spades. Well, that is not a card that's going to get Steven paid off.
Just 2 million.
Steven going for it all.
Yeah.
Not sure this is the spot that I just go for it all. Obviously, we're betting, but if Sorrel has, I mean, you're basically saying, okay, I think he has an ace. If Sorrel has like ace 5 or something there, is he just going check call, check call, check call off his stack?
He's not. I don't think he is. I think he's gonna fold to that.
Whereas if you just bet,
if he had
like,
ace 10 or better, he might call though.
Yeah, and you don't have to go. You know, you get up to ace queen, you expect him to 3-bet. So there's not too many hands that both get to the river that way and can call a huge bomb.
Yeah.
Whereas if you just bet like half pot or something, every ace is calling. So it doesn't matter too much this time.
And it gives a little more room if someone decides to make a crazy bluff.
Yeah, if someone wants to be, like we said before, give people an opportunity to make really bad decisions.
It was like 1.2 in the pot, right?
Yeah. And
I'd have loved to see a bit of like 350 or 400 even.
Yeah, that keeps your range pretty wide, and maybe like yeah, right in there. John here, ace 7 offsuit in a small blind. No, sorry, the button. Excuse me.
Raise 155,000.
John raises
155.
Mike. We saw him 3-bet a 10-3 suited earlier. The situation in stacks are much different now.
Yeah, it's also the opponent's different too, right?
He's gone over 3x, and yeah, I like that he's just folding here. If John were min raising or like 2.5xing, I think that Mike calls. But the fact that he 3x diminished the price he was getting, and
How much?
John's a little bit shorter now, so
30. Thank you.
less room to maneuver. Olivier busted out with ace 8 of hearts versus king 4 of diamonds, guys. River, Steven made a flush. King high diamond flush.
Me too.
Alright, John with a real one.
Yeah, if it's 9 minutes, we need to get some time back.
Let's see if the flip master can get after it.
The flip master. I hope somebody calls me that someday.
I would love to be the flip master.
I would love to be the flip master.
That's like the real dream.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you called it.
Flip master. And I think if Mike puts more chips in, John will go with it. Tony's not shy about getting the money in pre-flop. Yep.
I think that's what's going to happen here.
Mike is going to make it big.
I'll take under 3 seconds for a jam for John.
Under 3 seconds?
Yeah.
That's an interesting bet. Steven here with 3s. We'll fold. Oh! The under comes through! Okay, so thus far, John is 2 for 2
You're the flip master.
in these big flips. Let's see if he can go 3 for 3.
And he's playing it great, right?
Oh, yeah.
He played this perfect.
Just ramp up that bearing.
Yep. And 10-7-5, so not a great start for ace queen. Mike the only one with a spade. 4 on the turn, so an ace or a queen are the only things that will keep John in the tournament.
One time, I haven't said it all week.
All right. Said he's going to use it one time. He hasn't said it all week. Here it comes.
It's a good moment to save it for. No, it's a 6 on the river, and Mike will eliminate John in 4th place. Great run for him here, considering he free-rolled his way into this tournament.
Yeah, that was pretty great.
Nice story there. Going to go home with $81,900. And a story for the grandkids.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, you turned $0 into 82K. That's
Yeah.
It's pretty epic.
Yeah,
pretty good ROI right there.
Yeah. Tyler, we might never have that good of ROI.
No. Nope. We're not going to.
It's pretty hard to do.
Yeah. At this point, we would have to like win the main event, like because we played so many events.
Exactly.
Like, and even then, I don't think we're getting the same.
No.
Okay. If you guys want to, you can spray it out so you can.
So I'd like to.
All right, there you see our updated chip counts. Everyone with some room to breathe now. Shortest stack has 53 blinds.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I like. Otherwise,
They're all scrunched together, so the dealer's saying you guys can spread out a little bit.
But I don't know if they actually can because of the RFID, unless they use. I guess they could switch to somebody else's spot on the table.
Otherwise, I prefer to play farther away. But this is fine. Is that okay?
You just need to what?
So there you see, 3rd place. 122,000, so both Mike and Steven are going to easily surpass their largest tournament score to date.
Raise 125,000.
So 125 from Mike over to Steven. Ooh, a little surprised he folded that. That's like exactly the kind of hand I 3-bet in those spots.
All that jockeying is over.
So a 6 from Mike on the flop. Not much here for Sorrel.
That's 125,000.
Now that it's 3 professionals playing against each other, you can see some, maybe a little bit more risk pre-flop.
Mm-hmm.
Because when there's other players at the table that you can take advantage of, you can pass up on some spots, you can keep the variance down.
Yeah.
When it's just 3 professionals now, instead of not opening because you're going to get 3-bet, you just open and then 4-bet more often.
Correct.
You know, and then the same if you're getting 4-bet too much, you don't dial back to 3-bets, you just 5-bet more. So I think we could see some more action.
Steven with the button here.
Raised to 120,000. $120.
And Mike with a Queen 3-0 is going to see a flop.
Calls. Checks.
Any sideboards like this usually just go to the first guy who bets.
Yep. Steven will take that one down with a bet. Mike is out. And we'll definitely see a lot of those types of pots where Nobody really connects with anything. Okay, check fold. This is the kind of thing that we edit out in the televised product. And we were talking about, growing up watching the World Poker Tour before, and definitely in those days I did not realize how much of a final table was edited out. I was aware that they were edited, but I did not realize that if you have a 2-hour show, that might be 4 to 6 hours of content. I guess back then, it was. They normally wrapped it up in 2 episodes, so it was, each one was an hour long. And the final tables were actually probably lasting like 10 hours on average back then. So
wow,
yeah, probably like 5-to-1 in terms of footage to usage, and it's even lower when you factor in commercials and commentary and presentation and on and on.
Now we do 3 episodes every.
That's right.
Every time
for 1
right?
hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it used to be maybe just one big 2-hour episode is what it was. Maybe that's how it used to be. Hard to imagine anybody sitting still for 2 hours in this day and age. Okay. Sorrel opens 10-8 suited on the button. Steven 3-bets ace-queen suited. Sorrel. This is one of those borderline calls, sort of borderline hands between calling and folding. I think he would definitely call 10-9 suited and definitely fold 10-7 suited.
I think he's going to be calling this one.
I expect him to call.
Is Sorrel the one with 50 big blinds? The other two have...
Yes, I believe so.
Might be short enough to fold.
Yeah, and he folds.
Wow.
Very close for sure, either way. I think now we'll start to see the conversation diminish as well.
It already has.
3 pros all playing for serious money.
He blew up?
We were on the final table of
Shocking. It was a standard jam.
Presumably Mike will raise the button here.
Raise 225,000.
Real one for Steven with King Jack suited.
You like a 3-bet or a call here?
I think either are fine 3-handed. I probably lean towards 3-betting, but it's not terribly relevant either way.
You like to check there?
Mike has done that almost every single time that he's had.
Like middle pair.
Middle to top. Almost every 1-pair hand.
Yeah. That wasn't top pair, yeah.
Well,
but even some of the top pair
queen
weak
3,
kicker, yeah. I think I checked that one, though. I checked this 10-8. There's been some spots where he's checked it I wouldn't, but this one I think I do.
Yeah, I don't mind that one at all.
Bets 185,000.
You can't fold yet, but you're not loving it.
Calls.
5 outs to the river. Deuce is not one of them.
I wonder if Steven realized Mike had a scarf on until just now. he went to look at his...
He did look, yeah.
Yeah, he was looking at the spot on the neck again.
Yeah.
That's funny.
475,000.
It's a big bet.
475. I like the sizing here. There's a lot of stuff that could have missed.
scarf game on point.
At least it matches his ensemble. Like, it might have been only one scarf available, and it just so happened that it matched up with his clothing, which is kind of convenient.
You think he bought it in the gift shop? He had one.
It's a Thunder Valley scarf.
Wow.
What happened?
Mike is surprised by the large size of the bet. He said that's a large bet. It is big enough to where it's not a queen very often. It's only kings or better. That's not 100% true.
Good fold by Mike, though.
Really good fold.
Blind versus blind here.
Calls. Checks.
We have ace deuce for some mystery hand.
I like the mystery hand on that flop.
Yeah. Mike seems to like ace deuce, though.
75,000.
Mike's gone with this line before, the limping and then betting any flop.
Five of diamonds on the turn, so Mike picks up gotcha to the 4.
Say it again. Okay.
Mike's deciding to barrel probably because he picked up equity on the turn. Not a ton of hands are calling on the flop and then folding here, but there's got to be some.
Calls. You know, I'm putting the cards back on the reader for me.
One more call from Steven and a mystery hand. Ah, there it is. He has a jack. And a brick on the river. 8-9 gets there. 6-4 gets there. But all the flushes miss.
It's pretty tough to get Steven to fold his hand here.
Yeah. Yeah, good check by Mike. Now Steven has a decision about betting. And I think he probably will. I could be wrong. There might not be that much value in it. But I don't know. You got a lot of missed draws in your range. You probably should be betting your top pairs, though.
Yeah.
And then he checks it back.
I think it's pretty sick, though, because I think when you're blowing off your equity, you're blowing off your hand there, right? But it's fine to bet fold, obviously, sometimes.
Yeah, it sort of depends on how you expect your opponent to play river against you.
Yeah.
Kind of side for a second. It's like that time you didn't bluff Cyril. And it straight like sizing up the bluff. King.
No, I was legitimately thinking whether to bet the river.
I wasn't saying you still saying a tiny glimmer of both. I got
No, I hear you.
0.3%
No, I
chance
hear
of
you.
winning that pot.
Yeah. I would too.
Steven's picked up a few big pots.
Mm-hmm. Mike on the button with Queen 10 here.
Raised to 125,000.
See it?
Sorrel looking for these chips, I guess.
Stone made it up.
There's no RFID readers. Nobody's been getting the whole cards. They're winging it.
I got to know Mike this summer when Pokemon Go was briefly all the rage. And he was hanging out with Mike McDonald a lot. And they would go on these, like, Pokemon Go excursions.
Wow.
So there was this park in Vegas that was really popular for Pokemon Go, and they went there one night. And apparently they encountered this guy who had been taking Pokemon Go very seriously, and he sort of, like, fell in on their Pokemon hunting troop. And anything they said, this guy had to one-up them in the context of Pokemon Go. He's like, oh, your Charizard's level 18? Mine's 23. Oh, you know, you've got 62 Pokemon? I got 99. Oh, you've reached the highest possible level? I went one level higher. And apparently at one point Mike said something to this guy that was like, oh, well, I've maxed out in this one area, or like, you know, I've basically done this thing that would be impossible for you to do. And the guy looked at him and very, like, stone cold was like, fuck you, buddy. Like, I would like to hear that story from Mike, but that's essentially the details are correct there.
I somehow faded Pokemon Go. I think I would have liked it and would have.
Mistakes were made, dude. You can still get into it. It's not too late.
Oh no,
It is too late.
I'm out.
It's not too late.
Nobody Pokemon Goes anymore. I don't
we
see
were
it.
definitely Pokemon going last night.
Really?
100%.
Wow. Old school.
There's two of the gym, not the gym things. Two stops in the Chinese restaurant, dude. You sit there and eat Chinese food and just grind.
I'm glad I faded it.
Checks.
Mike in the lead with third pair here. Sorrel with a gut shot. And it is a pair that will give Sorrel this pot. Okay, so Sorrel's going to win this one with an 8. Mike's like, no, I had it. Should have. It's always a dirty feeling.
Sorrel was contemplating value betting that river and
Yeah.
actually tanked a while before checking, and that was a little out of character. So Mike had a little bit of a idea that he might have something.
Sometimes I forget to breathe. My friend literally told me to take deep breaths like every minute, and this is the first time I did it. Like I can go without it. I just feel sick.
All right, with Mike in the small. And a very real hand. But he's playing that limp, close to 100% game. Wow, look at these guys. It's going to go limp check, and we're all going to start screaming.
No way.
No, it's going to go raise.
Is Mike going to call or re-raise?
I think because Sorrel is the short stack, that's playing into his limping strategy. Like, these two guys have twice what Sorrel has.
Do you think he's just going to call, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys all have so many chips. It's like 50 big blinds and then two guys over 100.
8 is king.
8 of clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is King, Queen, 9, 2 hearts and a club, and this should And the hand pretty quickly
What
for
an
Mike.
annoying flop when you
Yeah.
limp call eights. Like
Yeah.
you have way stronger than you're supposed to have, and he's gonna fold.
Instead, just gonna go check, bet, snap, fold.
60,000.
Okay, I was wrong about snap. So much stare down here for a single raise pot, though. You can tell that Mike Del Vecchio hangs with Mike McDonald. Ooh, and he gives him the free show.
I don't really like that.
I don't like that part, but it,
I don't like
you
that at
know,
all.
in the grand scheme of an 8-hour final table, the occasional show doesn't hurt, but yeah, I don't do it.
It could have been pointed to show that, look, I'm limping with big hands.
Steven Tabb, I believe he came in 5th in chips, if memory serves, currently our chip leader.
Yeah.
Total live earnings 750K versus nearly 300 here today, so could get over
That's
$1 million.
That's a big one.
You could get the 1M unended mob.
I will say I lie way less than I used to.
That would feel good, wouldn't it?
Wow, big
Wow.
hands.
Looking at Kings feels good.
I feel like they keep Mike and Steven keep playing these big pots, and Steven just
Yeah.
winning all of them.
Mike won one with the ace queen, but he did have to make a big hand to do it.
And that was a while ago. 3-handed,
Yeah.
it's been all Steven.
This looks pretty sizable here.
Raise 390,000.
390. Again, I think Mike will find a fold here. He's got one of those hands that's like just on the cusp of calling, but instead talks itself into a fold. Oh, actually, that was Sorrel with the 10-8 suited. I'm sorry. I'm misremembering. So Mike actually peels here with 8-6 suited, which seems close. I don't know. And he's gonna
I
try
like
and-
it when they're that deep.
Yeah.
I would like it better if my opponent was less skilled.
Yeah. Not a very interesting flop on ace deuce deuce.
Check.
And the stare down ensues.
Checks.
Check, check. And king's full for Steven.
All
Okay.
of Mike's checkbacks can make this, if this is a delayed c-bet, it can make it, well, I guess it's not a delayed c-bet because he was the defender, but it could give him a little bit more credibility if he were to bet. If check 2 here. But we don't get to see that anyway.
Bets. 635.
And that one will end
How
very
much did he bet
quickly.
there?
He bet big. He bet like 6 something into 8.
Wow.
Which seems not ideal.
Yeah.
You're not getting any action from anything except an ace anyway.
Right.
But even an ace.
Well,
at that
there are
point might
hearts.
not-
There are hearts out there.
Okay. Yeah, that's something.
And
Steven
okay, and
does
there.
have 6-8 of spades.
And
It
they-
can easily just be 6-8 of
Yeah.
hearts, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's way too big.
Then, yeah. Well, conversely, are hearts even peeling against almost any sized bet? Like if you go really small, of course they are. But
Yeah.
Well, why not go really small?
you could go really small. I mean, that would that might sometimes keep little pairs in as well.
Go really small and then like just like bet huge on heart rivers, or even small just for like maximum value.
I just don't know.
Because I think when you bet that big, you're making like a small ace fold.
Yeah,
right?
you might even make an ace fold. Well, an ace would be, the board is paired with deuces, right? So that
Yeah, so you-
all aces are only getting half the pot if,
Yeah.
if they believe you have an ace.
I guess because of that factor, I'd be inclined to bet larger, like maybe like half to a 2/3 pot twice, which seems very not
Maybe.
creative, but
Yeah.
To make it look like you're trying to get an ace to fold.
I don't really know. I don't know what I'm doing there. I just never have king's full.
Yeah, it's really,
I've never had that hand in my life.
Never had that hand.
Trying to figure out how to get value of king's full against 8 high is not really. It's not easy.
All right.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Sorrel here with top pair. Mike with bottom pair. I think he will get away considering the texture. Oh, this is blind versus blind. Excuse me, it's a limp pot blind versus blind, so it's going to go bet call. Even still, it's pretty close on this turn, even in a limp blind versus blind pot.
There's enough just drawy hands that Sorrel could have. Any jack or any 7, any heart.
Expecting Sorrel to check this card. Yep. And now I think Mike will at least consider bluffing.
Yeah, he could definitely turn his hand into a bluff here.
Yeah. He will.
You're not gonna get an ace to fold very often, but you might get.
You're gonna get some other one pair hands to fold.
Yeah, you might get 8, 9, 10 jacks to fold. You could get ace to fold, a little bigger maybe.
Yeah. We bet 2 into 250.
Oh yeah, that's plenty sizable. Yep. You got to fold. Good bluff.
There we go.
Turning value into a bluff by Mike Del Vecchio.
Group stretches. Everybody's getting up and stretching, you know, that guy.
They're going to have a little yoga session.
And we're going to have a little break ourselves. We'll see you all in about 15 minutes. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken.
They bluffed Tony.
Yeah, they bluffed me. Damn.
The yoga session was only during the shuffle, and we're still playing.
I know we're close to a break.
Team building exercise. I don't know.
Sorrel's going to open the ace deuce off the button.
125,000.
I think they're all choosing the 125. And now we have Mike again in the small blind with king queen off. He elected to just call last time the situation came up.
Does the same.
And another ace in the big blind. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, Steven.
Kind of hand I don't mind squeezing.
I was going to say, I think that would be a pretty good play there. Our hand's not that sweet, but you block. Your opponent's having a strong ace. And sometimes you get to a flop and you have a wheel draw that you can go ahead and fire with, but instead we go to a flop, which connects with Mike and nobody else. Though Sorrel has a pair of backdoor draws. Well, technically he and Steven do. Checks around, 9 of clubs on the turn.
And the camera on Sorrel with Mike's turn. And this should just do it.
Bets 225.
Yeah, betting 2 folds. I miss John.
We all do.
Yeah. He made this final table so much more interesting. And, you know, forced these guys to some weird decisions.
It's so much fun to watch other people have to make difficult decisions. Unless you're one of the 3-handed people, right? But man, it's so much fun to watch other people squirm.
And they're dealing with some situations that we're constantly dealing with.
Yeah.
No, so far nobody's really decided to step out and start 3-betting a lot and really try to take control. They're playing well, but just straightforward and well so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Calls.
Oh, there it is.
Fun card.
So straight for Mike, second pair and a gut shot for Sorrel.
$325,000.
It's a good barrel card too, so this is, I don't think this is going to get a fold.
Sorrel here, thinking this over.
I thought this was going to happen.
No.
5 of clubs on the river.
Checks.
How much can Mike get? How much does Sorrel have?
He's the shortest of our 3.
I think he started the hand with like 45 to 50 big blinds.
Oh, he's going to go for it all.
Yeah, it's pretty sick to put them all in here.
Yeah, and I like it, of course.
Yeah, I think it's really good, actually.
Logic being that if Sorrel has an ace...
Yeah,
he's
it's like a
usually
little
chopping.
over pot.
Yeah.
Exactly, it's just a little over pot.
I mean, even if Mike just has like ace whatever, I like this play. Yeah, and Sorrel gets away.
How much time's left?
Things not going Sorrel's way for the time being. Looks to have about 1.3 or 4 million now.
So 25, 20 big blinds.
I don't know. You gave me one. I don't know what happened.
It was
One
one
your
sitting.
big blind?
What happened?
They had a
It was
change
one sitting.
making
And then
problem.
you threw me another different one, correct?
Yeah. So just keep this one.
Just making sure.
Yeah, the one that I slid over was a small blind, and I was about to exchange the stack.
I didn't even look at my cards yet. I didn't fold.
He definitely mucked his hand.
You're a
He was like, I didn't fold, but he like threw his cards towards the muck. That was really weird.
Well, there is no muck.
There is
That's
no
the
muck.
First,
Yeah.
Yeah. This seems pretty easy to solve.
I can see the chips. I see.
All right. Sorrel, I believe, just called in the small blind. Like with a Jack-10. Now Sorrel's finally in a range where I think it's very possible had Mike raised, Sorrel would have shoved. I'm not sure exactly how much he has, but it was very close. And instead, Mike checks back a Jack-10 and flops a Jack.
You guys are very comfortable with limping the small blind.
The old check, knock your glasses off. Even got a chuckle out of him.
I missed it. Oh, the hand from the face of the check.
Yeah, exactly. He almost knocked his glasses off.
Huh, I'm a little surprised to see him check twice now. I think either the flop or the turn needs a bet. I probably just bet the flop if I'm Mike.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, this
Yeah.
could get looked up. It's strange.
Yeah, not an unreasonable call for Sorrel to make. He's like, well, you don't have a queen or a jack. Would you really value bet a 4? And there you go. So it works out.
It did work.
Yeah.
2 pair. Jacks.
Well, that'll show me for saying bet the flop.
Yeah, he got the max that time. No, he's not as short as we were discussing. He still got 27 after that hand.
Yeah, he was right around 30 blinds, though. So I think if Mike had raised, Sorrel might have shoved.
Yeah, he might have,
He
yeah.
probably would have.
It's a little big for that.
Yeah.
Sorrel's not so short where the other two are going to try to apply a ton of pressure on each other yet.
Are you guys at all surprised that Sorrel folded Jack 3 suited on the button here?
Yeah, 3-handed.
Yeah. Like, obviously I'm tightening up as I get kind of short and we're 3-handed. But I'm pretty sure I'm still opening any, like, suited face card.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's pretty standard.
That is the second worst suited face card you can possibly have.
It is. So, Sorrel used to have a very like aggro, active image in like old school online poker, and actually today he's been fairly snug.
I mean, who is active in aggro anymore?
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
seems like it's really been dialed back. I mean,
Yeah.
even like I know Connor has a reputation for being pretty active in aggro, and he wasn't at all.
I guess we've only played a couple times, Tyler.
Oh, you do?
I blast a little too hard sometimes.
I mean, I definitely do too, but I think I used to have an active aggro, but I really don't anymore. I don't think my image is that anymore.
No, now everyone thinks you're one of the
now
old
we're
nits.
officially
Yeah, I'm an old nit now.
on break, so we're going to be coming back with a blind increase. See you all in about 15 minutes.
Me, too.
I hear you. Man, I hear you.
I'm talking about since he said 39 minutes, I've been holding it.
No, we're all stuck here.
John. Like a racehorse.
Good job, guys. Let's get the new seated so they get.
At ClubWPT.com, you can have fun playing poker with your friends and even win real cash and prizes. Experience the excitement of the World Poker Tour. Play fun, exciting poker at ClubWPT.com today.
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Mike, there must be somewhere to get clear answers to poker questions that we all have.
Well, Vince, there is, and it's easy. Just go to learnwpt.com.
Do you wonder how some players on the World Poker Tour win so often?
He did it! Yeah!
At LearnWPT.com, we'll teach you to win more whether you're new to the game or you've been playing for years. Never be left wondering if you should raise, call, or fold again.
There's a right way and a wrong way to play poker. Go to learnwpt.com. Think like a pro.
In every hand, there's a split second where Lady Luck shows up for a quick dance. Will she play coy or be a charmer in spades? No, I think I'd rather get the royal treatment. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Real interesting.
Connor, and what sucks for Connor here is he doesn't have $2+ million in chips anymore. He would have to call off like half a stack here.
Yeah.
This is why it's such a sick shove with Queen 10.
Yeah. If you just open here, Connor is going to punish you. But when you shove, you push a better hand into a really difficult spot.
Isn't John in the big blind here too?
Yes.
That also makes the shove like super sick from Olivier because he
Yeah.
knows Connor has like maximum pressure because John just called off 45 with ace
Right.
jack.
It's kind of funny, but John just made that big call with ace jack, and yet I would still anticipate that he's not going to call wide enough facing a button shove.
I think so
Yeah,
too.
I agree.
I recently played with Isaac Barron, who used to play. He used to be one of the best in the world
Right.
online, and this is what.
Whoa.
This is why they're.
Whoa!
This is why they're the best in the world.
Oh my
So
goodness!
hard. Oh my God! They run into John's jacks. Oh my goodness. But putting it in there from Connor is really tough to do.
Yeah.
That's really tough to do. With
Wow,
King
this
Jack
could be
in
a
that
double.
spot.
This is, I guess, could be the double
Could be a double.
KO.
Wow.
For John.
People like Sorrel right now, Mike, are just like, oh my God, please.
How is Steven feeling?
Yeah,
Oh, there's a
Steven's
queen
out.
on the flop. Queen 10-3. Oh my goodness, jacks are in terrible shape now. So Olivier way out in front, but Connor all of a sudden very live, and John essentially drawing dead in this hand.
Unbelievable.
Well, John could still eliminate Connor if the board bricks out here. It's a queen, and so Olivier will fill up, but John will eliminate Connor. And in a strange twist of fate, our 4th place chip stack ends up being our 6th place finisher, while the 6th place chip stack doubles up. So triples up.
Wow.
Triples up. So Connor Drinnan, who played a really great final table here for his brief duration and had a bunch of chips minutes ago, eliminated in 6th place for 52,000.
And I just want to see him play more hands. That was
He was playing
liked watching
really
play.
well.
Yeah.
He was playing really well, and sometimes crappy things happen in poker tournaments, and that's a perfect case of it. You lose the big flip.
Hey, there's Pat Line. There's an interesting dynamic here with Mike 4-betting the Queen 3 suited before.
Makes him think that he probably won't attempt something like that too quickly. Like, too immediately, I guess you would say, after having to show one down.
Do you like 3-betting the button here with ace 9?
I don't mind it. I think it's a reasonable spot to pick. Especially with like Olivier in the small as a short stack and John in the big.
Yeah, I like it.
I do think that Mike's going to open a little wider than usual.
Hey, look, Mike got a scarf.
Yeah.
This is a weird spot for Mike now because of the 4-bet history. 4-betting ace queen suited.
But look, he
when
actually
they're
did get a
that
scarf.
deep.
Too.
I think I do 4-bet if I'm Mike, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised that he's just feeling I don't think it's like mandatory you must 4-bet, but I think I do with the history.
Yeah.
It's possible that Olivier is so short that he just doesn't want to have to play a big pot against Steven now that he can bust him. And there's a real
And
credence
it's
to that.
suited. It's suited, so
Yeah.
it plays a little better.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of an interesting flop. Queen 8 deuce, 2 diamonds. I think Steven will bet and then continue on a diamond.
How much do you think he bets? Like 350?
Yeah.
So it looks like he's blowing out, but
Like 3-ish.
265,000.
I like the sizing a lot.
If you're Mike, are you just calling and letting cards roll off? Or are you trying to check raise now and get it in?
Let's see.
It's a little deep for that.
I think you're calling.
Yeah.
Then reevaluate turn.
Yeah, I think that's.
It's kind of like if you check
You're also
raise.
just so far ahead too.
Yeah.
That, like you know, like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the card.
What a card.
That's the card.
Now he can pot control and check back here, but if he was bluffing, it's a great card to barrel. So
Yeah.
I would probably bet for value in this spot. because I would probably bet it if I was bluffing.
You also think when you have the ace of diamonds and 9 of hearts, you're blocking your opponent's draws. You think it's a little, you have to weight his range a little more towards showdown value.
Yeah. Which would be mostly
queens,
king, queen,
Yeah.
queen, jack suited, and maybe 9 10s.
465,000.
9 of spades. Blood.
How much more do we have now behind?
And now there's a question of whether Mike should shove, because he could anticipate that Steven would be double barreling here as a bluff somewhat often. So the times that Mike does have like a draw, if you were to check shove, you get away with it more often than on many turns. Conversely, you risk elimination when live is real short, and that's not ideal. I mean, well, assuming you were semi-bluffing. This time Mike would just want to get called.
Thing is, if you call here,
Yeah.
do you think that Steven bets river if the river's a blank?
Yeah, and that's just that he might not do that, so the best way for you to get paid is to rip turn.
I would almost like to see a call here and then lead on like blank rivers.
That's not a blank.
Not exactly.
Check, check. Mike's going to win this pot.
2 pair.
Okay.
I wonder if it's possible that someone texted Mike about the
Oh yeah, the scarf with the
Yeah.
neck thing. That's what you.
That's why I was pointing out the scarf. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
I would actually go as far as I could wager on who texted him that. 15 out of 20 hands
Right.
now. Like, it's harder to do in a
He's
turn,
gonna
of course. You
shove
have
here,
15 big blinds, but
All right, Steven going to shove on Olivier. And Olivier snap calls. And he will be in front here with ace-8 suited. But definitely...
Looking for the RFID chip. So.
Okay, King 4 suited live to eliminate Olivier. He's going for that double up.
You got a pink chip in your 5 now. You had it go both ways.
Yeah.
Oh, good start.
Oh, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, 2
we got
diamonds,
an 8.
but a
We
pair
got all
for
kinds of
Olivier.
stuff.
This is drawn into a coin flip. 10 on the turn. Now the possibility of a 7 for a chop. Queen would give this to Steven, so diamond, queen, king.
We're back to where we started at
Yeah.
64, pretty much.
Diamond it is, and Olivier Bousquet is going to be eliminated in 5th place. Not a lot he could have done at this final table, but he'll take home $63,000 for his efforts.
That's pretty solid.
Did move up the pay ladder by 1 jump. Came in real short.
let's see if the flip master can get after it.
The flip master. I hope somebody calls me that someday.
I would love to be the flip master.
I would love to be the flip master.
That's like the real dream.
Yeah.
Wow. You called it.
Flip master. And I think if Mike puts more chips in, John will go with it. Tony's not shy about getting the money in pre-flop. Yep.
I think that's what's going to happen here.
Mike is going to make it big.
I'll take under 3 seconds for a jam for John.
Under 3 seconds?
Yeah.
That's an interesting bet. Steven here with 3s. We'll fold. Oh! The under comes through! Okay, so thus far, John is 2 for 2
You're the flip master.
in these big flips. Let's see if he can go 3 for 3.
And he's playing it great, right?
Oh, yeah.
He played
let's
this perfect.
Just ramp up that barrack.
Yep. And 10, 7, 5, so not a great start for ace queen. Mike the only one with a spade. 4 on the turn, so an ace or a queen are the only things that will keep John in the tournament.
One time, I haven't said it all week.
All right. Said he's going to use his one time. He hasn't said it all week. Here it comes.
It's a good moment to save it for. No, it's a 6 on the river, and Mike will eliminate John in 4th place. Great run for him here, considering he free-rolled his way into this tournament.
Yeah, that was pretty great.
Nice story there. Going to go home with $81,900. And a story for the grandkids.
Yeah.
When you put on a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses, the world begins to look different. Colors are more vivid. Contrast is clearer. Details are crisper. Wherever your vision leads you, beauty follows. With polarized lenses that eliminate glare and enhance color, Maui Jim sunglasses won't change the world. They'll change the way you see it. Color, clarity, detail. Maui Jim.
Do you want to flip coins or play cards?
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to playwpt.com. Stop playing nonsense and start playing poker. At playwpt.com, the chips don't come easy, so every hand matters. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up against 3 or 4 opponents. That's not poker.
That's right. Play anytime, day or night. There's always a seat open. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
Whatever the whim, you'll find it. A sign of utter enjoyment. The mark of a truly rewarding experience. Discover all the benefits of Thunder Rewards, including 5% back on everything, only at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Everyone starts with the same number of chips. Everyone has the same chance to win. The cars don't care if you're a pro or an amateur. Sean Jazzy has done it. It's how you play that matters. Put your game to the test at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown and see if you have what it takes to become our next WPT champion. Go to WPT.com for information on how you can claim your...
Go back from break. Use next level, 10K in, blinds 30,000 and 60,000. John, shuffle up a field.
What do you like, bro? 1.3? Got 6 and change. Got like 5 and change. This one? Is it this one? Yeah, that's the one. The one on your left.
All right, we are back. Still three-handed. WPT Rolling Thunder. Israel Mizzy, currently our short stack.
All right, we're about to see 3-way all in.
Yep. Very confident, huh?
We're at Thunder Valley, just outside of Sacramento. I'm Tyler Patterson. Got Scott Ball and Tony Dunst here with me.
A fish and 2 legends.
Oh, which is which?
Oh, right.
They're playing 30-60 with a 10K ante now.
A big blind is 2 starting stacks.
It's always nice to think about how many people's crushed dreams are in your stack.
3 of hearts. Jack of hearts. Deuce of diamonds.
My stack's in one of those.
Yeah. Sorrel won a nice pot off me on day 2, so I like to think of my chips / crush dreams to be in his stack.
Let me rephrase.
Yeah.
4 of my stacks are...
I was just going to go there. Scott paid for 4 big blinds.
and I know what I like, Mike, so I'm going to go with my 4 big blinds are in Mike's stack.
I gave some chips to our buddy John earlier in the day. John's gone now.
Impressive.
Yeah, it was impressive. Tried to bluff him before I knew that he was not the guy to bluff.
I was in a tournament one time, and I tried to bluff the same guy twice, and Jonathan Little sent me a text. It was like, "Do you know who you're trying to bluff?" And I said, "No." Then he linked me like 3 YouTube videos. He was like, "Never bluff that person." Watch these videos. And I was like, I watched the videos and I was like, "Well, you're right."
I love that he was able to come up with 3 videos too. Like normally one will tell you the message, but 3.
It was in like literally like 30 seconds too. It was like link, link, link. Don't do it again.
That's pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mike is attempting to bluff Steven here. Both of them with king high. Sorrel, as you can see, down to 21 blinds. Steven, he's going to consider this over some cookie.
I've never even seen Steven before.
I feel like we've seen him around once or twice, but he's not someone I have a lot of experience with. Well, he can sense that something is awry here.
Yeah.
There's not too many hands that Mike is value betting. A nasty call, but I think he's going to fold. He did. So Mike gets away with one there.
He was pretty close to that king high call.
Thinking about king high or something?
Did you have king high or something, Mike asks?
Was it good? Sounds like it was good. Good day.
Double check those RFID cards, boys.
Sounds like it was good. Find out in 2 hours.
That's 10,000 is
What's that? Said find out in 2 hours.
So Sorrel, clearly our short stack now, at 21 blinds.
2 hours from now. 2 hours from now will be the last thing on your mind.
Best live cash 2 million. That was at the Gong Gong Millions in 2013.
It'd be nice to cash for $2 million.
It would, especially if you had a good piece yourself.
Yeah.
He might open shove this. I don't know how he's going to play king 10 suited here. 21 blinds is a lot to open
21
shove.
too
It's
much.
a
Just
lot.
opens,
Yeah.
Raise to 130,000.
So it's 130,000.
Mike has something.
Something.
Oh, quickly folded.
He had a queen 10.
Yeah,
you know,
he
he
did.
had a thinking hand. Now, Steven with a king 7. We talked about calling with king 7 facing a 3x earlier. Now he's facing essentially a min raise for a stack with like 20, 21 blinds. Definitely awkward, guys.
Yeah.
Call.
I mean, it's also awkward for the opener when he only has 20 bigs. Like playing the rest of this pot is tough.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So Steven does outflop Sorrel here, but Sorrel has a gut shot.
This is a spot where I don't think he wants to lose the amount of equity that he has in the pot, so I think he's going to check. Because
I agree.
The stack size he could get check shoved on, or
Yeah.
145. That's 145,000.
So that's 145,000.
He might get Steven to fold. I don't know. No. Let's say that
It's
seems
hard to flop
ambitious.
pair and just fold.
Yeah, that's just it.
45.
Brick on the turn.
Check.
Steve checks.
Check.
Swirl checks.
Check to the river.
It is.
And another brick.
I mean, Steven had a chance on the flop and the turn to leverage Sorrel's stack with the raise to make it so that it's all in or fold, just have him in a really weird spot. And decided not to. I mean, he has a pair, so
Yeah.
he doesn't have to do that. But
I think if Sorrel bets here, he's not going to.
Pair of 7. Steve shows pair of 7.
That stack is looking pretty bleak.
Yeah. Steven outflops Sorrel. Takes another chunk of his fairly short stack. Action will slow down a little bit while we're three-handed, guys. If you have any questions for us in the Twitch chat, you can fire this over, and I'm keeping an eye on it. Right now, it's all Steven and Mike. Sorrel running out of room.
Fold. Fold.
Alright, we'll reverse to the fold. We'll Steve down with the small one.
How about this hand in the small blind against what does Sorrel have?
He's probably at 16-ish blinds now.
That's really weird.
Yeah, this is very, very weird. I either fold or just raise fold. Like, I think this is a totally fine hand to, like, almost 3x it with. Because you don't expect him to call too much. I don't think I really like limping here.
It just doesn't play well enough. It's not.
Yeah.
You don't. But I mean, he could probably just bet every flop. And that's a little bit cheaper than raise
Right.
folding, maybe.
I just think there are other hands I would rather limp with. And I think this is probably a decent one to just raise fold. Like
I like that too.
Have one of the best hands that we don't want to just shove, but don't really like calling with. Okay. I would expect him to bet here, though. Huh. That's a little surprising. He has a gut shot now, and
he's not going to get better to fold.
Yeah, you're right about that, though, Tyler. You're absolutely right.
Check. Check.
Both players check. Queen high. To the ace king queen.
I mean, just limping in there and trying to check it down for its like actual value of queen high, I guess, is good enough.
Wow, this could be an epic heads up if it goes to Mike and Steven. They're gonna be so deep.
Yeah, but the 30-minute blinds.
Yeah, that's true.
Definitely take care of that pretty quickly. You mentioned John before, and I want to say he was part of our maybe our longest ever final table. I want to say there was like a 15-ish hour one back in the day because heads up lasted like 7. Like he got heads up with somebody and he played the guy for like 6 or 7 hours or something. Fiery Justice, John, and he. I want to say that the staff remembered that one and were like, okay, we need to make some kind of alteration. Like this was just ridiculous. And you got a whole bunch of people that are part of the staff of a televised final table working till 4 a.m. or something. And I want to say he just got somebody who was like really bad and weak, and so he was like, okay, I'm just gonna limp just 100% of hands, which was a great adjustment to make, but not very fun for anybody working at a final table.
Ace of clubs, 9 of spades, 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that it takes to produce something like this.
Now, operation's a bit smaller with the stream, but when you do a televised final table, a lot goes into that. And so,
Bet 130,000. You're a winner. Fold.
Steve bets 130,000. Mike folds.
another quick pot there for Steven. Everything going his way right now. You guys going to play big schedules at the World Series of Poker this summer?
Yeah.
Yes, and?
Yeah, I like to play all the smaller buy-in, big field events. And mostly No Limit and PLO, but some of the other events too. But I like the smaller buy-in, big field events where people are all, a huge majority of them are worse than me.
Yeah. Yeah, those are some really good value events.
I'll play most of those events and a couple of the bigger events this summer too. I think I'm going to play the heads up this summer, actually.
Wow.
The 10K heads up?
Yeah.
Ooh, excellent. Okay, Sorrel here. Awkward stack with his King 5. Let's go. Mike will complete 8-6 suited.
Call 60,000.
And Steven with a pair of deuces will.
I have no idea.
Neither do I.
He's going to make a raise. He's going to raise
240.
180 to a total of 240,000. So the raise is 180,000.
Apparently, Steve is actually like a 510 online cash reg.
Oh, wow.
On Ignition.
Okay.
And then on stars, he was Tabernacle, a draw game player.
Draw game. Did not see that coming.
I'm pretty sure Ryan LaPlante just knows who everyone is.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that.
Yeah, he really is.
I mean, it's been clear to us the whole time that Steven's been a guy who definitely knows what's going on.
Yeah. It's pretty sick if you're a 5'10" reg. 3K.
Yeah. Well, 5'10" reg online, that's you probably already playing for a lot of money.
Yeah.
Steven picks that one up with his deuces.
Has one 4 hands in a row.
Nice job, staff. 4 hands in a row. Let's
I'm
keep
glad
that
they're
streak
putting
going.
that there because I'm not noticing that.
That's something we probably could have noticed.
Yeah. I'm blaming Tyler.
All right,
He's not paying enough
123.
attention.
122, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
$100,000 they've already made. Jeez.
All right, Mike with a pair of 10s on the button. He's going to be raising into our short stack.
Raise to 130.
He's going to raise, make it 130,000.
Now with Steven, and he's got King Queen. So we've seen how Mike plays King Queen in this position. How does Steven play it? Calls as well.
Steve calls for 130,000.
Now with Sorrel and a decision.
Could be
very
in.
real decision.
Rip. He's got like 14 bigs, right?
Yeah. He's going for it.
All in.
And he, of course, will be called by Mike.
Sorrell's all in for 835,000.
Man.
Now, if you're Mike here and you just call, then it comes to Steven. Steven could do some crazy stuff.
Call.
I mean, Mike could isolate too.
Yeah.
Mike is going to make the call of 835,000.
Now, what does Steven want to do? He also wants to call.
Steve makes the call of 835,000.
Sorrel's like,
So we have
no!
He's actually in better shape than he thinks he is right now.
Yeah, he
probably.
is.
I mean, look at those 3 equities. They're all pretty close.
This is a huge pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's the ace. So Sorrel out in front now, looking for the triple up if he can fade a variety of things. Well, nothing here will entice these players to bet.
Mike will check back till we go to the turn.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, oh, a lot of different cards for Sorrel to fade on the river.
Steve checks.
But he's in pretty good shape here.
Yeah, he is.
83% to triple up.
Only 7 outs to fade.
He does it. Sorrel with the triple
Sick.
up.
Wow, the dream.
Check. Even ace.
Both players check, so we're going to see all 3 hands.
Ace from space.
Both correctly flagging.
The ace from space.
Just like that, Sorrel's going to be up to over 30 blinds again.
Giving him a pair of aces.
Oh, man. Nice job.
What'd he say?
He just said, nice job. What a triple up.
Aces will triple up Sorrell.
Just bummed out.
Sorrel, the only one smiling after that hand.
42 BB.
42, wow. That's right, yeah, we're playing 30-60. Thinking 40-80 for a minute. Yeah, he's got 40 blinds.
Hands that I wanted you guys to have that made sense, and that was the exact one that made sense. When the jack came, I'm like, I thought queen jack on the flop, and then
I would have never guessed that Sorrel would have had something to say after that hand.
Really?
Never.
No.
Yeah, 2.6. Lucky man.
Kind of shocked.
Evens things up a bit.
All right, back with Steven.
He will be first. He's going to raise, make it 140,000 to go. So all folds. Back over to Mike now. And Mike will fold.
We tried with our collusion. It was a joke.
And there's one very happy person at this table and two slightly annoyed. We're both just thinking, it's just not just Sorrel. Lose it to the other guy.
I had a bad feeling it.
They're asking in the Twitch chat who we think played the best so far of the final six.
That's a good question.
It's so hard to say because it's such a small sample size.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it's.
Especially we only got to see
For the
Connor
most
play
part, exactly.
20 hands or whatever.
For the most part, everyone's played pretty fine.
Yeah, really
Definitely
well.
saw a few mistakes, but they're mostly by one player. I think Steven and Mike have both played very, very well.
Yeah. And they both got after it a little bit. Like there's a 1 Queen 3 and 10-8 hand. There hasn't been very many light 3-bets.
Someone also asked who's our favorite to win right now, because chips are somewhat even. Although I think that Mike and Steven are still pretty well above Sorrel. So from just a chip equity standpoint, it's hard to take Sorrel at this moment. I guess. Huh.
I think I like Steven slightly more aggressive than Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Not much, but
I think I like Mike because Mike probably has a lot more live poker experience than Steven if he's just an online reg.
I don't know, Steven had quite a bit of results on his hand in mob, though.
Yeah.
If forced to choose, I guess, yeah, I think I would take Mike.
Race 150,000. Mike will be first, and he makes it 150,000 to go.
Combination of having a bunch of chips and experience standpoint. I also think of the three, he's most likely to have someone really on the rail, watching tons of hands, feeding him reads and stuff like that. He's very much part of the online culture, and has friends who would do that for him. So
I know people that have pieces that would definitely be doing that right now for him. I'd be shocked if not.
we're pretty sure that's already happened with the scarf thing.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't think that was a fashion adjustment.
Yeah.
Interesting flop here. Flush draw and gut shot from Mike. Top pair and a backdoor flush draw for Sorrel.
What positions are they in here?
Sorrel's big blind and Mike is button.
Okay.
Check call from Sorrel.
Here we go to the tournament.
Wow,
what a card!
That is the card. Queen of Diamonds is a flush for Mike, trips, and a backdoor flush draw for Sorrel. That's the card.
That's pretty sick.
Now, if you're Mike, you just bet big and try and get it so you can rip river, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I'd go even bigger than this 420. I'd probably just bet $500,000 or something, or maybe even a little bigger than that. Well, yeah, right in there.
You think Sorrel's going to put it on right now?
Good question.
Being out of position, I think he probably should, because if he just calls, he's going to be checking the river and getting a check back so often.
Mm-hmm.
Decides to call.
All right.
I'm less surprised that he called while he's holding the King of Diamonds, but I think it's pretty close either way. Relevant 6 on the river. Game over, Sorrel. Sorry, buddy.
I think that is true.
I think that's it. I mean, I don't think you could ever fold specifically this hand here.
No, he can't.
I mean,
You think he can?
With the king of diamonds,
I'm never.
and the fact that your opponent has.
I'm telling you, I'm almost never
Yeah.
folding here. But there could be some physical
Yeah.
stuff. There could be something that he just knows about Mike. Like,
No, shove Mike.
it's-
No. Go all in. No. No, and he went all in some previous spots before. Like, I think he can just do it.
Yeah, but he had it those times.
What
Yeah.
does this leave Sorrel with if Sorrel just calls?
I think the bet's only 6 something, right, or 7.
Yeah, it's like 650 into 1.5.
So,
Sorrel
yeah,
only
he's
has a
definitely-
PSB behind. I just don't
Yeah.
understand why you wouldn't shove the spot.
Definitely.
680,000.
Yeah, that is just very unfortunate for Sorrel. Minor lost opportunity by Mike there. I know it's super easy to say when we're staring Sorrel's sweet hand that can never fold right in the face, but he had only like a PSB behind, and you know, at the point he calls that turn, the likelihood that he has a queen is pretty good.
If Sorrel has a hand
Yeah.
like Queen 10
Mhm.
and you jam, it might look. He might be able to get away from it. He had Queen 10 without a diamond at that point. So maybe that's where Mike's going with that.
I'm inclined to say in that spot a jam looks weaker than the bet he made.
I think so too.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure when you have the ace of diamonds and you decide to barrel down, like you're jamming river, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think
That
there's some
card.
spots when you have 15 big blinds behind that you're just time to lose sometimes. Like as
Yeah.
silly as that sounds, like
No, I get it.
you just sometimes just too strong to fold, especially three-handed. Like
I wouldn't expect him to fold Queen 10. I just think that there is a chance of that, and I think that overbets from pros, especially against pros, is just way heavily weighted to value these days.
yeah, you're right.
It's not even really an overbet, but still.
That's kind of it.
All in from the small
Sorrel all in.
himself all
Mike.
in.
No. 5-0. 5 do so.
And Mike will fold.
Had high hopes going up.
Someone asked what's up top in this. It's about 280,000 up top, I believe. I'll double check that. But I believe
And a
that
seat in the
is-
Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, seat in the TOC.
Coming up.
Tyler will be there. I'll be there.
What are you doing that week, Scott?
Can you give me a snapshot now? Can you give me a
I don't
snapshot?
know, when is it? Is it a few weeks?
Yeah. After the end of the Hard Rock series.
I might be in Reno.
That's the best thing.
I don't know if it's Strange Jason's man.
Will fold. And Mike down with small blind.
Call.
Mike calls the 60,000.
Yeah, we didn't even question the. Sorrel didn't 3-bet that King Queen from the big blind there. It was an open from the button. We didn't even consider that. Like he could have trying to get it in. Even.
And the jack of hearts.
5 years ago, a bunch of money goes in pre.
That's 80,000.
Mike bets out 80,000.
It's open-ended for Steven.
Shoot, level 7 of this tournament, a bunch of money goes in pre.
Yeah.
I saw someone call it off with that same exact hand at like level what was the last level of day 1? Level 8?
Yeah, 8.
Call.
Steve calls the 80,000. To the turn. It is the 5 of diamonds.
It's a really good
Wow.
card for this hand.
Very interesting card. Sorrel's really short, so they won't go crazy, but
Bet 180,000. 180. 5.
I mean, there was a time when people would always raise this open ender on the flop when Mike bet into him. Now I think people realize they're not raising for value with anything.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was 180.
So they just call. We have a raise coming here, huh?
185 from Steven. And check raise for Mike.
Like 650?
Mike takes it up to 555,000.
555.
This is interesting because Steven is holding cards that Mike would do this with.
Yes.
You'll make the call.
Wow.
I kind of think that almost regardless of river, and that's not entirely true, but many rivers Mike is betting.
Yeah, I think Steven's folding.
Yeah.
Call. Steve makes the call. Here we go to the river.
And that might be one of the ones he doesn't. I'm not really sure, but if there was one he wasn't going to bluff, a 3 that pairs the board.
Yeah, he gave up. Wow.
Yeah.
Steve checks behind.
And I think that's probably good that he gave up. I don't know if Steven was going to make a call in the end, but he might have.
Yeah, and certainly a lot of his stuff that calls a turn check raise will call that river when it's a 3 of clubs. So I don't mind him giving up there, even though it was a bad result.
For sure. So many people think about poker like pure results, as we all know, right?
Yeah, it's hard not to, yeah. It's hard not to be affected by them, even while we're watching it. It's hard not to be affected.
I think it's actually one of the hardest things about being a poker player, aside from just having a healthy lifestyle, is just truly not being results oriented ever, because it's so easy to think that way.
Yeah.
Especially when you're learning, it's so unbelievably important. When you think about things like Twitch that are introducing poker to so many new people, you just see the comments in chat so often that just, people aren't thinking that way, right?
Yeah.
Raise to
130,000. 130,000. Steve will fold.
There was a question in the chat.
Going to double again.
Oh, yeah. There was a question in the chat about whether these guys would have made a deal. 3-handed, almost certainly not. I think heads up it's possible. And depending on who gets heads up.
Yeah.
I think it's probably most likely to occur between Mike and Steven. Mike gonna have to call this off probably. 18. Well, this is close. It's about an 18 blind shove.
Yeah.
This is really close.
I definitely don't hate a lay down here for 18 bigs.
Yeah.
I think it's close, but I think it's a little bit on the wrong end.
Super close.
I think if it was like
Didn't change from the last time I looked.
14 big blinds. What do you say?
He said it didn't change from the last time you looked. Yeah, this is a
I think it was like 14 big
spot.
blinds. It's a pretty easy call. 18, 17 is a little too much. But that might be why I'm sitting on the couch. Let's ask ourselves, what would Pat Lyons do?
Oh, he would have raised dark and called dark already. At this point.
Ooh, nice fold by Mike there.
What a player!
It's there's a results-oriented fold we love. There we go.
Yep.
For another 30 seconds to a minute, probably.
That was pretty solid.
Probably. What's this at? 2 pips.
I think 18 bigs is just a little too much.
Yeah, I don't like putting in that much with it. You're calling it off.
We're doing a showdown.
He said he needed 2 more pips. He would have put it in with ace 10, which of course he would have put it in with ace 10, but I wonder if he would have put it in with ace 9.
Queen 10 of diamonds for Steven here on the button.
I know the World Poker Tour won't help with dealing with chops, right? I don't think
We do not help facilitate.
I don't think the casinos do either. I think that might be casino by casino, but I think most of them don't.
I'm sure it's happened a million times. I heard an epic story a few years ago in like one of the WSOP dailies where a bunch of people agreed to chop, and the guy just got the first place ticket, just took all the money and left. That's so terrible.
Yeah, that did happen. And that's why you really need to trust whoever you would deal with.
Yeah.
Unless the casino will do it for you.
Yeah, unless the casino will do it for you. So there are plenty of people in poker that I just, flat out wouldn't deal with.
Yeah.
Just kind of regardless of what the offer is. I'm sorry, dude.
At 140.
Hell no.
Amazing.
You guys will have to miss out what prompted my enthusiastic no.
Oh,
it's a little mystery for the chat.
Oh man, life is so much fun.
Well, both players the same hand here. Who wants it?
Because it's a blind versus blind battle, this Queen 10 high actually, button versus blind battle, actually has enough showdown value. They're both probably happy just getting the showdown.
Mike might bluff. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, he doesn't really bluff out many better hands. I also think the check raising here, if his opponent bets, isn't crazy, but then also his opponent can have a king, which isn't very ideal.
No, that'd be unfortunate.
Yeah, but I would like check raising better than calling. And if you're, I don't know why your opponent would ever have an ace take this line. I guess he could. Probably not.
And Steve checks. Queen 10 high. Both players showing Queen 10. Flush.
I'd look really silly if you was queen jack.
Almost bet.
They were both talking about how they almost bet it. Queen 10.
I think that double barreling the queen 10 on the button would have been pretty reasonable. When you turn the gut shot. You really just want to be betting kings and jacks, right? Those are the cards you bet. So I feel like he should probably go for it in that spot.
Yep.
And Sorrel will be first.
Sorrel here with ace jack suited.
Raised to 130.
Makes it 130,000.
Mike out. Steven also about to be out. The chat's kind of discussing this idea of a chop. There's no one way that a chop works. Often it's, like a chip chop. You're like, okay, the prize pool is $1 million. But you often have to adjust based on payouts as well. There's no standard methodology, really. And there's definitely an art of negotiation that goes into it as well.
Definitely.
And it depends on how many people you're dealing with, whether it's one or a crowd of people.
A lot of times there's friends get in and influence it.
Yeah.
In this case, there's a $15,000 seat added, so that's, or not added, but as part of the prize pool included. Yeah, so that's a hard thing to chop. Lots of issues.
It's also not near as fun.
No?
Variance.
Not as fun.
Steve calls. Calls for big blind 60,000. Sorrel checks, so he goes to the flop. That flop is the king of spades, 7 of diamonds, 6 of hearts.
That's 85,000.
Steve bets 85,000. Sorrel calls the 5,000.
This is another one of those limp the small blind and then just bet any flop situations.
Third card is the 8 of diamonds.
Had almost no equity. Now he has a decent amount.
I feel like the tournament game has changed a lot in like the last 4 or 5 months, even like a lot. Like you were just talking about the 4-5 board just being a call now.
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 months ago, it was a standard raise like almost all the time. Even,
And Jack 6-3 rainbow. I think the 4-5 just raises.
Yeah, like literally a few months ago, even that was like pretty standard. Now it's just not at all.
Yeah, I can see that.
Blind versus blind games changed a lot too.
Yeah.
So like just limp lead everything.
220,000.
We've seen a multiple of them, or at least Mike and Steven take that approach.
Very much so.
And that was a great card for him, so he keeps the barrel on.
Nice double barrel there.
Yeah.
Steven.
You can definitely raise with that 4-5 on that board, but then you kind of have to also be raising King Jack.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for sure.
And most people are just happy to call King Jack instead.
Definitely.
Raise to 140.
He raises to a total of
Even raising out of
140,000.
small, and Sorrel is going to be all in. Sorrel even has one of those stacks where I would be very close to just shoving myself if I'm Steven.
All in.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's not.
No, remember he
My
had-
mistake. I thought he was the small blind to Sorrel's big. My bad. Oh, and it's 20 blinds. I probably would not have done that.
$1.2 million. 100,
Will he be the hero?
I doubt it.
No way, 20 big blinds with ace with Jack 10.
I know. That's
Come
why I
on.
said, will he be the hero?
Yeah.
I didn't say it was good.
Man, he really wants to.
I know he does.
I'm a little surprised this hand isn't over yet. There we go.
Maybe he is actually was thinking that he should have just open ripped it instead.
It's probably 50-50 if I call him. Maybe not. 2 overs. Get there?
Probably a big blind. It's such a good big blind too. He's 4 suited.
Wow.
Just had the third.
So I shove, in an alternative universe, you would fold. I would shove you. Look.
Action with Mike here.
Raise to
So 130,000.
Mike with a pair of 5s.
It's kind of
Likely about to
interesting.
punish Sorrel here.
He's gonna 3-bet, but he has Steven behind him, right? So it's not very comfortable. He's certainly going to 3-bet.
Raise. 390.
Re-raise to 390,000. It's a total of 390K. Now over to Steve. Steve, the big blind will fold.
Cyril's just wondering if Mike has a 3-bet fold range at all, which he probably doesn't at that stack size.
Yeah, I believe you're right. No, 421 players now down to 3. 421 entries, excuse me, down to 3.
Yeah.
Pretty distinct difference between players in entries in this day and age.
You're telling me.
Yeah.
This is the last stop on the California swing. We're already done with the LAPC and the Bay 101. Now at Thunder Valley.
These really are such fun tournaments.
I like this swing. I have a lot of friends in this area, family and stuff, so it's all three are really fun for me.
You stay at your old home, or do you stay here?
I don't. I stay here.
Yeah.
I mean, Sacramento is 35 minutes away, so
Yeah, true.
commuting back and forth wouldn't be great.
And the hotel here is actually so nice.
Man, it's awesome, yeah.
Steven here deciding between shove and something else.
Raise.
I like shove.
I like that. Yeah, that's the one that I go with. I also definitely just take a big stack of pink and stuff. Like, I don't announce it. I don't say anything. I'm just like, I have this stack of 2 million here. And you have to call it all.
And look, you can barely tell what's gone off my stack.
Oh, picking up the hands now.
Yeah.
Raise to 135.
Steve will make a raise 135,000.
It's probably good enough to put it in.
All in.
All right, so Sorrell's going to be all in at risk with 3 outs.
We are going to give it a call.
So it worked for him last time.
He makes the call.
Will he be able to catch up with ace X offsuit here? Or will Stevens pocket nines hold up?
Okay, here we go to the flop. For Sorrell, we have the ace of clubs, 8 of hearts, and for Steve, pocket nines. All right, here we go to the flop.
I see an ace.
Flop is the ace of spades, 3 of diamonds, and the 6 of diamonds.
Ace on the flop for Sorrell. Backdoor diamonds for Steven, but he's in bad shape here.
So the turn card is the
Nope, a 9 and only a 9. He looks annoyed.
and the river. The river is the jack of diamonds.
Justifiably annoyed.
Sorrell will double through.
That hurt. He's got alligator blood.
This guy.
Hanging.
All right, so Sorrell scores the crucial double up. Back to about 40 blinds.
1,210,000.
You got Ben Irwin on the mic announcing 1,210,000 going over to Sorrell.
Yeah.
Ben Irwin, the poker tournament director here, he's a pretty good guy.
Yeah, he is. They do an excellent job at catering to and listening to their players.
He really likes
to Ben.
Yeah, he really likes to take care of everybody. The hotel rooms and the rides and the
That is not normal.
Top Golf and all that. Yeah, he really likes players. He genuinely does.
Yeah, that's very not normal for poker rooms to take as good of care of people as they do here.
Yeah, I agree.
Particularly if it's a poker room contained within a casino.
Yes,
if
exactly.
it's a poker room
Yes.
that caters to poker players, you see a lot of this attention to detail. But usually we get lost in the mix of the more profitable players for the casinos, which are people who play house edge games. You know, overall, poker players aren't that valuable to a casino unless they bring in business. So it's a lot of the reason we get catered to. Mike here, 650 is going to limp into small.
Mike makes the call.
Steven wearing that loss on his face.
Yeah, I'd be frustrated too.
Depression.
Gonna check 8 deuce of clubs.
That flop is the 6 of spades, king of clubs, 10 of spades.
Check.
Mike checks.
Check.
Check on the flop.
Turn card. 7 of diamonds.
So, Steven turns a gut shot. Mike still with bottom pair.
Got some stuff on the chat. Yeah, we're reading the chat. We're here, guys. We see you. Yeah, I have stayed at the Bicycle Club Hotel, the new hotel at the Bike. It's pretty nice. I'm pretty surprised, actually.
Mike will make the call. The card is the Jack of Diamonds. Mike will check.
Mike going for the double barrel. He should get away with this one.
385,000.
And he has absolutely no showdown value. He's got a blocker to the nuts. His opponent can have lots of one-pair hands. And Mike is eventually going to fold. Yeah.
Blocker to the nuts? Oh, you mean
oh,
the
sorry,
straight.
second
Got
nuts.
Got
Excuse me.
It was the straight. It was the nuts on the turn.
Yeah.
Got it.
Someone asked, Steven needs to be more aggressive with a marginal hand like 8-2 suited, right? I would say no. If anything, Mike has proven that he's willing to win some very good hands in the small blind. So I think if you're Steven, you just want to put more money in the big blind when you have a quality hand.
Yeah.
And otherwise just go to a flop. And, the way he played that hand there was excellent. He got to the flop with something pretty bad, checked back with no equity, and then when he turned it, he barreled his opponent off bottom pair. So I think that was a really well-played hand from Steven.
I think so too.
Mike with King Deuce is going to raise.
150,000. Steve will fold. And Sorrel will fold. Which one?
Was that just King 2, King 3, King 3 for? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Steven and Sorrel the same hand too.
I think it is okay for Steven to raise some of his bad hands in the big blind because while Mike is limping decent hands, he's also not giving walks, so he's limping the worst hands also. So I think you can just pick up some pots here and there. You have to have some hands that are not, the top 30% or whatever.
Raised to 140.
Steve makes it 140,000.
140 from Steven here. Now with Sorrel. And it looks like he's going to re-raise. Ooh, I like this actually. Oh wait, sorry, I had their hands reversed. No, I don't like it as much. I would like this more.
8-4 suited you don't like.
I would rather call an 8-4 suited and 3-bet the King 7-0. Ah, he's in the small. All right, I'm just missing everything about this hand. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I'm
going to retire from commentary for this hand, Tyler.
Well, I'll explain what you meant there. You definitely don't like calling the 8-4 suited from the small blind. You do like calling that hand from the big blind.
I thought that Steven was the small and Sorrel was in the big. And I would prefer to call 8-4 suited in position as the big blind. But I think that had he chose the 3-bet King 7 off as a bluff, that would be fine because your hand doesn't flop super well and you have a blocker to strong hands and et cetera, et cetera.
From the small blind, 3-betting either one of those hands is just fine.
Yes, it is,
and
yeah.
Mixing in some of those suited gappers is pretty popular these days. I remember last year when we were doing it was Gimbal and Motion, and Gimbal reliably 3-bet every suited garbage that he had. That was exactly his balancing. And it was in this tournament last year.
He had a lot of them.
He was dealt it a lot. So he was 3-betting a lot.
3-betting a ton.
Yeah.
It was like balance. I'm just going to 3-bet everything.
All right, back with Sorrel. Ace Queen.
You got it.
Raised to 135.
Sorrel is first. He's going to raise, making 135,000. Mike folds in small blind.
Steven with Ace 10 here. Now, when Sorrell was 20-ish blinds deep, I think that Steven would just rip on him. Instead, he just calls me.
Yep.
I'm down with that. I think I would probably 3-bet ace-jack and call the ace-10.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you 3-bet ace-10 and he puts it in, you're folding, and that sucks to have fold such a good hand.
Yep.
Check. And probably a check back.
Check.
Check it is.
Turn card. Queen of spades.
So Sorrell locks his pot up on the turn.
Check.
Steve will check.
Are there enough hands like aces and kings and maybe a 7-5 or something that Sorrell will check back, where checking back that ace-queen is okay? Or are you just you're going to get bet at all the time on the turn if you're not checking enough value hands back? You know what I mean?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, so Sorrell checks that flop back with ace-queen.
Right.
Are there enough value hands that he checks back to balance that? Because otherwise, you can just barrel at him every time on the turn.
Oh, yeah, I think so. He's going to check a decent amount of, like, he has a pretty wide range of the button, of course, so he's going to connect and have, like, one pair on that flop, and then call
check
back
some of those
yeah,
back.
you know, pairs with combo draws, straight draws.
Yeah, Mike has consistently checked those back. We
Yeah.
haven't seen Sorrell have the opportunity yet.
Raise to 150. First, he's going to make it 150,000 to go.
All right, 150 from Mike. Steven with ace-queen suited in the small.
Re-raise.
He's going to re-raise.
470.
Now at 470,000.
Sorrell. Oh.
Which is
It was like, he held on to his cards and sort of like wiped the sweat off his brow like he had a real decision there. He's got 5 high.
He's just trying to wrap his head around the bet.
I think that Sorrell definitely has a lot of strong value hands on that board too. I played a hand with him in this tournament, of course, a much different stage, where he had aces on a 9-high flop, and it went check and through the pot. So I think
Okay.
he's
Yeah.
definitely capable of that from some recent personal experience.
Yeah, okay. He probably doesn't need that many. There's just Twitch chatter saying the same thing. He doesn't need that many hands to balance, just enough that he can call a bet on the turn and maybe a bet on the river.
Raise to 140.
Steve will raise, makes it 140,000. Sorrell will fold. And we are over to Mike.
Over to Mike with 5-4 suited. If he wanted to 3-bet this hand out of the big blind, I'd be pretty down with it. I normally call this one and 3-bet ones that are like slightly worse than this, but yeah, Mike's pretty much the same thinking.
Re-raise. It's 460.
Sometimes you can tell that you talk poker with the same people with someone, and Mike is
Yeah.
definitely that case. Steven eyes chips. Perhaps thinking about a 4-bet here. I wouldn't flat king 9, but it's not a crazy hand to 4-bet. Nah, he's talking now. He's boned. He's folding. If anyone's ever deciding between what to do, usually usually folding in something else pre-flop, and then they open their mouth, they're folding.
They're folding. Yeah.
Just hand over. Someone asked, why is this stop on the tour called Rolling Thunder? This is Thunder Valley Resort and Casino, so it's just an iteration of their name, I assume.
There's lots of thunder here in Sacramento.
Alright. Queen Queen Jack for Sorrel on the button.
Raise to 140.
140,000.
Mike out with ace 6.
Mike will fold with small blind.
Steven in with ace jack suited. I would anticipate a 3-bet here, but not everyone plays it that way.
I wouldn't mind a flat.
2.4, 2.8, 2.8.
3-handed, though, I think it is a 3-bet.
I think you should.
Sometimes you don't want to risk getting 4-bet and then not getting to play that hand, but I don't think anybody is active enough to worry about it right now.
Yeah.
I think he's 3-betting like ace jack off, actually.
Yeah.
I guess probably like his cutoff.
Oh, jeez.
Jeez.
Sorrel has flopped the nuts, and Steven will not be able to get away.
Not for a while,
Not
anyway.
For a while.
Lots of graphics going on the screen right now. They're really giving it to us.
160.
All the info.
160,000.
To be honest, his graphics are actually really good.
Really good.
most tournaments that you watch, the graphics aren't this good. I actually love the photos they have in the names too. It looks cool. It's like very video game-esque.
Reminds you exactly who's who and all that if you don't know. So Steven decided to lead. After just calling pre-flop, he decided to lead into the razor on this board.
Don't like that at all.
Nope.
It's one of the first things Steven has done that I definitely don't like.
It's strange because your opponent is going to be so undefined when you get called. You still
Yeah.
have no idea how strong he is.
Exactly. Someone says, "Can you commentators explain why Steven led this flop?" No, I can't.
I can. Mistakes were made.
Yeah.
At 375.
So that's 375,000.
I'm not sure Steven's going to call this turn bet.
There's going to be
Yeah.
some haters in the way I played this hand.
That was awesome.
I'm going to get some haters for the way I played this.
That was you were right, Steven, and at least you get it. That's really good.
I've been there, man. I've been
Of
there.
course
I do
I've been
something
there.
in poker, and I'm like, what was I thinking? If I told people this hand, they'd be like, come on, man.
Yep, yeah, we've all been there. Luckily, most of them for us are not televised or live streamed when you make a play like that, but I like that Steven recognized it right away, out
Wait a
loud.
minute. So what did I do here?
Maybe I played this bad. 80, 40.
Folds. You owe 10,000 first.
And Mike will fold.
Wait,
Small blind.
40-80. Okay.
Someone in the chat's like, come on, he has, open-ended plus backdoor flush draw, and then ace high. It's not the worst lead. No, it's not the worst lead or anything.
Oh, he
like
had a
that.
good hand.
He had a good hand. It's just not the hand you would lead there.
Call.
Check. You call for 80,000. Sorrel checks.
Sorrel's like 50 bigs now. Oh, no, my blinds just went up.
Yep, blinds are 40,000, 80,000 now with a 10K ante.
Check.
Steven check.
Check.
Sorrel checks behind. Turn card. King of hearts.
Not much happening in this potty.
Check.
Looks like Sorrell is giving up.
9 of spades.
Sorrell has instead river to 9.
Check.
Steve will check.
And Sorrell has passed up on thin value betting opportunities in the past. This one's really not that thin. He should be betting probably.
110.
So that's 110,000.
And Steve's still thinking about that last hand.
Sorrell's definitely got chips now.
This comes up a lot when I'm talking to other smart players, and it's give me some good examples of a donk lead. Like, when is it good to donk lead? And it's actually really hard to come up with good examples. I mean, I like to do it with monsters sometimes, like just to build a bigger pot quicker. But it just doesn't come up very often. I mean, sometimes maybe if you defended a blind and if you defend it from the big blind and you get just a garbagey flop that's kind of connected, so they're not going to hit it very much, like a 6-5-3, when you can actually get good hands to fold.
I think the best example I can think of off the top of my head that I see all the time now is when it's like a 4-card straight run out, or a 4-card straight run out on the board. I see a lot of very good players like in spots where someone's range is really weighted towards one pair, like overbet leading.
So you mean leading back on the turn, not donking the flop, but donking the turn after having check called. Okay. Yeah, anytime that your opponent is, obviously going to check back, that's probably a good time for it if you have value.
And I've been seeing that like more and more and more lately.
Bet 230.
A place that used to happen all the time is when it would come, Queen 7-3, and someone would just lead the 7-8, and I don't think that's very good.
No,
I don't
it's
like
terrible.
Those spots. Yeah, I think a lot of
You're building
players,
a pot that you would love to get to at the cheap showdown because there's not a lot of great turns and rivers for you.
Yeah,
don't build that pot.
I agree.
Ace of clubs.
So yeah, it's not easy to find good donk leads.
Yeah.
But yeah, we didn't like that one. But I don't think we actually say don't ever do it.
You can't. It's never a don't ever do thing.
Yeah.
Bet 625.
So that's 620.
I mean, we were just talking about blind versus blind, limp lead everything pretty much, right? That's a spot you're seeing all the time right now.
Yeah, that's not a donk lead, but yeah. I wasn't paying attention to that one. I was looking at the chat.
I think in theory, though, you're right. Like when it comes to like building bigger pots, like if you're doing it, it should potentially be to build a bigger pot rather than to like. That's what you're doing almost always, and so oftentimes when you lead into good players, you're just getting raised anyways because they perceive it as weakness, right? So it's definitely the way to build a big pot sometimes.
I mean, you can do it also as an adjustment if your opponent is someone who would just fold to it too much.
Yeah.
You can clearly make that adjustment.
And you can actually tell that in lots of different ways. For instance, if you have an opponent that doesn't really see that enough.
Yeah.
Can lead to people like that a lot too. I actually don't think leading's near as bad as people think sometimes. But I think it's very player dependent.
I remember I used to do it cash a lot, but Not as much anymore.
He makes the call.
I mean, we've already learned that this weekend the secret isn't actually leading. The secret is raising dark and shoving dark.
Yes.
And just hoping no one has like aces.
Or hoping they don't have ace jack, and then.
Yeah. No, you want them to have ace jack, obviously.
All right, I got that part wrong.
Yeah. The dream is to only be that behind.
And they've all evened up right now. They all have 40, 50 big blinds now.
Yeah.
Since the blinds went up.
Sick. This is a tough pot for Steven because, like, he can bet here. But at the end of the day, like, even when he gets down the river, he's not going to get too much more, right? Normally, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's like, Sorrel can call here. He can either, if he bricks river, he can just check, and Sorrel just wins by check back, right?
Maybe. I mean, he could. I don't know if Steven's going to be barreling rivers. Wow.
Sorrel just folded. Wow. Sick.
That's pretty interesting. So he checks back the king nine as the original raiser, and then just folds. Just doesn't think Steven is going to be leading without an ace or a 10 or another. I guess that's it.
Yeah. The standard 6:34 alarm. Time to wake up, Tyler.
That was to set my fantasy golf picks.
I've actually never. I've golfed one time in my life for like 4 holes. I'd like to learn how to golf though.
It's really. You should try to learn with someone else in the same curve, like someone else who's
also
whatever.
terrible.
Well, yeah, terrible. Whatever, at least mildly athletic, so you guys will learn the same at the same time. You know.
Yeah.
And then it's fun. It's really fun.
Yeah, no, it seems like a fun game.
Top Golf is always fun. You been there yet?
I have not yet. I've heard a lot about it, though.
So there's a big crazy one in Vegas. There's one near me in Scottsdale. There's actually one right here next to Thunder Valley.
Yeah. I wanted to go there actually quite bad.
It's really fun. You might end up going there tonight, actually.
Oh,
You're invited, Scott.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Tonight, there's also this concept of sleeping in my own bed for the first time in like 12 days.
Oh,
I
I
just got to
see.
drive an hour and a half. And that's really exciting. Top Golf is like pretty exciting, but that's like super exciting.
We got a big hand developing here during this
this Top Golf discussion.
Top Golf discussion. Yeah, we'll revisit Top Golf in a little bit. Where did Mike open from? So he's open from the button, and Sorrel's 3-betting from the big blind?
I believe so.
Wow, this is really serious because now it's...
Yeah.
They have nearly even stacks, so if Mike decides to put it in here, which he could...
50 bigs?
That's a lot of big blinds, and it's... I mean, it's basically a turning point in the tournament.
It's going to be yeah.
Can he call the 3-bet here? Play in position with a middle pair? Just
he can.
Try to figure it out on the way down? It's really tough. It's really tough to play that pot.
It's really hard.
Even in position, it's going to be really tough.
It's really hard, but do you want to put 50 big blinds in here with 3-handed? Isn't that kind of ICM suicide? No? Yeah? No?
I don't know.
Also just fold.
Yeah.
I don't like putting it in there with 50 bigs. Especially if you feel like you can navigate the table well. I don't know how confident Mike is. If Mike's super confident and just feel like he can play with these guys, then why not?
Which one for the gusto there? The old gusto.
What'd he say?
He said he almost went for the gusto there is what he said, and I think Sorrel said it would have been a big pot.
That's a random stat.
What was that?
Has lost a total of 3.4 million chips to Michael.
Wow, how do they
That's
keep
a sick
that?
needle.
That's crazy.
Sorrel has lost 3.4 million chips to Mike.
That's super weird.
Yeah, that's a random stat.
Yeah.
It's raised to 185.
Steve raises it to
Sorry, 190.
90,000. Players hold.
I don't. This stat's gotta go, guys. It doesn't mean anything. It's just I don't even know.
It's cool. It's just silly.
I don't know where I'm supposed to spin with that. I don't know what it means to anybody.
Well, obviously Mike is a much better poker player than. That's where that goes. It's just there's no questions asked. He's definitely the better poker player.
Yeah, we got people asking us how we would have played that 7-7 spot. I think I probably put it in.
I like to fold.
I wish. Yeah, I want calling to be right, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to fold there. Just fold to a 3-bet from the big blind, 3-handed, the sevens. I think it's
50 big blinds.
It's a Phil Hellmuth top 10 hand.
You read that book or that chapter? Are you a bear or an eagle?
I don't know, man. I'm probably a jackal.
When I first got into poker,
elephant.
I was living in a house full of StarCraft pros, and we all started playing home games in the house after we started watching Poker After Dark together. And we went to Barnes & Noble and bought a bunch of books, and that was one of the books. And I read like 10
Play
pages.
poker like the pros.
Good God.
Yeah?
I want to be the bear.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, good God, this is garbage. And I was going to say, I wish I had been that discerning when I picked up that book at like 17 or 18.
Yeah.
Because I remember reading some books back then.
Nah, it wasn't out that early, was it?
Yeah. It came out when I was about 18, about
Okay.
15 years ago.
Okay.
So I remember reading his book and TJ Cloutier's book, and at the time, both of those guys were like paragons of poker.
Yeah.
And if you followed the strategy in them, it just made you a giant, useless nit. And that's how I played for like the first year or two of my career until people were like, hey, you have to play more than 8% of hands.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, Play Poker Like the Pros was designed for beginner players, and it wasn't shy about that.
True,
So
absolutely true.
it takes a lot of heat, but I think it actually does what it was designed to do.
I remember reading something that I think it said somewhere, like in one of the first 10 pages, that if you only played these 10 hands and just went all in every time, you'd be a winner. So I remember like going to like a local casino.
Wow, this spot's
like,
kind of interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's sitting in like a 1-1 $40 buy-in game with like a $3 rake per hand or something terrible. And just sitting there like, I'm going to fold my way to sevens or better and get it all in. And be like, wow, why won't anyone call me? There's a casino called Ocean's 11 in Southern California.
I've been there, yeah.
That's San Diego area,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Carlsbad.
Didn't they get raided or something?
Ocean's 11 got raided?
Or a game got broken up there or something like that?
There was some kind of sports betting ring, money laundering thing that went down there, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well,
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. It may have been in Palomar, which is near San Diego.
Palomar Club,
instead.
I heard, did get in big trouble for something.
It might have been them. But yeah, I liked playing at Ocean's 11.
Yeah, man. It's a good time.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Back to Steven.
Tony, what do you think about the
sevens hand?
45, 50 big blinds hands with sevens?
Man, when I was watching that, I was like, what the hell do I do here?
Yeah, I wouldn't have liked it.
Raised to 280.
Raise it 200,000, total 280.
There's just no way to be comfortable in that. In that hand, you just keep putting in 50 big blinds with a middle pair is not comfortable. But also folding one of the best hands you can be dealt to a 3-bet is not comfortable either.
Yeah, I think if we're just folding, we're probably getting exploited by anyone who would know what we're doing there. But, like, man, I would rather flat 10-9 suited than sevens all day.
Yeah, right.
Ugh. Ugh.
I wasn't really paying attention to the sizing that Sorrel used. Maybe it was.
I mean, I think it was like 180 to 600 or something like that. You know, it's not like an unusual
normal
sizing.
Yeah.
Slightly more than the 3x out of the big, which is what players do.
Everybody's been pretty straightforward, so maybe he doesn't have a 3-bet fold range.
Yeah.
And if that's true, then yeah, you should just fold the 7s. If he doesn't have a 3-bet folding range.
His entire final table has just made me think that 3-betting out of the big blind is currently the best play in poker. Because it's just like crushed everybody who's had to face it.
I actually remember doing that a couple times in the PCA high roller. Just because I don't play a lot of high rollers, so I'm not used to everybody being a superstar, so I felt like I had to be one step ahead, you know, so guys are raising under the gun 1, and I just 3-bet with air balls from the big blind, just because it looks so strong.
Yeah.
They didn't get there, right? No, they fold. It works. But that would have been fun.
All right. Ace Queen for Steven here.
Steve makes the call.
Steven playing the limp 100% in small blind game against Sorrel. Wow. Jack 10-9, all diamonds. Steven open-ended with the nut flush draw. Sorrel with the top pair.
Steven has ace high right now, but is 67% to win the hand. Kind of a unique situation.
That's like an Omaha draw. Like, I got 8 high, but I'm 65% to win. You know?
Yeah. So this is interesting because we were talking about the limp the small blind, then bet every flop. That's not a flop that you bet every flop. when that was your plan, you're not betting every single limped hand when it's 9-10 jack all diamonds. Like, it says something about your hand. If you happen to limp, I don't know, 4 or 5 of spades, I don't think you're going to be betting that flop.
Steve bets 390,000 here on the turn.
And so
I like this
390 gets Sorrel to lay down top pair.
He was 67% on the flop. He was only 54 on the turn, or he was 45 on the turn, but then he won the pot on the turn. No haters on that one, Steven. The
Yeah,
Twitch
no
chat
haters
likes how
there.
you played that pot.
You guys gonna make a mistake at some point?
There's a look at our payouts, just under 300,000 for whoever ends up our winner.
I'll do everything for you.
It's a call.
All right, Sorrel calls pocket fours. Small, Mike checks. So while I think that small blind limping is a really profitable way to approach those situations, my God, it makes for terrible viewing poker. I'm like, oh, limp. All right. Well, I know he's limping good hands. Check.
Yeah.
It's just, oh, man.
Turn card, 10 of clubs.
This is not a texture that's going to induce much action from these two hands.
Both players check. The river.
King on the river for Mike. We got a winner.
Sorrel checks. Mike bets 300,000.
Do you guys know, there's a Twitch chatter, Jamie Feel? Anybody know him? Or her? Jamie Feel? You know who that is? Oh. Well, this person is very confident that ripping sevens is the worst option. They're presenting a good argument. They like flatting the best. I think flatting makes it really tough to play, but it could be the best.
I could probably be convinced that any of the three options are best there.
I think so too. With the arguments presented well enough.
Raise to 208,000.
We haven't seen Sorrell get out of line. We're used to the best players 3-betting just more often than any of these guys are, but 3-betting from the big blind just doesn't happen very much. So maybe he's not ever wide, or not wide enough that you need to do anything but fold.
I wish I had a firm answer.
Fold. Fold.
Michael, fold.
Now is Steven in the small blind?
Tanking an odd amount of time.
Raise.
Giving up on the limp every small blind strategy. He's raising the jack nine off.
255,000. So I will fold. Steve picks up the top.
He made it 255. Pretty big.
I will say that if we're going to be raising out of the small blind, I would much rather raise ace queen than jack nine. That doesn't seem like a very original observation, but
well,
it's possible he's like, okay, I limped last time. I think I don't really like that strategy. I'm gonna actually start raising some hands here. This is weird because like jack nine seems like a sweet hand to limp, and then even if you raise, his limp call. Whereas ace queen, we can play for a bunch of chips. So I'm assuming that his strategy has changed a little bit. Instead of him being like ace queen's the hand I limp, jack nine's the hand I raise.
Yeah,
you know?
it's definitely adjusting. I think he was going for a. I mean, he's definitely going for a limp 3-bet.
Raise to 190.
Steve makes a raise to a total of 190. Sorrell folds. Going back now.
Mike, using the type of hands that, as I mentioned before, I really like to 3-bet out of the big blind light with. You know, 8-5 suited, 9-5 suited, 8-4 suited, stuff in that area.
To a total of 550,000.
But he's done this more than anybody else at the table, so I wonder if Steven is going to start to adjust. And I'm not exactly sure how deep Mike is right now. But he's at a stack depth where Steven can think. Basically, his decision is between calling and shoving. I think he beat me to it. He's going to call.
I think they might have too many chips for shoving.
Yeah.
Maybe calling.
550.
550,000. Here we go to the flop.
Wow.
Queen of hearts.
Steven basically flopped the royal flush. Not technically, but 4 out of 5 plus the flush part.
Mike has 3-bet and given up before. He did with the actually 4-bet and gave up with the queen 3 suited, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this time he 3-bet from the big blind.
Yeah, that seems like a perfectly reasonable spot to just check and give up.
Well, Steven's going for all of it.
Yeah.
365.
And I think this bet is fine because sometimes Mike is going to 3-bet out of the big line, flop a pair here, and be like, okay, I can't just like bet and get it in.
Yeah.
So let's check.
Going for more than this way is going for more than one street.
Yeah.
Maybe 3. Definitely think that's fine. Those monotone boards are really difficult when you're out of position. So if you're the 3-better and then that comes, that might be a good time to give up.
If it had a Facebook page and it asked me to be a part of it, I would put in that request.
For what? The hand?
For the flop.
For the flop. Okay. Got it.
Sorrel?
Raise 200,000.
Sorrel's going to make 200,000.
Pair of sixes and go up.
Mike folds from the small blind.
Stevens, he has widened the gap a little bit. He's got like 70 big blinds now. The other two have 40-ish.
And Steve folds. So up picks up the flop.
I see a lot of people defending that king 4 off in the big blind these days. I usually don't against good players, but it seems popular.
Also depends on their sizing, of course.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
You're saying that if that flop friend requested you,
No, you know how like they have like fan pages?
yes,
If it had a fan page,
that
was like,
just
hey,
the flop.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
I like
right.
it.
Like with ace 7
I like
suited
it.
on
I
the
get
button.
it. I get it. Just
Raise to 180.
Why would a flop send a Facebook friend request? That doesn't make any sense.
You know what, man?
Mike makes
I think I've been playing poker too long.
180,000.
I'm losing my mind.
Guys are having a very bizarre discussion about the cards sending Facebook fan page requests.
So, raise out of Mike, call from Sorrel in the big. And it's a pretty straightforward flop. I imagine it's go check, bet, fold.
Ace of hearts.
180.
Sorrel checks.
180.
Mike bets 180,000.
Possible Sorrel appeal here with a heart, but with Queen 10 off on this board, I think he will give up. Ah, proving me wrong.
The way he's sitting, he just looks so disinterested, too.
I would assume that part of Sorrel's plan here is when the turn goes check, check, and the river is a heart. He's just going to bluff a bunch of rivers, really.
Turn card, 9 of clubs.
And if I'm Mike, I think I just bet again. There's a lot that Sorrel can put me on that's still drawing. Yeah, not a big fan of that check. Tyler, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like to check if I'm worried they're going to check raise. I haven't seen any check raise turn bluffs, except for maybe the king 4 of diamonds earlier.
Yeah.
Somebody did. There was one, but you guys are playing pretty passive. I wouldn't be too worried about stuff like that. I think I would have just bet it.
Well, Sorrel's going to bet here, and Mike's going to be like, oh, this kind of sucks, and then call.
Check. Mike does the same. Sorrel showing Queen 10 and Mike ace 7 of diamonds, giving him 2 pairs.
Mike just decided not to bluff the river too. He was just, I mean, just drawing, just calling because he has overcards maybe and a gut shot. That was kind of interesting. Just showdown value, queen high maybe? I don't think I like that one.
Steve will fold.
Over to Sorrel now.
240.
Sorrel makes it 240,000. And Mike.
For the guys in the chat, I'm Tyler Patterson, and Scott Ball is the other announcer who joined Tony Dunst in the booth.
There's a look at our current chip counts. Sorrel, the short stack. Not by much. Mike Del Vecchio in second. Steven Tab out in front.
raise 200.
So makes it 200,000.
All right. Sorrell's raised to 200,000. Steven with King 8 suited. Presumably is going to a flop.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if anything else happened. Looks like he's thinking about a 3-bet.
I wouldn't hate it, but I would usually go for a weaker king. I don't know. The way he's reaching there, I can't see what he's doing, but I feel like he probably did. Yep.
Steve makes it 640,000.
640 to go. Steven has not been doing this type of thing out of the big blind, so I think it should get plenty of credibility from Sorrell.
Yeah, I think so too. And it does.
Yeah, it does.
That's
Someone in the
also-
chat said, Scott, can you tell us about any new and exciting things that might be happening with Twitch Poker in the near future?
Yeah, working on a lot of things this year. So one of them's going to be having more like big video game broadcasters and esports guys get involved in poker events, and maybe some esports commentators even commentating some poker events that are interested in it.
Yep.
We're going to work on growing other variants of poker than tournaments. We're trying to find ways to make cash games more exciting. We think it's because there's not like a consistent story in cash games, like that starts and ends really.
Right.
So when you play a tournament, the tournament starts in one day and ends that day usually, right? So it's like you can see the result, not just a graph going up. We're also going to try to work on like other games like PLO, and then things like Heads Up, and different variations and formats of poker. So yeah, lots of fun stuff on the horizon.
You said earlier maybe a DFS channel on Twitch or something like that too.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day. That'd be cool.
Interesting spot developing here. Mike goes to 180. Queen 9 diamonds on the button. Steven now with ace-jack suited.
I also think if people are curious about the Twitch poker stuff, I think the current exciting thing is Bill Perkins' stream boat thing.
Oh, his stream's great.
What is that?
Bill Perkins flew out a couple big Twitch broadcasters to the Virgin Islands to cruise around in his boat, and then like one fan. They did a free roll to play down to 6 players, and the final 6 have to make a video submission, and the winner of that gets picked to go to this, go on his yacht and hang out with and play some high stakes poker. Bill funds.
That is a contest I would want to win.
Yeah, exactly.
He gives away a ton of value on his stream.
Dude, he gave away I think 10 PCA main event packages.
Yes, correct.
With like a full trip to PCA.
Yeah.
And then like entry into the main.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's probably what, 150K he gave away or something. I guess it's a 5K main now, so maybe like 100, but still.
That's unbelievable.
His stream's really, really great. He's a really great person. Jeff Gross has got a great stream. Tonk is great. There's so many good, just absolutely amazing poker broadcasters right now. And new guys starting. Timex has been doing a great job.
He has, yeah. Doing that to grow his business.
Yeah, his stream's fun to watch. Some more big names getting on board soonish.
You know that King 8 suited 3-bet. I like that he's deciding to 3-bet out of the big blind because he's going to get credit. But King 8 suited plays pretty well.
Yeah, that's just it. I think I would rather
strange
3-bet
way to
like
do it.
King 3 suited there.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
This is one of those situations where game flow is real. You know, he just hasn't done it yet. Of course, you'd rather do it with a different hand. King 8 suited plays well, but if now's a good time to get away with something, I mean, you don't get to pick what you're dealt. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you that sometimes just game flow, timing, things like that play into it, and so you take a hand that's not normally in your range, but close to it. And you're like, okay, I'm going to do this other thing with it, and that's totally fine.
Exactly. Yeah.
Poker is not so black and white. There are some, absolutely good and bad things, but very few.
Steve makes the call. He goes to the flop.
All right, we go to this flop. Sorrel with a gut shot now. Steven with top pair.
6 of spades, jack of clubs.
When Bill Perkins is streaming, what is he streaming?
What?
He plays high stakes cash
online,
and he also like buys a large percentage of himself at the Bank of Time after poker shares or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And yeah, and he's gambling on both the game and also with Mike.
Okay.
He has some bet with Mike, I think, where it's like if he wins, he owes Mike double. Or no, if he loses, he owes Mike double whatever he lost. But if he wins the games, Mike pays him like 3x whatever he won.
Awesome.
Something like that on the side, and he plays 25, or 5100, 100, 200 deep on stars. Versus like True Teller and Red Baron.
Unbelievable.
All those guys, and he does it from like just the top of his yacht.
Amazing.
So they're like just cruising through the ocean, and he's just like playing 100, 200, like 50K stacks.
There's got to be some interesting things not on the screen, like behind him happening.
Yeah, just the ocean. It's beautiful. It's a really great stream.
All right, so Steven is going to check this turn.
Steve will check. Sorrel checks to the river. Is the 8 of hearts.
And Sorrel gets there.
And getting the tight shot from the crew.
Yeah. See if you can catch any tells off him in the
good.
moment of truth.
He had a mustache hair wiggle. I saw it.
Apparently Steven didn't see it.
325.
Steven should pay more attention. This is actually really sick when he gets raised here if he does, just because like he's blocking 9-10, right?
Yeah, and I guess he's blocking jacks full, but there's other hands out there that are check raise worthy. I think he's gonna find a fold.
How much do you think Sorrel makes it?
Good question.
Like,
say 1 million.
I would love to see smaller than that, even though I think it's a great size.
Kind of feel like your opponent either has a hand that can call a raise on the river or not, so I'm inclined to go a little bigger.
So you go like what, 1 million too?
Yeah, 1.1.
What can call a raise that's worse than your hand? Actually, there's really not very many hands.
Yeah.
Raise.
Yeah, actually, you know what? He's probably barreling all the stuff that isn't sweet to get to this river. You're right about that, Tyler.
Yeah.
Because I think he's going to bet anytime he has a 7. On the turn, that is.
I was just going to say something slightly smaller, but you guys are probably definitely more correct. What does he think he's beating if he calls here?
I mean, it's all airball bluffs. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's like
what airballs could have got there.
That's exactly the thing. I think this is a pretty.
Basically something like 9-6. It's like he called a flop bet, check back on the turn, and then turn his hand into a bluff on the river. Right?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
9-6, 10-6.
I think Steven will be able to get away from this.
How you feeling over there?
What do you say?
Well, we got to give.
How you feeling over there?
How does Sorrel get here with hands that are check raising too?
That's just it. Sorrel shouldn't have anything sweet, right?
Yeah.
Sorrel didn't check. I mean, raising the river, but all the same.
Yeah, it's hard to. It actually is kind of hard to fault Steven if he thinks that this is just not credible and he just can't have anything. It's hard to fault him if you find the call here, actually.
I think you're just blocking too much of
the great hands.
Yeah. Like Tony said, 10-6, right? Things like that. And then he just has, like, we're blocking 9-10. I don't know. It's a pretty interesting spot.
Wow.
Hard to get away from that.
So shows 9-10.
Yeah, it's easier to fold Queen Jack than Jack 10 there.
Much easier than fold King. I was thinking that as you said it. Jack 10 is really hard to fold there. You're just blocking 9-10. You're blocking 10-6.
10-60, 160.
Not a good river.
Pretty sick hand.
Steven's flick into the pot shows a little frustration there.
Yep.
Ooh,
hey!
our first pair of aces in a while.
Yeah, what happened? We had him like 25 times in the first 40 minutes, felt like.
180,000.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
This
no.
could get messy.
Man,
This could get
wow, he's
messy.
really frustrated. This is...
This is the dream for Mike.
Yeah.
All we need is for Sorrel to have jacks, and it's the red room.
I like how you picked jacks and not kings or queens. And we do get a 3-bet.
You did not have jacks.
Sorrel snap folded his jack.
555,000. Sorrel fold.
So they're about 3 million effective. About 40-ish blinds.
I'd actually love to see a flat here.
I think either flat or just ripping is good.
Yeah.
I don't like any kind of cute sizing for bet. You don't have enough room. It's going to look real obvious.
Exactly. I mean, flatting would actually be really, really, really sick. You know it's a heads-up pot, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Let your opponent catch up a little bit. Especially since, you know, he has so much other, like, hands like ace-jack in his range, king-queen, things like that. Let him try to catch up.
It's such a weird spot for Steven. It sucks because it looks like you're steaming about that last pot, so you just 3-bet with not a very good hand, but you actually have a good hand.
Yeah.
You have a huge hand 3-handed.
All in.
Oh no, Steven has gone all in, and of course Mike snap calls, and yeah. Oh no, and he doesn't even have any outs.
You had that backwards, Tony. Tony, you had that backwards. Mike went all in.
Mike went all in and Steven snapped?
Steven 3-bet, Mike 4-bet all
Oh,
in.
I did have that backwards. Good lord.
Steven just snap called too. I don't know. That's super Steven.
He just didn't think that.
Yeah.
He thought Mike might be making a play.
I think it's still super Steven.
Yeah.
The 8 of spades and the 5 of clubs.
Just a 7 million pot.
The turn card.
And it's over on the turn. Wow, just like that, Mike. It's going to become our commanding chip leader.
The deuce of clubs.
How many big blinds was that there? That's
40.
Okay.
That's our second, like, call off with 40, ace-jack call off with 40 big blinds or more. This one's 3-handed, granted.
I don't hate this one, but I don't like it. I think he could have found a fold.
He didn't even think about folding. That was
Well, he had already decided. I mean, he had plenty of time to think because Mike was in
exactly.
the tank forever.
Yeah.
There you see Steven down to 22 blinds.
400 more? 420. That's it.
I think he could have found a fold. He probably felt some dynamic that wasn't there.
Yeah. I think when you're steaming, you talk yourself into stuff sometimes.
There you go, Mike Del Vecchio. The names are similar enough. Plus, Mike Dentale's in the news lately.
Yeah, that's true.
His heads-up match against Kate.
This is true. Let's just be honest, the real legend.
40 big blinds? Yeah. So that's absolute worst hand
Can't feel good to punt three-handed. No more pink chips.
And this guy on the Twitch chat nailed it, I think. Says Steven calls because he thinks he looks steamed, and he thinks Mike thinks that he is steamed.
Yeah.
So he thinks that there's a dynamic there that just probably wasn't.
Also, if you're getting the hands fed to you, and you know Mike's doing stuff like folding sevens to a 3-bet out of the big,
that's true.
Yeah, you definitely can't make that call. I mean, look, if you've got ace queen, like you're 3-betting and you're calling it off. All right, whatever. So you're only one pip below that. But if you've been getting the hands and you have the sense that Mike has actually been very cautious pre-flop with making big risks, I think you should find the fold.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's getting the hands though. So.
Well, they're only getting. Do they have their phones? Do you know?
I'm unsure.
They might only be getting them every 2 hours, not in 30 minutes.
Someone in the chat asked if we know how much Kate and Mike and Telly have been preparing for the heads-up match. No, we don't. I'm sure people would really like to know that. There's money being bet on it, but no, I don't.
1.7.
That is going to be that's Twitch streamed, right? They're doing
that'll be streamed.
The Sugar House, whatever. Yep. That's going to be a fun Twitch chat.
Yeah,
it's going to be out of control.
I don't know.
I agree. It's going to be.
There's also a charity tie-in too with it. It's
really
pretty cool. I'm not sure how much details have been shared yet, so I don't know too much details. But
I mean,
that's gonna be really
people
cool.
are going to be really awful in the chat.
Yes.
I mean,
I think I would enjoy it, but I don't know.
I just have a hunch that K Hall is just going to run him over and just run good too. Just it's going to be motivation.
Interesting hunch.
Yep. And then I want to see Henry Tran versus Mike Dentale. Now that would be fun to watch.
Oh man.
Fold.
Michael, fold.
When I was in Australia, there was this reality TV show called Undressed, I think, where they put two singles, like in a bed, like in their, whatever underwear, pajamas type clothing, and then there's a huge screen in the room, and they're just prompted. Oh. Okay, never mind. Anyway, they're just prompted to do things or say things or have a conversation with images on the screen. So, like, they meet each other and they whatever. But I think images on a screen that would prompt conversation for Mike and Kate would be pretty great. If they had, like, let's talk about Black Lives Matter now. You know what I mean? Like,
I would love to hear Dentale go on about Black Lives Matter.
Oh,
I'd
man.
be really curious.
whatever, any hot topic, you know what I mean? Something Trump-related or anything. Just hear them to discuss it would be amazing.
Okay, so someone asked a pretty interesting question in the chat that I'm going to slightly rephrase the wording on. And he says, why are poker players all wussies? All these pros talk about people scamming them out of money, yet they run into them at the World Series and probably other events around the world and never do anything. And I was just thinking about this yesterday, that scamming people is so prevalent in poker. And we could come up with a pretty remarkable list of like big-name pros who have scammed multiple people. And yet, to my knowledge, besides having their reputation dragged through the mud, I haven't heard about any like real-life consequences for any of them. I haven't heard about any violence. I haven't heard about any lawsuits. I haven't heard about any legal problems. Hit me, guys. What am I missing?
Read Doyle's book, The Godfather of Poker.
Okay.
He talks about a lot of that, but it was in, Fort Worth, Texas, back when it was rough. And there were actually people killing each other and stuff.
Yes.
So I think over time that's become pacified, but there must have been...
No, I'm talking about modern poker.
Okay.
I think the reality is that to sue if someone owes you $40K, and you want to sue them for your $40K, it's going to cost you so much to sue them and their time. A lot of people's times were so much more than what it would cost to call a lawyer and get a lawyer and go through the trial and everything and all that. Or not the trial, but the court stuff. But there is a lot of it, and I think that at the end of the day, like those people just stop getting any help from anyone. And the reason there's so much scamming in poker is because
that Chino was just at our final table, Like, okay, on the California swing.
Well, since you want to bring up names,
listen,
and by the way,
Chino's name is so out there that this isn't, like, I'm not throwing mud at the guy.
Not only was Chino at your final table, not only was Chino at that final table, I heard for sure that there was people he owes money to, that as soon as they found out he was at the final table, they were flying to San Jose just to try to collect something from him.
Yes, this has happened at multiple Chino final tables. So, it's an interesting question to me. Why aren't there any real consequences? Like you said, the cost of taking betting in the legal system.
I think it's the cost.
And I also think that modern-day poker players don't come from a violent background. We actually come from, and I mean this in a positive way, a very nerdy background. Most of us are guys who are good at like video games or chess or fill in the blank growing up. We're not like fighters. We're not tough guys. We didn't come from the street. We're guys who grew up in our heads.
Yeah.
But it's also curious to me that, say... You remember in Rounders, of course, Grandma buys up Worm's debt for like 20, 30 cents on the dollar, whatever it was. That's a real thing that happens in loan sharking and in, the sort of black market of money lending and borrowing and things. I'm surprised that nobody has moved into the poker sphere and done that and been like, okay, you guys have a bunch of debts you think you're never going to get. I'll buy it for like 10 or 20 cents on the dollar and don't ever question my
methods.
Yes, exactly. I'm surprised that hasn't happened.
Yeah. No, and I think that the other big problem is like you take someone like Chino and say he owes a bunch of people money, and everyone knows that, right?
Right.
So, like, you're going to sue him for what? The money he doesn't have?
Yeah, can't squeeze blood from a stone.
Exactly.
There you go.
And I think that's a huge issue with that.
The question is really, how does he get in the next one? Like, how does he find somebody new? I mean, or
part of it comes down to charisma.
Yeah, well,
I think
Chino's a very likable guy. He's a really nice guy.
And I also think it's one of those things where, like, eventually you just owe someone, a few $100,000. They keep putting you in tournaments because they know if you don't win, you're never going to get it back anyways. Yeah. And he does run deep in a lot of stuff, apparently, right? Like he wins stuff. So if you run deep in stuff, and the only way you're ever going to collect your money is if you keep putting him in tournaments, and you think he has a chance, then you might do that.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely the case in that situation. There's other weird scamming situations where I could see it coming to violence, and you're right, Tony. It really just doesn't, It just doesn't. I haven't heard any. I've never really heard any.
Years, never heard about anything like that happening.
Coming to violence.
I'm sure if somebody did enough homework on Google,
it must have
come up with something and link us. But
and when you say why do people whine about that, like the way that happens. At least I've seen happen a bunch, and I've done this with friends to me and from me. You'll be at an event, and someone's had a rougher series than they thought they would, and they need 5 or 10K, and they should have it. You give your friend 5 or 10K, and all of a sudden a few months goes by, and they need another 5K. And it's like they're friends. Of course, they'll get you eventually.
Yep.
And all of a sudden you run up, $10, $20, $30,000 with somebody, and you're like, oh wait. I should probably try to get paid something here. And it's not that they're whining and complaining about being owed the money. It's just the reality is that it's that we're friends and we help each other, and we all know we're in situations. And I think most poker players have also been in dire straits at some point. We've all had a big downswing at some point. That's and we've all been there and know what it feels like to be stuck somewhere, and not have quite enough money to buy in somewhere. And we want to help each other, right? But it happens in poker, and people complain poker is a very small, loving community in regards of we watch out for each other until we prove that we should not watch out for each other.
We got a go ahead. We got a interesting development here. We got a Sorrel opening, Mike 3-betting with ace-9. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll let this hand play out, but actually that's a conversation. So Sorrel all in, Mike fold. To continue that conversation thread, I will say, after all this discussion about scamming and poker and this and that if I had to choose between lending two people money, one of them was a poker player, one of them did almost anything else in life, snap call poker player. I trust a poker player almost over any other profession as a default, with very few exceptions, because we understand just how much your reputation is integral to making a living at this game, being able to get credit from people in the future, being able to sell percentages, stuff like that. I also think that this is kind of a personal rant of mine. When I was growing up in poker, it was still had this I'll let them play this hand first. Sorry, Mike's got a big hand, but I do want to go on my little rant here. And you know what? It's three-handed and it's mostly folding. Steven's gonna go all in. No, he's not. All right.
All right, continue.
So here's my thing. When I was growing up in poker, it was still very much seen in the world of gambling, and almost in itself kind of a sort of scummy, shady thing to do. And people, why would you want to hang out with poker players? And people often say this to me now. Well, you're good at poker? You must be good at lying. Right? You guys have probably all got that.
Yeah.
And to me, this is an utterly absurd saying. I can see where people get this idea, but in poker, no lying or deception is required on your behalf. You can literally say to somebody across the table, we're playing this game together, and I'm going to try and take your money. And the other person's like, yeah, I know, that's why we're here. Whereas, if you go and have a transaction with people in so many different lines of work, they have been incentivized to deceive you. And there is, in fact, no law to prevent them from deceiving you, and sometimes the laws are, in fact, created to enable their deceiving and manipulating you. So sometimes, when people say to me, you're a poker player, you must be good at lying, I'm like, oh, yeah, what's your job? You're probably better,
Yeah.
Oh, you're a lawyer?
You're a lawyer. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, we're on
and
break.
I'm sure lawyers are sick of that, too, but hey, that's a thought for after break.
Break time? I'm going for 15 minutes. Make it a quick 10.
Quick 10.
At ClubWPT.com, you can have fun playing poker with your friends and even win real cash and prizes. Experience the excitement of the World Poker Tour. Play fun, exciting poker at ClubWPT.com today.
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Mike, there must be somewhere to get clear answers to poker questions that we all have.
Well, Vince, there is, and it's easy. Just go to learnwpt.com.
Do you wonder how some players on the World Poker Tour win so often?
He did it!
At LearnWPT.com, we'll teach you to win more whether you're new to the game or you've been playing for years. Never be left wondering if you should raise, call, or fold again.
There's a right way and a wrong way to play poker. Go to learnwpt.com. Think like a pro.
In every hand, there's a split second where Lady Luck shows up for a quick dance. Will she play coy or be a charmer in spades? No, I think I'd rather get the royal treatment. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Blinds, and on the button, Queen 10 is a shove. Ooh,
This
Connor.
is real interesting.
Connor, and you know, what sucks for Connor here is he doesn't have $2+ million in chips anymore. He would have to call off like half a stack here.
Yeah.
This is why it's such a sick shove
Yeah.
with Queen 10.
Yeah. If you just open here, Connor's going to punish you. But when you shove, you push a better hand into a really, difficult spot.
Isn't John in the big blind here too?
Yes.
That also makes the shove like super sick from Olivier because he
Yeah.
knows Connor has like maximum pressure because John just called off 45 with ace
Right.
jack.
It's kind of funny, but John just made that big call with ace jack, and yet I would still anticipate that he's not going to call wide enough facing a button shove.
I think so too.
I agree.
I recently played with Isaac Barron, who used to play. He used to be one of the best in the world
Right.
online, and this is what.
Whoa.
This is why they're.
Whoa!
This is why they're the best in the world.
Oh my goodness!
So hard. Oh my god, they run into John's jacks. Oh my goodness. But putting it in there from Connor is really tough to do.
Yeah.
That's really tough to do. With
Wow,
King
this
Jack
could be
and
a
that's
double.
why
This is, I guess, could be the double
Could be a double.
KO.
Wow.
For John.
People like Sorrel right now, Mike, are just like, oh my god, please.
How is Steven feeling?
Yeah,
Oh, there's a queen on the flop. Queen 10-3. Oh my goodness, jacks are in terrible shape now. So Olivier way out in front, but Connor all of a sudden very live, and John essentially drawing dead in this hand.
Unbelievable.
Well, John could still eliminate Connor if the board bricks out here. It's a queen, and so Olivier will fill up, but John will eliminate Connor. And in a strange twist of fate, our 4th place chip stack ends up being our 6th place finisher, while the 6th place chip stack doubles up. So triples up.
Wow.
Triples up. So Connor Drinnan, who played a really great final table here for his brief duration and had a bunch of chips minutes ago, eliminated in 6th place for $52,000.
Yeah, I just want to see him play more hands. That was
He was playing
watching
really
play.
well.
Yeah.
He was playing really well, and sometimes crappy things happen in poker tournaments, and that's a perfect case of it. You lose the big flip.
Hey, there's Pat Lyon.
I know. It's harder to do in a
Gonna
tournament, of
shove
course, you
here
have to
for
do
sure.
big blinds, but
All right, Steven going to shove on Olivier. And Olivier snap calls, and he will be in front here with ace-8 suited. But definitely...
looking for the RFID chip. So.
Okay, King 4 suited live to eliminate Olivier. He's going for that double up.
You got a pink chip in your 5 now. You had it go both ways.
Yeah.
Oh, good start.
Oh, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, 2
we got
diamonds,
an 8.
but a
We
pair
got all
for
kinds of
Olivier.
stuff.
This is drawn into a coin flip. 10 on the turn. Now the possibility of a 7 for a chop. But a queen would give this to Steven, so diamond, queen, king.
We're back to where we started at
Yeah.
60-40, pretty much.
Diamond it is, and Olivier Bousquet is going to be eliminated in 5th place. Not a lot he could have done at this final table, but he'll take home $63,000 for his efforts.
That's pretty solid.
Did move up the pay ladder by 1 jump. Came in real short.
let's see if the flip master can get after it.
The flip master. I hope somebody calls me that someday.
I would love to be the flip master.
I would love to be the flip master.
That's like the real dream.
Yeah.
Wow. You called it.
Flip master. And I think if Mike puts more chips in, John will go with it. Tony's not shy about getting the money in pre-flop. Yep.
I think that's what's going to happen here.
Mike is going to make it big.
I'll take under 3 seconds for a jam for John.
Under 3 seconds?
Yeah.
That's an interesting bet. Steven here with threes. We'll fold. Oh! The under comes through. Okay, so thus far, John is 2 for 2
You're the flip master.
in these big flips. Let's see if he can go 3 for 3.
And he's playing it great, right?
Oh, yeah.
He played
let's
this perfect.
Just ramp up that variant.
Yep. And 10-7-5, so not a great start for ace queen. Mike the only one with a spade. 4 on the turn, so an ace or a queen are the only things that will keep John in the tournament.
One time, I haven't said it all week.
All right. Said he's going to use it one time. He hasn't said it all week. Here it comes.
It's a good moment to save it for. No, it's a 6 on the river, and Mike will eliminate John in 4th place. Great run for him here, considering he free-rolled his way into this tournament.
Yeah, that was pretty great.
Nice story there. He's going to go home with $81,900. And a story for the grandkids.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, you turned $0 into 82K. That's
Yeah.
That's pretty epic.
A pair of aces in a while.
Yeah, what happened? We had him like 25 times in the first 40 minutes of our life.
180,000.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
This
no.
could get messy.
Man,
This
like,
could get
wow, he's
messy.
really frustrated. This is...
This is the dream for Mike.
Yeah.
All we need is for Sorrel to have jacks, and it's the Ripper.
I like how you picked jacks and not kings or queens. And we do get a 3-bet.
He did not have jacks.
Sorrel snap folded his jack.
555,000. Sorrel will fold.
So they're about 3 million effective. About 40-ish blinds.
I'd actually love to see a flat here.
I think either flat or just ripping is good.
Yeah.
I don't like any kind of cute sizing 4-bet. You don't have enough room. It's going to look real obvious.
Exactly. I mean, flatting would actually be really sick. You know it's a heads-up pot, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Let your opponent catch up a little bit. Especially since, you know, he has so much other, like, hands like ace-jack in his range, king-queen, things like that. Let him try to catch up.
It's such a weird spot for Steven. It sucks because it looks like you're steaming about that last pot, so you just 3-bet with not a very good hand, but you actually have a good hand.
Yeah.
You have a huge hand 3-handed.
All in.
Oh, no. Steven has gone all in, and, of course, Mike snap calls, and yeah. Oh, no. And he doesn't even have the outs.
You had that backwards, Tony. Tony, you had that backwards. Mike went all in.
Mike went all in and Steven snapped?
Steven 3-bet, Mike 4-bet all in.
Oh, I did have that backwards. Good lord.
Steven just snap called too. I don't know. That's super Steven.
He just didn't think that.
Yeah.
He thought Mike might be making a play.
I think it's still super
The
Steven.
king of
Yeah.
spades, the 8 of spades, and the 5 of clubs.
Just 7 million pot.
The turn card.
And it's over on the turn. Wow, just like that, Mike. It's going to become our commanding chip leader.
The deuce of clubs.
How many big blinds was that there? That's
40.
Okay.
That's our second call off with 40 ace jack call off with 40 big blinds more. This one's 3-handed, granted.
I don't hate this one, but I don't like it. I think he could have found a fold.
He didn't even think about folding. That was
Well, he'd already decided. I mean, he had plenty of time to think because Mike was in
exactly.
the tank forever.
Yeah.
When you put on a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses, the world begins to look different. Colors are more vivid. Contrast is clearer. Details are crisper. Wherever your vision leads you, beauty follows. With polarized lenses that eliminate glare and enhance color, Maui Jim sunglasses won't change the world. They'll change the way you see it. Color, clarity, detail. Maui Jim.
Do you want to flip coins or play cards?
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to playwpt.com. Stop playing nonsense and start playing poker. At playwpt.com, the chips don't come easy, so every hand matters. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up against 3 or 4 opponents. That's not poker.
That's right. Play anytime, day or night. There's always a seat open. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
Whatever the whim, you'll find it. A sign of utter enjoyment. The mark of a truly rewarding experience. Discover all the benefits of Thunder Rewards, including 5% back on everything, only at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Everyone starts with the same number of chips. Everyone has the same chance to win. The cards don't care if you're a pro or an amateur. Sean Jazzayeri has done it. It's how you play that matters. Put your game to the test at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown and see if you have what it takes to become our next WPT champion. Go to WPT.com for information on how you can claim your seat today.
Apple juice. When they start selling apple juice in a bottle like that? Texas apple juice.
Make it look like an apple.
Fermented.
Old time?
Yeah, please. That would be great.
Can you get us some like little tables or something? So like if you don't want us to put something somewhere. Makes sense to me, I don't know. Yeah, but then I'm gonna kick it over and there's gonna be coffee everywhere.
They're running out of space on that trophy,
Why you gotta get in?
Gonna have to make it bigger.
You gotta get in before they run out.
Is that what they do? Do they make it bigger?
They have to, right? They just gotta add.
Yeah, tiers.
Oh man. So it started off with the small.
Say it again.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
1,500, 50, 100,000.
What's the inning?
15,000.
Have you guys just been making that bigger, or yeah? Just never stop.
All right, 50 and 100,000.
Keep getting bigger until. Where's the putter? Is it 50, 100?
All right, we are back from break. Back from break, playing 50,100.
50,000 too.
100. 50, 100.
Tony's still on break, guys.
Hey.
He'll be back in a few minutes.
We are 8 hours into this day, and I am losing coherence. All right, I'm still keeping an eye on our Twitch chat in between my butchering grammar.
In all seriousness, now, how long is your normal commentary day? If you were to like go into a studio and like commentate for a day, how long would it be?
Oh, the studio stuff's easy. We do a bunch of shows at once, so it's probably about 6 or 7 hours.
So this is like a long day.
This is a long day, but it also requires more attentiveness. Like, you kind of have to be on top of things. I'm sort of watching this Twitch chat, occasionally spying what's going on in the NBA, and then I'm watching the stream.
No, you haven't
guys.
looked at any NBA stuff. I haven't seen
Not
that.
in the slightest, bosses who are listening to the stream. No, but no, but you know, when you do taped commentary, anytime you want to break, you can take one. You know, it's a little less intensive in terms of having to fracture your attention. And you're just kind of watching the stream in front of you, and then you're commenting on stuff. Plus, you get multiple takes at it. You're like, hey, you know, I just said 50,000. Can we change that? They're like, yeah, of course. You know,
we can run that intro back again.
All right, guys, let's start over. No,
Right.
So, what's the situation now? I think Steven has, 15 big blinds or something? Or 10, maybe?
I think
11.
he has, like,
11. I think it was
yeah.
11.
I think he has less than 15, so I would have said.
Raise.
So 11 sounds pretty dang good.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Someone in chat accusing me of having a Men's Warehouse suit, please.
Wow.
Please, God.
Nice.
You want to get singled out on my Twitch stream? You found my weak spot.
What's wrong with men's wear? I'm just kidding.
Joseph A. Bank, man. You like buy one and you get 4 suits free. Clearly, that's the right play.
I'm lucky. My girlfriend doesn't like it when I wear suits.
No? How come?
Easy game.
And she delivered.
I just got roasted in the background.
That was amazing.
Oh.
It never stops.
Steven, all in. Steven, you're right. Had about 9 blinds left. All
Mike
in.
calls
Mike calls
ace
ace 3. Let's flip. Ish.
Yeah, this is very flippish.
Look how serial Mike is right now, too. He's like, oh my goodness.
Okay, so a 10 on the flop for Steven. Nods in agreement with it, but a gut shot for Mike. And an ace. Give him the win.
I feel like Mike's going to get there.
Nah.
Nah?
Oh, that's a good one for Steven.
becomes
So
a lot
now it just
harder.
needs to fade
Steven's
a
due.
4.
He got screwed a couple times. I think he's due.
9%?
Oh, king on the river for a full house. Steven going to double up to about 2 million here.
He had 2 of the pairs versus an ace and an undercard against Terrell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's due. Clearly, he was supposed to win that pot.
That's totally out.
Speaking of Men's Warehouse, there's Matt Savage on the mic.
Oh, man.
$20 bigs. That feels so. It feels like so many right now to him.
Yeah.
We had Matt Savage's roast at the end of last season on the WPT, and I definitely went right after the suits.
What a player. Nice job.
Who roasted him? You and who?
Oh, it was a whole bunch of people. You know, probably a half dozen of us from the WPT. We actually have turned this kind of into an annual end of the year festivity. I was the first one to get roasted. Matt was last year, and now we're going to do Vince this year.
Vince this year,
so I've been kind of trying to cook up some good material a little bit. Not really applied myself the way I should, but I've got some time.
I feel like you'll sort that out
Yeah.
Will you guys ever roast Mike? I feel like that'd be very difficult.
Of course.
I think you could roast Mike. It's like we could never roast our boss. Technically, Mike is superior to me, but not my boss, so it'd be mildly uncomfortable, but I can roast him, and there wouldn't be, like, dire consequences.
Yeah.
Whereas if your boss is like, hey, we're all going to roast me, all of you are like, no, we have to pull our punches the entire time. Like, we can't do this.
Oh, I get roasted by my employee every day.
and your girlfriend.
Yeah, well, that's a given.
All right, Mike going up to 250. Steven here with King Queen in the small.
That's hundreds of times.
He's all in. There we go. Oh, Mike gonna have another decision. So we saw him in a similar spot with Ace 8 earlier against Sorrel.
Almost exactly 20 bigs
Yeah.
last time.
Although I think it was a big blind shove, which is going to be a slightly tighter range than
He does it again.
Yeah, he calls. That's what I think he called here and folded against Sorrel.
I see,
He
yeah.
expects more hands.
Wow,
to shove out
Steven
of the
gets
small
here. He
blind.
just went from like 9 big blinds to 40.
Yeah.
All right, here we go again. Yet another flip that's a small advantage for Mike. And thus far, he's safe on 9-6-4.
3-1 now.
6 on the turn, and so only a king or a queen will save Steven. Otherwise, he's our third place finisher. It's a 5, and so Steven's going to be eliminated in third place. Mike Del Vecchio scores the crucial knockout and brings our tournament down to heads up. Mike versus Sorrel.
So does this level switch to a 30-minute timer right now if they just started it?
I'm unsure of that.
Question.
That's
Okay.
a good question, and that's one I don't know the answer to. There you see 122,000 for Steven. So I don't know if somebody presses a button and immediately reduces us to 30 minutes, or whether they say, okay, we're going to play out this level, and then all of your levels are 30 minutes. It's a good question that I should ask Matt Savage for next time.
So 123K, is that his biggest score? Might
Yes,
be.
it is.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It is. So hopefully he feels good about that. He did have the chip lead for a while here, but he came in pretty short, right?
Yeah, he was
came
like,
in pretty
I think
short.
the second or third shortest. Yes, I think second shortest.
I think a lot of times when you come in like short like that and then
Yeah.
spin up to a chip lead and stuff, and you're just running so well to start, it's like kind of almost easier to punt it off to than in
Yeah,
other
you
situations.
usually get little free roll,
Because
little
you're
bit
doing
happy tilt.
Exactly, happy tilt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy tilt's definitely a thing.
Oh, I'm guilty of happy tilt for sure. Way more guilty of happy tilt than mad tilt.
Yep.
I get
Same.
little Pat Lyonsy sometimes.
Little Pat Lionsy sometimes. Dude, he calls himself the Lion.
He is a lion.
Or world famous Pat Lyons.
Yeah, world
He's-
famous the Pat Lions.
The
Yeah.
flying lion.
That's my favorite. I'm not supposed to talk to you guys anymore.
What?
But if I could, I would be all in dark.
Oh.
That's him at the game last night. And then the floor starts walking over and he just turns around and walks away as fast as possible. Oh, you guys going to kick me out? I better run. So he walks away and they're like, guys, at least he's not wearing a bathrobe. I'm like, what?
Is that his usual look? The bathroom?
Apparently, yeah.
Big blind.
Apparently that's a thing.
Why is that? Is that because of the political reasons, or is that because of the political issues that they were having?
Now, this I feel like actually probably favors Mike quite a bit right now, not only because he's deeper, but because he's also like a cash player, right? So he's used to playing. I feel like he'll play this very well.
That lady we got over from.
Say that again.
81 big blinds versus 45. I love that graphic on the top. It's like Street Fighter-esque.
Oh yeah, they keep it up too. It should have a little gauge, like a red gauge that goes up and down, or like maybe some hearts. You know?
I know someone that's actually developed a new like hole card software that looks so much cooler than the current one.
Okay.
Just hasn't been like released or announced yet. Seen it. In fact, I could probably show you one day.
So far, we have a raise from Mike, call from Sorrel. Sorrel is the one to flop the pair here.
I know I'm in the minority, but I wish they would get rid of the stupid 4 colors. Like, we're looking at the cards that are 2 colors right next to it. Like, it tilts me. But I'm old school.
All the 3s for Sorrel. He'll probably get a bet here now.
Yeah, I feel like a 4-color deck actually from this perspective is confusing.
It's 300.
I think Sorrel's probably going to win this hand.
Seems likely. That's a perfectly reasonable call from Mike.
Yep.
Hand is likely the best. What do we think we're going to get here?
I think he's in. I was gonna say he should bet around like between 6 and 7.
Yeah.
I think he's betting 650.
Yeah, right in there.
Go ahead. 680,000.
680.
And I think it's actually a fold for Mike, even though it's tempting to call here with ace high for like less than 7 bigs.
Yeah.
But this is a board that's actually like kind of hard just to bluff.
Yeah, nice fold.
And I love calling with ace high. So.
Yeah.
So, as I mentioned towards the top of the show, our blinds are reduced to 30-minute levels. And when you get heads up, someone asked, does it become 30 minutes even if there was more than that left when we hit heads up? My inclination is that somebody like Matt Savage is on top of that.
Yeah,
I feel
absolutely.
like Matt's probably like, okay, we're heads up. This is 30 minutes and less now. I also think that Matt likes going home early, so he would be incentivized to be on top of that.
You know what he told me yesterday? He said 9 p.m. this would be over.
He's remarkably good at this.
It's 7:55.
Yeah, that's probably right.
I'll put it to you like this. If Matt Savage offers you a bet based on when a tournament will end, never accept. Like, he's among the best. Like, I'd love to see, like, Matt Savage face off versus Mike McDonald in those kind of bets. All right. Pocket fives from Mike Delvecchio here. Going to 150. Oh, excuse me. Sorrell is called with a mystery hand. Raised a mystery hand. Mike has called.
Say that one more time. Cards.
We're going to pause for
There we
Sorrel to adjust his cards.
Yep. Another 3 for Sorrel, but still behind the fives of Mike.
What do you like to do here, Tyler? You like to bet?
I have been saying that all day. Yeah, I like betting in these spots, but
Yeah.
I think it's pretty standard to check.
You like to bet these spots too, Tony?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
I
Also
think-
just opponent dependent.
I think if he had like a spade here, I prefer to actually check it. But I think without a spade, in bottom pair, I think it's like kind of almost mandatory to bet.
Turn for 9 diamonds. Checks. And check. Last card. 8, 9, 9 spades.
Okay, so Mike gets to the river with the best hand. One more check.
Pot checks.
Sorrel checks back his 3. Mike is going to win this pot.
Fives. That will win the pot. Scroll does not show. 2 red fives wins the pot. And that's it up here.
Just an extra, any extra little reason to be a little more aggressive, like without getting out of line, I think I like to take that. So that's just, you get to bet that spot instead of check it back. Just to keep some pressure, just keep things going. You're betting more often. Your opponent just fears you, is like more uncomfortable.
It allows you to be aggressive with a wider range in later spots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in that spot too, specifically, like you really would love like ace X to just fold because like there's like almost no good turn cards for you. Now, if you have a spade, it's a lot different because you could turn another spade to like a flush draw or something like that, and just play so much better. But there, you're pretty low in your range, right?
Yeah. Low in your range and still highly likely the best hand.
Yeah. Yep. So this is the kind of board that Mike will be c-betting like pretty much all the time.
Well, Sorrel has a 7, so he doesn't have to get out of line. But this is the kind of board where if Mike had a 7, he might be checking back. He checked back almost every time he flopped some.
I have a feeling
piece,
Mike will
you know?
adjust quite a bit heads up now.
Yeah, that
I
could
think
be.
his game's going to
Should
change
be.
a lot. Yeah.
And Sorrel will fill up on the river.
And try to get a call by ace high. I think he's going to bet here. I don't think you're going to get a bluff out of
I think
Mike.
you should bet around the 400 mark here to try to get called by ace high.
Sounds right.
I might go slightly bigger just because when we're bluffing, I don't think you go that small. Right? If we're bluffing, we probably go 5 or 6.
I think on this board,
Yeah.
I think like the 400 range you're pretty much doing with everything though, aren't you?
I
On this
like-
specific board, I think, because I think if you're bluffing here, like, I don't know.
I
feel like-
agree with Scott. You're only trying to get king high and queen high to fold. You're not trying to get ace high to fold anyway. So
I
I
find
think
this to be a very odd choice in sizing.
Yeah, I don't 8 think or that's- 900.
He bet like over pot. He bet like $1 million.
I think that's bad, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, 4 and 500K is kind of a nuanced difference from $1 million.
I think if the river, I think if the river was like a deuce, like the like 556 is much better. I think with when you fill up like that, like 400, it's like on that exact board, pretty good.
So Sorrel goes for max value, but doesn't pick up anymore.
Raise 250,000.
Now this is actually kind of an interesting spot because depending on your opponent, I was just gonna say I actually really like a fold here.
Yeah, I like that.
But I think that a lot of players defend with like any Broadway card heads up still.
For
Which
sure.
I think is like kind of madness. I think when you have a hand like Jack 4 and you have a chip lead, like it's just the kind of hand that can get you in so much more trouble than anything good that can come with it. Usually if you win with a hand like Jack 4, it's going to be a small pot. And usually, and you can lose big pots with it potentially because you like just flop top pair and can't get away from it, right?
So when they're this deep, I totally agree. When it goes down to 40 big blinds and 30 big blinds, I feel like you should probably defend it because losing those, just folding the blinds sucks. Like just losing losing two and a half big blinds every time.
Absolutely,
this is kind of brutal.
Mike going up here, 250. Sorrel out. And just like you guys talked about, auto defending face card, not quite the auto it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like those folds as well. How long have they been heads up? Someone asked in the chat. Not very long. 20-ish minutes, if that.
What's the next tournament we're gonna final table together?
Probably the next one we both play.
Going to Florida?
Probably. Yeah. You are too?
If I win this, I have to.
For sure. Is that where the Tournament of Champions? Yes. Oh, yeah? Okay. I guess I am going to play.
Oh, God.
I don't know if you guys can hear this, but they're being insufferable right now. They said, when is the next tournament we're going to final table together? And then Sorrel responds, probably the next one we both play together. Since they both think they're going to win, they then discuss the Tournament of Champions upcoming.
Oh. Who would have thought?
This flop is all Mike. Ace 8-8.
Check.
This is a board that I would imagine Sorrel will be c-betting a lot too. Probably betting like 225 or something.
200,000.
Yep, 200.
Calls.
Turn card.
actually kind of an interesting card.
I think he'll continue on that card.
Yeah, I would think if there was a card that Sorrel was going to double barrel, that's the one.
And I think he'll actually
What are you getting called by on the flop? Like
King high sometimes.
King high.
That's pretty small.
And small pairs.
Yeah, small pairs.
Also, like we don't, you just don't want to have too many spots where you're
Has,
betting
like,
all your
sevens.
value hands but never bluffing. So if we're like not betting Jack 10, what are we bluffing? Spades?
Yeah, hands like 7s,
Yeah.
6s.
I don't think there's enough guys. I think like, when you get called on the flop, you're getting. I guess there's enough king high hands, maybe.
I finally disagree with you today.
Yeah. I do love the double gutter, though. It's really fun to have.
Especially when you get there, you're just like, oh, they'll never guess this
Yeah,
one.
they never know.
Give me all your money.
So in deep cash games, I'm just never aggressive with a double gutter. I always want to be the guy calling with it, because when I get there, you get a lot.
Raise 250,000. Fold.
I haven't been paying attention to their raise sizes yet. That was 2.5. Is that what both of them are doing? They're both
Think
doing
so.
Thus
250?
far, yeah. Everybody with diamonds.
Raise 250,000.
Let's see all diamonds.
That way Savage can be
Yeah,
wrong.
ace 5, 3 of diamonds flop. The tournament is over. You can all go home.
We haven't seen a 3-bet yet since we've been playing a heads up, right?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so. And it is ace 8, 7. No pair or flush draw for anyone.
Pretty much the opposite of what we were hoping for.
Checks.
Jack, Jack. 6 on the turn. We'll give
That's a
Mike
fun
pair
card.
and Sorrel an open-ended straight draw. Yes, it is.
Good spot for a delayed C-bet.
Yeah, a little surprised that Sorrel didn't go for it. And he'll just river a straight instead.
Checks. $300,000 is a bet.
Sorrel makes a bet, and Mike will fold.
Fold.
Right? He did.
Good fold, yeah, good fold.
Good fold.
You got a 6. Didn't pay off.
So Matt Savage's line of 9 p.m. It's the over-under going into today. Looking pretty good right now.
Take what?
Someone asked earlier whether they're allowed to have their phones at the table, and I would say, given that nobody has checked their phone for the duration of this final table, no, I bet they're not. Pretty sure you have to hand them over. I was heads up in a tournament that allowed players that have their phones on the table with the stream. So like me and my opponent were just staring into our phones the entire time, watching the stream. Ari Angle. And we were just like watching the stream and getting hands from our advisors the entire time. And I think from a broadcast standpoint, it was terrible.
It looks bad.
What event was that?
So bad. Aussie Millions.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I mean we were just two guys playing for tons of money who actually have a good relationship and rapport, and we just basically don't say a word to each other because we're just face down in our phones trying to absorb all the useful information that we can. So I'm happy that it seems to be that our policy is not to allow people to have their phones. Meanwhile, Sorrel is raised 7-6 suited. And Mike is 3-bet 9-5 suited, exactly the kind of hand that we've been talking about him 3-betting out of the big blind. And I think...
Same as Harrison Gimbel.
Yeah, I think Sorrel will fold, but it also wouldn't shock me if he called.
I think Sorrel will call.
Yeah. He's kind of got one of those borderline hands. He'll be usually fold like a 6-5 and definitely call on 8-7, so he's right on that borderline.
I also think Sorrel's probably not in a negative way, but like overly confident even, and is going to be calling in most borderline situations to outplay his opponent with position, right? Like he's a pretty confident guy.
He is, but I think he's probably more likely to believe those type of things against non-professionals. Like he might be more splashy than your average professional against a non-professional, but against other professionals, I don't know that he thinks he can really outplay Mike post-flop. I'm not really sure.
It's a weird stack size for it. If he had 10 more big blinds, I would definitely call.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably calling here anyway.
Yeah. He thought for so long there that if I'm Mike, I'm probably not giving Sorrel a lot of credence for a very strong hand. Like it didn't seem like he's thinking about 4-betting me here.
I wonder if that's because we're looking at it.
That
because
might
that
just
might be.
I think if
it's
I'm
hard
in the
to
moment,
tell
like, oh,
sometimes.
Man.
Yeah,
Could be trapping
he has
me.
aces.
He's
yeah.
gonna get me.
I feel like if you're aligned though on what you're thinking, and I feel like you're correct. Actually, I feel like it's a great board to bet pretty small on.
And that's what Mike's doing here, 6 1/4, a little under.
It's about a third pot.
Yeah.
It's a great size.
Under what he made it pre-flop, made it like 850 pre.
Yep.
Now 625 on the flop.
It's really good sizing.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I would assume Sorrel just folds here, like.
I think so too. It just hits. It hits bluffing 3-betting ranges. It hits value 3-betting ranges. Whoa, he's going for a float.
Wow.
Whoa, this is getting spicy.
Sneaky.
Especially that he hasn't done any of this. I mean, he's been so straightforward the whole time.
Sorrel showing us what's up. Well, that's a card he should be able to win on.
I would think so.
The dirty part about floating this flop, though, is you have a pot-sized bet behind.
God, that's so
no,
gross.
like, it's not very fun, whatever happens.
What is going on here?
He's repping the jack. Sorrel repping the jack.
What?
Nobody has anything. I mean, yeah.
See, now if I'm Mike, I'm thinking he has something like 4s.
I think I'm seeing monsters under the bed if I'm Mike. I think
Yeah,
I see
I'm
a big
worried.
hand over there. I'm giving up.
This is a pretty nasty line by Sorrel.
Super sick.
Oh man.
You think he's showing a massive hand right now?
I think Mike is seeing a massive hand from Sorrel, but there's not many of them. King Jack.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Kings. If you think that he would check back the turn with a king. Okay, now Mike shoves the river and we all lose our minds.
That would be amazing.
Oh man, that would be like the old Ike versus what was it? Ryan Doubt hand.
1.3 million.
Wow, well, that was pretty sick. So why does he choose to not bet the turn there? He wants to get one more check. He wants to know. I mean, he doesn't think Mike's going to bluff it.
He definitely is like looking insanely strong there, but I still don't think it's like the best option.
Yeah.
when Mike checks there, he's like giving up so often. He's not just gonna like check call a hand like sixes there, right? So I feel like he looks really strong when he checks back, but it's just you get the result quicker because if that river was a 9, like Mike might actually make a call there with the way the hand played out. So I feel like he just needs to. I just feel like betting the turn so much better. If you float the flop with 6-7 of hearts, I don't know how you don't bet that turn because Mike's not checking a king. You know what I mean? Like,
there could be some hands he's trying to just check, get it in on the turn.
Yeah,
Mike. So if you check it back as Sorrel, then you know that you got it when Mike checks the river because he's not going to bluff the river. I don't know, man.
That was a weird hand.
I have to break that one
It
down.
worked out. I prefer betting the turn, though, if I float that flop and it can check to me.
I think I do, too.
Because you also don't have to bet big on the turn again, right?
No, you don't
like
have to
when he
put your
checks, you
stack
can
at
bet
risk or
pretty
anything.
small.
Raise 250,000.
If you check it, you get to see Mike check again.
Yeah.
But what do you do if he doesn't?
Exactly. What do you do if he just bets like a third pot again?
Someone asked, do you guys barrel again on river if you get called on turn? No, I don't think so.
No way.
No way.
I don't think so. Okay, so king, queen, deuce, 2 spades. Sorrel, continuation bets. Mike with flush draw.
I like it. 750? 725?
725.
Yep, 7 1/4. Yeah, I like doing this with the small flush draws.
Yeah, for sure.
Or just the times you can afford to get all the chips in. Like when you have Jack 10 of spades, you're like, all right, man, let's play for all of them.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
But besides that, I like doing this with the small flush draws so you have a bluffing range with your check raises. It's something that can turn really well. So, well played hand by Mike there. Not much Sorrel can do. So Mike lost that pot with the 7-6 suited versus 9-5 suited, but still out in front for the time being. Someone asked if Mike is a famous poker player. I would say famous no, successful yes. And Sorrel is definitely the better known of the two, but no, I don't really know who is the favorite in this heads-up match. I'm not really sure.
Mike's pretty well known amongst poker pros, I'd say.
And this time he outflopped Sorrel on 10-10-3.
All right, they're really picking it up now.
I can't believe Ankush got 9th and 8th back to back.
In what tournament?
This tournament. Last 2 years, 9th and 8th.
That's not very fun. I mean, profit, but it's not very fun.
He's so good.
He was last year's Cali Swing Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Do we
He's
know?
an animal,
Do we know
man.
who it is this year yet?
I heard Mike was leading it up until this, but I don't know if anyone in this could have overtaken him.
I don't think anybody at this final table would have done it.
Yeah. It's pretty sick.
Sorrel raises 10-8. Mike calls King 9 of spades.
You final tabled Bay, right? So you final tabled LAPC and Bay 101?
Tabled LAPC and went deep in Bay.
Okay.
And didn't even play this one. You only needed 2.
Oh, that's why. No, you're not eligible unless you play all three.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
Oh, damn.
So we don't know who it is, but it's not him.
Forgot about that part.
I saw a list a couple days ago, and I didn't see his name on it.
I wonder why he didn't play this one.
I would think he had some prior obligation.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat saying it's going to be Rainer Kempe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
He's a beast.
Kind of a funny Rainer Kempe story. Let this hand play out. Get it going. Oh, Mike won another one with less than the best hand. So my girlfriend's kind of new to poker, but she plays some, and she, we were watching the Super High Roller Bowl, the 300K buy-in at the Aria. We're watching on TV and playing the Colossus the next day, and it's 1 in the morning, and I'm going to sleep. I fall asleep. She watches it all the way to the end, which is like 3:30 in the morning, right? She sees Rainer Kempe win it. And, you know, we were talking about hands and stuff earlier in the night, so she was having fun watching it. Then the next day, we both play the Colossus, and she sits down right next to Rainer Kempe.
That's
and
right.
So he won $5 million. And then the next day, he plays a $500 tournament sitting next to her, and she ends up busting him. And she's like, she was so thrilled, like the highlight of her poker career.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah. I love the guy for sitting in a $500 tournament the day after winning $5 million.
Yeah, respect.
That's
that.
pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
All right. Looks like Sorrel is going to make a 3-bet out of the big blind himself this time. He's got 7-6 offsuit.
850,000.
Mike makes the call. Guys, if I'm Mike, I think I would lean 4-bet before I would go call. I think King 4 suited is not really the hand I'm dying to 4-bet. I think I'd probably 4-bet it before I call it, and maybe I just suck. I don't know.
Maybe I just suck.
Well, 6-7 off is also not one of the hands that you usually mix into my 3-betting range. But, yeah, this is interesting.
Sorrel might check this flop. It's not really ideal for him, and he has almost nothing. Yep, he's going to go for it. I mean, he can turn a 5 or a 4 or a 9 and fire again.
Love to see Mike raise here.
I mean, if he does, he's basically shoving, right?
Yeah, he's committed, I think. So that's
I mean,
pretty
which is fine.
uncomfortable. But
Which is fine, but
it's
like,
uncomfortable, but like, there's not a lot that Sorrel can have and be excited about either.
Yeah.
Even if Sorrel has like Queen Jack or something, it's really sick, right?
meh, if he has Queen Jack.
He's-
First of all, I just don't think he has Queen Jack in his 3-bet range.
Yeah, I don't either, but I'm saying like a lot of his Queen X and stuff, it's like just doesn't feel good that's in that range.
Yeah.
Like earlier, didn't
I don't mind 3-betting Queen Jack either. It's just good enough hand. It's not mixing in bad hands. It's just a good hand.
So Sorrel does improve on the turn, but it's still not really what he's looking for. He's a gut shot to the 9, and in theory that card should hit Mike pretty well, or it certainly hits large parts of his range. Yep, Sorrel will check, and I think Mike is more or less just going to go all in here. Like, Sorrel has a PSB behind, sorry, pot size bet behind. So I think Mike will probably elect to just shove, especially on, like, such a wet texture. You can be shoving your value hands as well.
It looks a little more credible if you bet a little more than half of Sorrel's stack or half of it than just shove.
Everybody checking these turns that I expect
This
to
is
bet.
dicey.
Yeah.
I mean, also, Sorrel can just have a bunch of outs going to the river. I think I just want to go all in.
Yeah. I don't love that check. Because when you brick, it gets pretty awkward.
Sorrel gave up. He's going to win with king eye. You could try to bluff him off ace high here. Yeah, he's going to.
And that will end this hand.
Big pot.
Yeah, big one for Mike. Now has a 3-1 chip lead against Sorrel.
I actually think a suited king is good enough to call the 3-bet. I might be incorrect about that heads up. I'm definitely not a heads up expert.
Me either.
But I would think it's good enough.
I think you have to have a few flats and a few 4-bets mixed in with it, to be honest.
Okay.
And I think king 4 is just a fine 4-bet spot with it.
Button with Sorrel. Up we go.
Say it again. I didn't hear you. Blinds. 26 to 120. 26 to 120.
You got 20, 120.
20, 60, 120.
So Sorrel, with that blind increase we just had, I think we're playing 61-20 now. Sorrel now in a position where we might see, Mike raise, Sorrel shoves, or Sorrel raises, Mike shoves. It's low enough now.
Raise.
There you see 61-20 with a 20K.
You think we might see a 3-bet shove? I think that's too big. I think his stack is too big for that.
27 blinds? Heads up?
Yeah, I think it's too big.
Again, could absolutely be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there are plenty of heads-up sit-and-go guys who'd just be like, yeah, somebody opens button, you can rip the following hands profitably. It might not be the best possible play, but sometimes if you're just not really sure, and you're like, okay, I don't know exactly what to do here, but shoving is profitable, and you're like,
yeah,
I'm all in.
okay, that's fair. Kind of waking me up to go work on heads up play just in case.
Hey Toonie, do you have any more stories about Phil Gordon being a raging douche? They're my favorite. I'm assuming that's in reference to the one I did tell quite a while back, but no, that's the only one I have. The impression I got was that there's plenty out there. Yeah. Oh, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It might just go Mike raises, Sorrel shoves, pocket fives.
I could see that hand being shoved, yeah.
And then Mike will actually have a real decision here. This is like super close on Mike's behalf. There we go, all in. Like, I'm pretty sure you have to call king queen, right? 25 blinds heads up.
Thanks.
Against somebody who knows to shove wide. I'm pretty sure you have to call king queen.
Yeah. I would think so.
King jack seems close. I'll put it to
Yeah,
you like this.
yeah. I mean-
I bet if we put those hands into a computer, and the computer assumed that everyone was shoving correctly, it would say raise king jack, shove 5, call king jack.
Okay.
I think that's very possible. I'm not saying that's what you should do there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the computer might believe that it's true, given a theoretically correct shoving range for Sorrel Mizzy. I'm not saying that, like, oh my god, what is Mike doing folding there? I think most of us fold, but... And one thing you learn toying around with a machine giving you shoving ranges and calling ranges is that in real life poker, nobody shoves wide enough, nobody calls wide enough.
265.
Okay.
With rare exceptions. But, like, generally if you observe people in real poker scenarios and then you compare what they're doing to what the machine says to do, nobody's, like, shoving wide enough or calling shoves wide enough pre-flop.
Problem with those machines is that they also imply that everyone else is playing perfect, right?
Well, you can input the ranges, so it depends. Like, you can build a strategy for your opponent that you believe is accurate in its imperfection of how it portrays your opponent playing.
Check.
This is a pretty interesting flop here, though.
Yeah.
205,000.
Top pair with a deuce for Mike, and the backdoor nut flush draw. Sorrel with the flush draw. Also a backdoor straight draw. A deuce is interesting. Sorrel would pick up outs. Mike would have 2 pair.
Club's pretty interesting.
Oh, wow, that's kind of interesting too. But this makes me just think it's going to go check, bet, call, and then check to side river. And probably a
You're right.
fold.
Yeah, I can't see any reason to shove here. I think it's just a call for Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he certainly isn't going to fold.
Makes the call. Go to a river. Series E7 clean outs. No. So Sorrel's going to win this pot.
It's not the best looking river card for Mike either. He might end up folding.
Yeah, I kind of anticipated that on a brickish river he would get away. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I think he would.
It's not just a brick. It's also kind of ugly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
this isn't a brick even, and I think he's going to get away. Sorrel only has a pot-sized bet left as well, and I like that he's going small here and not just shoving.
Oh, I thought he was going to shove for sure.
Maybe he is. Nope, he's going half his stack. Maybe even more.
1.35.
No, Mike definitely has a real decision here.
What's the difference in first and second?
Close to 100,000, I want to say. Here we go. Just under 100,000, 96,000.
So this is a pretty big decision for Mike right here.
Yeah.
Nice job, man. He's playing well.
Yeah, Mike playing very good this second match. The full final table. Back to a 2-1 chip lead for Mike. Guys, our payouts right now. First is 284, and second is 190. So it's about a $100,000 heads-up match.
120 big blind. 120 big blind. So your extra money. Raise 300,000.
Somebody in the chat asked if they chopped. We have no word of a chop. I don't think they did.
I would assume no.
Yeah, I don't think so. The stack size didn't make sense for a chop at all.
We're all going to 3-bet 8s here. And Mike's going to fold, but if he had a shoving hand, I'd expect Sorelli to snap.
905.
Some of our stacks. Draw a little closer to even.
Raise 300,000.
300,000.
Mike will make the call. King, Queen, Jack on the flop. So neither player connects. Kind of expect, well, Sorrel might just bet here and try and end the hand, but he also might just kind of give up on it. He has the ace of spades, which would give him a few more possibilities to barrel, but no, he likes to check back. And he will turn an ace.
Yeah, having that ace on the on the flop, there's not really that many cards that can come that can change who's in the lead of that pot.
A lot of people are asking what a chop is. Do you guys want to explain it?
What a chop is? Oh, when they're splitting the prize pool, like just deciding to play for less money. So a lot of times at the end of a tournament like this, since they're playing for $100,000 difference, the two people will get together on a break and decide whoever wins will give the other person some amount of money back.
And it's tough to it's really tough to want to chop when someone has a 2 or 3 to 1 chip lead to start.
Yeah.
You can see the cup in the background. That's what they're playing for. Where are the girls with all the cash dumped on the table? What's going on?
Ah, we have removed that from the World Poker Tour. My understanding is we have a new Chinese owner at the World Poker Tour, and my understanding is something about either the presentation or the laws in China made us think it would be in our best interest to change that.
Okay. It's kind of fun for the TV show, but I get it.
Yeah.
Instead, we just have Matt Savage.
Mhm.
That's so much less fun.
He's pretty cute.
Is that his best suit?
I don't think so.
It's one of the better ones.
Tony knows.
Poor Matt.
I'm partial.
Can't even defend himself out there.
I'm partial to the cranberry one with the yellow undershirt. I really like that.
That sounds atrocious.
Yeah, it's been called the cranberry honey mustard combo before. It's really good. I like it.
The cranberry honey mustard, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. So Sorrel 3-bets here. Mike could just shove. I think that's fine.
Yeah, it is fine.
I mean, again, I'm staring Sorrel's 4-2 in the face, but like these are the kind of hands that I get heads up and I'm like, huh. Flatting's not very good. Folding doesn't feel good. I'm just gonna go all in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't seen how wide these raises are yet. But knowing how wide they have been, it would be easy to shove. Beating his spot would be a little tougher. Still probably would.
There we go. Love it.
Yeah.
Sorrel folds.
I think I would have found that one too.
Don't worry, Twitch chat. We did not get rid of the Royal Flush Girls. We just don't do the money presentation anymore. That's all.
No more Royal Flush Girls.
Oh, that's not a thing.
Yeah, we would have a mutiny on our hands. And of course, that opened up the conversation whether the Royal Flush Girl should exist in the poker sphere at all, and that is above my pay grade. So, I don't know, guys. I feel like a Trump spokesman right now. I don't know. That's above my pay grade. You know, like, I don't know. I don't know what he says.
No, Tony, they're way better at saying that than you.
Yeah. Sorrel here going to 3.
Calls.
And Mike will call ace-8. Check here. A little surprised that Sorrel checked that back, but again, we're getting into the world of delayed c-bets, and if you're going to do it, that's a reasonable flop, but I usually would do so when I had a heart.
Sounds right to me.
Sound right?
Yeah, sure.
Either way, Sorrel picks up an open-ended draw on the turn.
This is, Sorrel was the raiser and Mike defended, right? So, I guess Sorrel thinks the Queen 10 high might just have enough showdown value, just don't want to mess around with it.
That entire hand was very surprising to me.
Me too.
Sorrel bluffs less than I would have anticipated, just kind of like in general. I never thought like, oh wow, Sorrel is such a bluffy guy or anything. There's just a few spots where I expect most pros to bet and he didn't, and I'm not saying like, oh, he's done it very wrong. I'm just a little bit surprised.
I'm with you.
I don't know why I didn't bet that turn.
That one.
Well,
flop,
this
flop
turn
or turn, you know, one of the two. Huh. Someone had a question.
Hey,
up
turn
here
more
that
equity, but I don't have queen high.
Yeah.
Check.
Oh, Sorrel 3-betting 4-2-0 is terrible, right? Why would you pick a hand that bad? Actually, that's probably not my go-to hand, but I think that's a reasonable hand to choose. He's basically selected a hand in a situation where he thinks his opponent is going to play 4-bet or fold against him. So he doesn't want to waste a hand that would be decent to defend with, like maybe even 6-5-0. So he takes a really bad hand. That said, sometimes I kind of like to do it with a hand that at least has a blocker to my opponent having a good card. Like I might 4-bet, you know, Queen 4-0
This
there.
could get interesting.
Yeah, we got a really good flop.
Sorry.
I think I'm just going to fold the queen, the 4 deuce off.
Yeah,
it's fine to mix in some bad hands to 3-bet with that.
Yeah.
One's just too bad. Just fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's honestly terrible.
You're not exploitable by folding 4 deuce off every time.
All right, Mike with the pair, Sorrel with the open-ended.
Ooh, this is a spicy
That's
pot.
the card.
Yeah,
Open-ended
this
straight
is-
flush draw for Sorrel trips for Mike.
This actually could be the last hand.
Could be.
Could be.
So for these guys,
Like, I'd be kind of surprised.
stumped us a bunch of times.
I'd be kind of surprised if this isn't the last hand.
I mean, it could definitely go Mike check, Sorrel shoves. Because if
Sorrel
you're
just checked. Mike's going to bet. I think Sorrel
will shove. You think?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a great card.
Yeah.
To bluff shove.
I just
because
don't
you
know
could
how
rep
he
a
doesn't
four,
shove here. To be honest, he
and
has,
you have
he
all
has
the
no
outs.
showdown value. He wants to get there. He has all the outs.
Yeah.
Hands
No.
like Ace Queen will just fold now when he shoves.
I said before.
How many value hands are you shoving though?
28 blinds.
Yeah, there's.
I mean, the fours are in
Sorrel's
your
on
range,
the button, right? Sorrel's
and
on the
you're
button.
like,
yeah,
you're
So
almost
he's definitely shoving.
Yeah, here we go.
Hands like tens.
Well, didn't he? There was no 3-bet pre, or did he?
No 3-bet pre.
Yeah.
So, but like, if you have 7-8, are you shoving?
No.
How about Ace
but-
7? Maybe Ace 7.
Maybe Ace 7, yeah. Do it.
No.
I think I'm probably doing it, but there is only one card to come, so you're not that. You're gonna be a 2-to-1 dog or more, you know.
When you're called, but your opponent could definitely double barrel somewhat wide here,
Exactly.
and
Yeah.
have a fair amount of hands that can't call. And when we do shove, it's mostly with really good hands. So, like, if you're going to turn one hand into a bluff, this is the one, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
This is
and
the
if
one.
he does have a hand like Ace High,
Mhm.
he's not going to be calling, even if he does think you're bluffing.
Yeah.
He's probably just not going to call. I don't think it's that credible. So if I'm on the other side, I think that I might find a call with a deuce or like an Ace 5 or an Ace 6.
So you think if Sorrel shoves, you would call off with A6 if you were?
But wait, why can't Sorrel just have a
Maybe.
4 here?
He can. That's
Okay.
just there's just not enough of them.
Why not? He just defended a raise in the big blind. Can't he just have, like, many of the 4s?
Potential said no
Yeah.
to self. Tyler doesn't bluff enough.
Yeah. So Sorrel elects to check raise, but not all of his stack much. of
Okay,
his
I
stack.
like that. It looks a little better.
Yeah, it does certainly look stronger. Mike can be like, well, that's kind of scary
Now he has
looking,
to
but I'm
call
all
off.
in.
Now he has to call off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's gonna
that's
call
really
off
weird.
after Mike shoves.
Yeah, of course he is. He just tried to make it look
Yeah.
more credible.
There we go, all in. And side call from Sorrel.
I was really just playing devil's advocate. I think I'm putting it in there. I was just trying to find.
You're just trying to image build in the stream. Is what you're
No, I'm not. It's just it's hard to have credibility with a shove there.
Go to the river for the tournament. It's a Jack of Hearts, and Mike
have a
Del Vecchio
winner.
is our winner.
Mike just won a WPT. That's pretty sick.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
congrats to him.
Yeah.
Really well played tournament, especially final table by both of these guys. They
Yeah.
played a really excellent final table.
Absolutely, they did.
And fairly brief heads-up match, so not too much to comment on there. But nobody did anything crazy, and the final hand makes a lot of sense. So well done by both players. And a big thanks to both of you for joining me in the booth today. I know these are long days.
Thanks for having us.
It's fun, man. I like doing it.
Yep.
Like talking to those Twitch guys.
Yeah. And of course, a big thanks to everyone here at Rolling Thunder. See Ben and Matt out there, along with our champion, Mike Del Vecchio. He's going to go on the WPT Champions Cup. You see behind him, his name will be there. He'll be at the Tournament of Champions coming up in early April in Hollywood.
I want to go high five him and get a beer, so I
Yeah.
think I'm ready to sign off. Unless
Well, we are in fact ready to sign off. So guys, thank you again for everybody in our Twitch stream and chat. Thanks for tuning in, and I will see you guys from Florida next in early April. Take care.
See ya.
want anybody else in that? Very good. Stay just up here. Good. Girls, just you. Just the two of you.
Okay.
That's great. Just like that. Very nice. Just like that. A couple more. Good. One more. Beautiful. Okay, now just smile. Thank you, girls. Appreciate it.
Do you want to flip coins or play cards?
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to playwpt.com. Stop playing nonsense and start playing poker. At playwpt.com, the chips don't come easy, so every hand matters. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up against 3 or 4 opponents. That's not poker.
That's right. Play anytime, day or night. There's always a seat open. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
Whatever the whim, you'll find it. A sign of utter enjoyment. The mark of a truly rewarding experience. Discover all the benefits of Thunder Rewards, including 5% back on everything, only at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out